5.0, 5.0, 5.0. What's going on, big brother?
What's up, bro?
Doing all right. I think,
When is it cut?
hold on, son Claw.
Hey, okay.
Hey,
In peace.
yeah, man. I think we can continue, what we was talking over there, man. So y'all go ahead, keep chopping it up.
If we talking about the doxing, I enjoyed it, man. I thought it was overdue, and it kind of like bolsters my previous point about them dying out. And I like to brag on myself, but it has a lot more to do with me. I think God used me as one of the people He's been using, but it has a lot more to do with me. But He's got some other soldiers out here, and it's not just me creating a different style of content. There's other people who are trying to remove that content because other people feel like coffee that if you're not going to be genuine, you got to go. So I felt like that because of my advice from my brothers. I focused on my content.
Yeah, I remember when you started the changes, and one of the things I've noticed, especially in this Black YouTube space, is a lot of this shit gets stuck up on relationships, right? And I'm like, that actually is probably a little bit of the disparity, right? Everybody's worried about being in or involved in a relationship. But what do y'all think?
You know,
This is happening. It's organic if you be honest.
it's one of the things that I kind of find interesting, Alonzo, is because they ain't really talking about what the real problem is.
What do you mean?
They think it's the relationship the reason that they're in the situation they're in. It's not. That situation that I had with my mom had absolutely nothing to do with her. I didn't have
Okay.
enough love or respect for myself. So I allowed her to be able to get away with her behavior. It wasn't until I got fed up with it that I decided I care about myself more than I do you, that we had to part ways.
Yeah,
Wow.
man, it's awful because when you look at it, I've seen these brothers come from nothing, and I think that people, I think Bad Boy said it best. The more money you make, the more problems you have. You have jealousy, but I also think that the more you go up in life, if you're not humbled, you would do the crazy shit that most of these guys are doing. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like bad customer service. You rather give somebody a badly cooked, burnt ass burger and not give them a refund. You know, am I saying it right? Like it's just like some like, and not to shit on Asian folks, but you got some Asian people, even if they did made a mistake on their own, they will not give you a refund or they will not make it right.
Big facts.
So are you willing to risk your business for doing the wrong thing all because you don't want to give a refund? First of all, you don't want to correct the problem. Secondly, you're taking the money and the job is not well done. Are you willing to risk your business that way?
Facts. I think that's something that's very important to be cognizant of, right? But if I can, I want to actually go back because I think it was touching, on the power of people like Dave Ramsey and Sue Zorman. Because don't get me wrong, absorb their content. Don't get me wrong, right? It's not that you shouldn't absorb what they do, but you have to, like I said again, you got to take it with a grain of salt. If
So you
somebody,
can learn from each one of them is what you're saying. So take some of what's true, known to be true and helpful for in your situation, but take the whole uh don't take everything at face value.
exactly what they say is not one size fits all, right? So again, like I said, I had somebody who was asking, well, Why is, the infinite banking concept such a prevalent thing in the Black community? And it's far from a prevalent thing in the Black community. It needs to be, and there's a Yahoo Finance article that shows, because one of the mistakes I was making was that I was thinking that Black people weren't buying life insurance at the tune that white people are. And that's untrue. Today, right, 2021, for about the past 40 years since the 80s, Black people have bought way more life insurance than white people. So why then is there still this huge gap in wealth? Well, let me give you an idea. Last year with COVID, right, there was $60 billion of life insurance proceeds paid out. And guess how many of that $1 billion of that $60 billion went to the Black community? $1 billion. So out of $60 billion, right?
So they had to make do with what that $1 billion did, even if there were only maybe one or two Black banks.
Right.
First of all, how many Black banks are there? That's something that I have never really looked into, Alonzo. And I think we should do a stream on knowing how many Black banks and financial institutions that are up to the level of, I guess, standard, as any other institution in America.
Actually, I concur with that. And I belong to a Facebook group with a gentleman by the name of AJ Hector that says, I support Black banks. One of the biggest Black banks that you don't know is a Black bank that's affiliated with Morgan Stanley is Carver Federal Credit Union.
Oh, wow.
They're a Black bank and they partner with Morgan Stanley. So a lot of the Morgan Stanley people have a credit union account with a Black bank. Even though Morgan Stanley is horrible to specifically Black females, my mother-in-law being one of the people who worked there and recently retired, and they had the Black VP of diversity that they hired, and then ignored the shit out of her and fired her in December 2020 for no apparent reason, amongst a lot of other minority women that I know that worked for Morgan Stanley for 30 plus years, and they got fucked over. But another Black-owned financial institution that we don't talk about is Ariel Investments. That's ARIEL. They actually partner with Charles Schwab. And they, they're the only Black-owned money management firm in existence. So, when we talk about investing and we have all these ETFs with Schwab and Vanguard, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot because there's a 37-year-old company that we could be investing with that is going to have our absolute interest. Now, yes, people got happy because, what is it? The NASDAQ or the NICE got a Black CEO, female, and a bunch of other shit got a Black female CEO. But this is a Black-owned company. Another Black-owned financial institution is Atlanta Life Insurance Company, which is still in existence, which was created by Alonzo Herndon when he started in the 1800s. I think it was 1865. He started a barbershop. From that barbershop, he got into real estate. From that real estate, he got into big money, which was insurance. He died the richest man in Atlanta, richest Black man in Atlanta when he died.
So let me ask you this. So this probably goes to why even some Black people who did not understand that they were living in Black-owned projects, because they do have Herndon Homes.
Yeah.
Herndon Homes was a project that was well known on the west side of Atlanta by all the HBCUs. And they may have had some hand in it. Wow.
Probably.
Yeah.
Now let's look at a real big one that's recent in terms of Black finances. And this is the problem, because unfortunately other shit gets more attention, right? Everybody knows who the LA Dodgers are, right?
Yes, sir.
And everybody knows that Magic Johnson did a purchase of the LA Dodgers for about $7 billion, right? A couple years back. Do you know in 2017, he became just the majority owner, just the majority, just 51% owner of a life insurance company called Equitrust Financial. Do you know how much Magic Johnson Incorporated had to pay in to become 51%? Now they own the entire Dodgers for $7 billion. Do you know that to become majority owner, 51% owner of Equitrust Financial, it cost him $13 billion?
Damn.
So almost double what it costs to own the Dodgers, it costs to partially own this life insurance company.
And what's the name of this company again?
Equitrust Financial.
So he went from owning a professional sports team to insurance. Okay, and then the cartel went from selling metric tons of copious amounts of cocaine to life insurance. Just checking.
Yes.
I just want to make sure.
Yes, I forgot about that. Yeah, December 10th, 2002. Say it again, Kwafi.
How do you spell the Equit Insurance?
EQUITRUST. Equitrust.
Oh shit, I can't spell that.
Hold on, I'll put it in the chat.
Man, you know, I'm kind of glad we switched it to financial because I think we do need to know a little bit more about financial because when I look at the money that I spent in with JP Morgan Chase, when I look at, you know, my business accounts there, when I look at Wells Fargo, when I look at, we have something I call Travis Air Force Base Credit Union. They say they're supposed to be the best, and Navy Federal. I don't mind with those, but I want to know what is it that, where do I benefit? You get what I'm saying?
Facts. So also it depends on like the fields you're in, right? Like a lot of people like to go after mutual funds and all these, you know, highfalutin sounding shit because it sounds nice to say, I have a Vanguard account, I have an EQ trust fund. Unless you've got hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's kind of stupid to get a lot of that stuff, right? Even when we're looking at investing, and I'm going to talk about Bitcoin shortly, even though I don't particularly believe in Bitcoin. But it's an emerging issue, and as a financial advisor, my clients are concerned about it, so I kind of have to be concerned about it. But where was I going with this? So let's look at, fuck it, I forgot where I was going, so I'm gonna just look at when we're looking at like investing in all these things, right? If you're not what's called an accredited investor, then you're taxed differently. Right? Accredited investors are taxed at capital gains tax. Non-accredited investors are taxed at ordinary income tax. So it's like you worked overtime. And the more you work, the more you make. What happens? The more they take.
Wow.
Now let's look at President Joe Biden's Build Back Better bill, which passed but now is getting filibustered. So we know it wasn't just an infrastructure deal. We know 1.7 trillion of that went to things like local newspapers. Well, we don't know, but now we know. The other thing that it had was what they were calling the billionaire tax. And so a lot of people were like, well, I'm not worried about it because I'm not a billionaire. Here's the thing.
Is that good or bad?
The billionaire tax?
Yeah.
It's horrible for regular Americans. And I'll explain to you why. And this is why he put it out there. Because right now, regular Americans are having an accretion in their Bitcoin accounts, right? So what is an accretion? Well, this is when people put $1 into Shiba Inu while it's at 0.000004 or 4/10,000ths of a penny or a dollar. And then it finally goes up to $1. So the $20 you put in is now worth arbitrarily $600,000, right? The problem is, Kwafi, you got 600 bands to give me for this one Shiba Inu coin? No? Okay, what about you, Sunclaw? You got 600 bands to buy this one Shiba Inu coin?
No.
No. Well, what about you, Perfect? You got $600,000 to give me for this one Shiba Inu coin?
Nope.
Okay. So nobody gave me $600,000 for my Shiba Inu coin, but and y'all hear motherfuckers saying this now. I'm up big time. I'm up $58,000. That's called accretion in your account, right? And then accrete just means that technically the value went up. But I just asked all three of y'all if y'all had 600,000. Sorry.
Why does that sound to me like bagok? Counting chickens before they hatch? They say. I think.
I thought you were talking about.
That was good.
Yeah, well,
But it is. It is counting chickens before they hatch. So let's look at it. So the three of y'all, none of y'all can give me $600,000 for one coin. So am I really up $600,000 since nobody gave me $600,000 for this one coin? Or does it just look like on paper I'm up 600,000? Well, it looks like on paper I'm up 600,000. But if nobody gives me 600,000 for that one Shiba Inu coin, it's essentially worthless.
how do you spell that Shiba Inu coin?
SHIBAINU. And
One more
now
time.
what happened?
Everything is low right now too. Everything is low
Perfect
right
and
now.
perfection. What's going on, Brody?
One more time. Spell it.
I'll put it in chat.
Okay. Boy, hey, I'm learning something today.
Yeah, no problem. But so now that
It's in the back
accretion.
chat too.
Yeah, I put it. You want me to put it in the back chat?
I already did.
Okay. So when you're looking at that accretion, right? So the Build Back Better bill is going to fuck us over. So again, that same scenario is only an accretion, right? So nobody gave me any money for this shit. So I could say, well, I'm up 600,000. We done made this money. You better get into this coin before it's too late, because I need some idiot to buy fractions of it from me. But in reality, it's worth not a damn thing. Now, what the Build Back Better bill is going to do is tax unrealized capital gains. So what does that mean? Well, I just asked you three for $600,000 for my one Shiba Inu coin, and none of y'all gave me 600,000. But so I didn't make 600,000, right? Well, with the Build Back Better bill, they're going to say, well, hey, Alonzo, your portfolio technically increased 600,000. So even though you didn't make a dime, we're going to tax you on this 600,000 plus your regular income. Nigga, my entire year's salary is going to be the tax of that 600,000. I can't afford that. But that's what the Build Back Better or the billionaire tax is going to do, is screw regular Americans. And they did that intentionally. We look at things like CBDC, which is a digital coin that they use overseas. See, only in America are we really on Bitcoin. So when dudes be like, "Oh, I don't use like they'll say dumb shit like, well, the US dollar is fiat currency, so because I'll say, well, Bitcoin is fiat. Well, the US dollar is fiat currency. Okay, you got a bank account? No, I just cash out onto Visa Green Dot cards. What are you spending when you use that Visa Green Dot card? Is that US currency? Is it an actual fact that 67% of all financial transactions done in the world are done in US currency? Yes, it is. So again, it's the magpie effect. Bitcoin is the shiny shit, right? For all that, like, I don't think Dave Ramsey will tell anybody to buy Bitcoin. I don't think Sue Zorman will tell anybody to buy Bitcoin. And I'm not specifically talking about Bitcoin. That actually has some utility. But all these other meme coins, Shiba Inu, Smack-a-Bitch coin, whatever, are kind of pointless.
Worth 68 million.
What is it?
It says 68 million now.
For what?
The Shiba Inu.
68 million?
Yeah, hold on. Let me relook at it again.
That might be the market cap for it.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I think right now it's like at $1 or something.
Yeah, it's down. Everything is down. Everything is down right now.
But what it does is, ironically enough, that type of stuff puts unnecessary stress and despair on people, because now you're trying to be a day trader and you're watching the market every 5 minutes. And now you're going to make emotional decisions. That's why you get people like myself and you hire us and we have the heart attacks.
You know what, Alonzo, and I do believe that, because I'm gonna tell you, you know the strategy. Now, with a person like me, that's just, even if Macy sent me something. Oh, you have a 50% off damn coupon. Okay, we like Macy's, you know, and they're like,
I'm a
hurry up.
Macy's hooker, man. Macy's take all my money.
Look, always like, hurry now. We're on the last ones. Come
Hmm.
get yours now. You know, so I get what you're saying, the urgency, and when you do it emotionally, and once you have it, it's like you're just sitting here with a whole bunch of stuff that you just didn't need.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And like I said, when you got stuff like Equitrust, but we know about Magic buying the Dodgers, everybody was up on that. Or Magic, buying into the LA Galaxy, or Magic still being with the Lakers. But don't know, and shit, we even know about the Magic Johnson theaters. But don't nobody know about Magic Johnson being majority owner of Equitrust. Excuse me. Now, why do I talk about that?
And Mobilari.
Say again?
And Mobilari.
Yeah.
That's a Mobilari. That's that type of move. That's why don't nobody know about it. And Mobilari.
Kept it low.
Man. It puts
Right?
him a global player. That puts him as a global player now.
Oh, big
Global
time.
market. Global market. Global market.
I'm here taking a call, y'all, so I'm not going.
No problem.
So Magic Johnson right now is probably the richest black man on the planet, and nobody knows it.
Probably.
I mean, probably outside of some African royalty or some shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some people who, like you talked about, Sun Claus, some people who own some diamond mines, born into some shit, like some Nigerian motherfuckers who own like some oil wells, some shit like that. You know, them motherfuckers is the only people that's gonna probably rival him. You know, because them is the only true wealthy blacks. If we be honest, is them people with those natural resources. Even Magic, he doesn't have anything like that.
Mm-mm. Well, there's a difference between riches and wealth.
Right. That's the true wealth. I mean, Nigerians and Africans who own oil wells and diamond mines, and anybody who was born where they mine them chips for the cell phones. So,
Yeah. Yo, matter of fact, I know a girl back in 2013 when I was doing fix and flips. There was a girl from the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. And I said some ignorant American shit to her. We was out for lunch, and I was like, "Oh yeah, so it's nice to be in America. What made you, are you adjusting? I know in Africa you guys have those mud huts and stuff." And yo, she tore into me, bro. She was like, "Nigga, what? First of all, I'm a fucking princess. My father used to fly Gianni Versace to our house so he could customize his clothes." She said, "My fucking maids drive better cars than you, nigga. You better chill out." I was like, whoa.
So was that just the ignorance of saying mud huts? Just ignorance of it?
Yeah, that was just ignorant. I had no clue.
I want to enlighten people on something. You see, you think of immigrants from Latin America, and then the ones from the other parts of the world are the same thing. It's free to walk.
Mm.
If you can walk here, you can get here free. If you need to fly here, they are probably the middle class or upper middle class of where they came from.
Yeah.
So if you see an African here, you see an Arab here, you see an Asian here in the United States, you can best believe there's a good chance that they're middle class and up.
But they come here. It's just like you can go anywhere and be whatever you want to be when you make a new start.
And let me also add this to the equation. In some of these countries, you would be considered to be well off if you were made the minimum wage that somebody makes here, taking home with like a $300 check,
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
if they made that in a month in those countries, they would be considered well off.
Shoot, I had a buddy from I can't remember where he's from, somewhere in South America. I think Guatemala or something.
And those are professionals making that kind of money.
Yeah. Shit, man. Like I said, I don't know if anybody knows, Laser Panda, aka Marty McFly. He be on a lot of the panels. And, one of his things, I don't know if you was there, Perfect, at the time, but he was on a panel and Rael and Sheed was like, yo, bro, you need to talk to Alonzo. You talking about just getting this life insurance policy. And he actually told me, he was like, yo, you can use me as an example. Like, let people know I'm your client. I really, tend to not. Even with Sheed, I tend to not. But I'm glad that I was able to impact these gentlemen's lives in a way that they feel comfortable with me saying, hey, these guys are my clients. You know what I mean? Like, I have some high profile clients I just don't say nothing about because I can't. But, like Marty, Marty McFly bought a policy from me, and he did, ironically enough, kind of like the infinite banking concept. Now, he's not going to borrow against it, so it's a different type of policy. But it's important to have the conversation with your financial professional and not just let them give you hydroxychloroquine. Because if you sit down with like most agents who are unseasoned, they're going to sit down and say, okay, usually you'll come to me and say, hey, how much is $500,000 worth of life insurance? Most guys are going to go, okay, let me get you a quote, which first of all, is not a quote, it's an illustration. But they're like, okay, let me put in my software. Boom, $500,000 20-year term is $75 a month. And then they call that a day. Now you come to me and say, hey, I want $500,000 worth of life insurance. My first question is, how did you get that number? Well, I figure, I never touched $500,000 at one time. So I figure that's enough money. Now, if we look at simple math, and again, there's no one size fits all, but this is a general rule of thumb. And even Suze Orman and Dave Ramsey say this. In terms of your emergency accounts, you should probably have 6 to 8 months of your savings, of your expenses saved. But at the same time, experts will also say you should have about 10 years of your income in life insurance. I generally go with the rule of 20 because that's the length of time. That's your investment time horizon. When a true investor is investing and they're not just holding on for dear life, they have an exit strategy. That exit strategy is either a short, meaning 12 months or less, or a long term, meaning 12 months or more. Most investors have a long-term strategy. Like Warren Buffett will tell you, the average investment return over the course of 20 years is 10%, no matter how good or bad the market does. Because the wealthy do not go into the stock market, and I think I told you this before, Perfect. Wealthy don't go into the stock market to gain money. They go into the stock market to preserve their capital. Now, I did this off of a 3% interest rate, which thanks to Joe Biden, we're now at 6% annual interest, right? But on a 3% annual interest, if you put $100,000 into the bank in 2020 and let it sit there until 2030, by the time you took that $100,000 out in 2030, the bank ledger would still say 100,000, but you can only buy $50,000 worth of stuff with that $100,000 worth of cash because it's lost its spending power due to inflation. That's why the wealthy play the stock market, not so we can get rich and have a fucking hard dick because Tesla went up. That's not what it's about.
Man, let me tell you something. Boy, everything you were saying, I just saw it flash across my eyes. And what I want to ask was, I always tell people, I know it's a hard thing to trust, and I like your strategy, the way the person came up to you and said, hey, I want this for this price, blah, blah, blah. And you said, hey, how did you come up with these numbers? I would tell a person, if you know that this person specializes in something, let them advise you. That's why the person is an advisor, you know, to seek out what's best for your situation, you know. And I like that, Alonzo. I like the way you handled that situation, you know, because a lot of us don't know, you know, we just throw a number out there. But I will tell you this: when you spoke about the Atlanta Life Insurance Company,
Hmm.
they have a rating of 2.5 on Google. Why is
Damn.
that? Is it because they black?
That's probably because they're black and they're not being used a lot because they have. I went and look at the. See, here's the thing: when you're looking at financial companies, you really don't want to look at exactly unless it's a car insurance company. You don't really want to look at their customer reviews, right? Because people are going to buy the policy based on what they thought. And then they're not going to take a few minutes to listen to an advisor like myself who's going to be like, well, maybe you want to get that. Nah, I got everything I need. I just need the cheapest policy. And then they die. And then come to find out, like, for example, Whole Life. Let's look at Whole Life because, like I said, I shit on Whole Life. Primerica shits on Whole Life. Dave Ramsey shits on Whole Life. And Sue Zorman shits on Whole Life. Well, there's multiple types of just Whole Life, right? So when you look at Whole Life, yes, there's the traditional Whole Life, which, to be honest, due to IRC 7702, is going to be worse as of January 1, which is why everybody who sat with me, I'm like, listen, we need to lock in your policies in December because as of January 1, all companies are lowering their interest rate by 1% and increasing their price. And that's due to IRC 7702, Internal Revenue Code 7702. So that ain't, me saying, fuck it, I'm going up on price. That's the government saying y'all going up on price and y'all are lowering the interest that y'all are giving your clients. Period. Right? So what's happening now, and here's the thing, I underpromise and overdeliver. So what's been happening, and I actually just showed a video about hedging using IULs Explain. So I would recommend y'all check that out. But basically, life insurance grows its cash based on the bond market, and they buy calls and put options, right? And what happens is, excuse me, a little gas. What happens is this: the bond market was growing at 4% at a point. Then, due to Papa Trump, we were in a 1% interest rate market. But insurance companies for the past 40 years have been guaranteeing 4% growth to their clients. This is why I underpromise and overdeliver. And I always say 2% compound interest. And I always say, would you rather $2 a month or 50 cents a year when I compare life insurance to a bank? I'm sure everybody who's listening has probably heard that before from me. In reality, it was, do you want $4 a month or 50 cents a year? But I like to underpromise and overdeliver. And it sounds more realistic, even though it's not as sexy, $2 a month as $4 a month. But now, due to IRC 7702, the interest rate is going to be dropping 1% across all companies. So come January 1, you're going to pay more and get less interest accumulation in your cash. Right? But, and again, I guess this goes back to, well, I'm going to speak to the accredited and non-accredited investor after. But so you look at these interest rates in a whole life policy, right? Besides the interest rate, like I said, 2% compound interest is what I sell on. But if you look at like anybody ever seen that commercial with Alex Trebek where the old lady is like, I got life insurance and it's how much is it for me? And he's like $9.95 per unit. Nobody who's not in the industry knows what the fuck a unit is. So a unit in the insurance world is $1,000 worth of life insurance coverage. The problem is this product is only offered to those between ages 50 and 75 in the state of New York. In other states, it's between 50 and 80. Right? And I'm licensed in 10 states. So,
that's wonderful, man. That's wonderful.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm a little different. I don't care what state you're in. I don't need to be licensed in it because I have what's called an NPN, a national producers number. So I can go to any state and basically slap my dick on the table and say, "Hey, I'm big dog. Like, give me a license." All I got to do is pay the fee.
Let me ask you a question. See,
Yes,
Lonzo,
sir.
what I think is even the brothers that frequent the spaces and they say that, oh, I like Alonzo. Alonzo cool. That's my boy there. You know, he cool, you know. But my thing is, fellas, is he cool enough for you guys to trust him to be your insurance agent? You know, see, that's the problem we're having right now. We got a lot of guys. See, and I think it's not that they don't want to. I think it's just that half of these dudes don't even understand the financial system. That's why their finances are so out of whack, all the way down to their spending, having a bank account. Why it's important to have a bank account? Um, why it's important to put certain things, certain monies aside. You know, because they don't think that way, and how to get credit and how to use it properly. You know, all that is important. So I think that if we do a ground root elementary financial class from the bottom up and graduate to the insurance level, that'll be great. And
Yeah.
I think you should do that in series. Like Shannon Rawls, he had been doing something like that here lately when he read a book.
Yeah, he was reading Think and Grow Rich.
Yeah, and you can do that through a book concerning finances.
I've actually got a few books I may just start reading chapters from.
I would love that.
Yeah, I may have to start doing that. But another huge issue is, and I think this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, the despair, right? Because, like, quiet is kept, I've actually sat with a few gentlemen from the manosphere. And, they'll talk a big game because there's a couple of things. Most insurance agents and full-fledged financial advisors like myself will, because, like, right, most of the time you want to go to the investments, quote unquote, because that's what sounds cool, right? It's just like insurance and real estate is actually the same beast. Real estate is sexier, but insurance actually makes way more money than real estate, right? Your realtor, even if he sells 50 houses, bro, right. So I'll give you an example. When I had my real estate license, I had a listing for $14.6 million. After all the splits and everything, my commission would have been $250,000. That's a big commission, but somebody has to pay $14 million for that, right? On the flip side, like I said, with Marty McFly, his policy was $1,000 a month. You know what that netted me? $6,000. That's one transaction. You see what I'm saying? Plus, as an insurance agent, we get what's called renewal commission. And the reason I have no problem telling y'all this is because I'm licensed in the state of New York. And every state, no matter what it is, you have the right to ask your financial professional how they get paid. And legally, they have to tell you, I get a percentage of what you pay, or I charge XYZ fees. I do both. I charge a fee for you to sit down with me to create that financial plan for you. And then I get paid a commission from whatever recommendation if you should decide to take it.
Which is great. People need to pay for your time. Then on top of that, to have a professional sit down with you and go through all your stuff. Trust me, if you're gonna pay Mark Cuban, goddamn, what's her name, Susie Orman, and all them to sit down with you to do a consultation and get your life together, why not trust in a black man that really has your best interest? You know, and that's the thing. I wanted to ask you. So, out of all four of those brothers, how many bullshit and how many came through?
Well, I can't say that they bullshitted, right? Because again, it's there's a lot that goes into it, right? So number one, a lot of this information isn't disseminated to especially black folks because we don't get taught it. I'll give you an example. Back in 2012, I was working with a company called the D. Paola Financial Group. My sales manager, a white guy, asked me, hey, what's your business strategy? How are you going to make money? I said, well, I'm kind of tired of selling life insurance. I want to sell annuities, which is another life insurance product. An annuity is exactly what you call an IRA, but most people will think they got to go to Charles Schwab or Fidelity or some name brand company and pay exorbitant fees for something you could get for free 99 from a life insurance agent. But, I was like, I want to sell annuities. You know what he said? Nah, don't sell annuities. They suck right now. You should just stick to selling life insurance, buddy. Well, later that week, I just happened to stumble upon a document that was printed out that showed the production and payment of everyone in the office. So this guy, and I'll say his name, Steve, was making $25,000 a month selling annuities. That's why he didn't want my black ass in there selling annuities. Because he was making 25 grand a month selling annuities. So if my black ass gets there, I'm potential competition. Right? But also, we get taught a bunch of the bullshit and not really how to, like, people will talk about, insurance being a scam. Why? Because you scammed yourself. You didn't set yourself up with a proper policy. People will do things like, well, I want it as cheap as possible. So I got a policy on me, and then I did the family plan. I put my wife on the same policy. I put my kids on the same policy. Okay, great. So now when you die, they don't have any life insurance. It's just like if you got a cell phone plan, right? If you go to Verizon right now and you get a cell phone plan and then you add, your kids and wife, if you cancel your line of service, guess what happens to their line of service? Because you're the main line. Their shit goes away, right? So we don't get taught the exact strategies to even teach them to our people. So when I talk what I talk, it sounds like a foreign. I'm gonna give it to you all the way real. It sounds like bullshit because everybody else is beating you in the head with the bullshit. So when somebody comes to you with the truth, it sounds like bullshit. Because nobody else is saying what I'm saying. Everybody else is saying Shiba Inu to the moon. But they didn't tell you about the Biden billionaire tax on unrealized capital gains. Nobody told you that if you're not an accredited investor, you get taxed at ordinary income, not capital gains. What's good, Grego? So what does that mean? Well, let's look at it. Right now, capital gains, it used to be 15% before Obama changed it back up to 20, which is why I voted for Mitt Romney, because he was going to bring it back down, but he's a multimillionaire who's getting rich off of passive income and capital gains. So capital gains tax is 20%. Regular income tax for most middle-income Americans is about 33%. So let's look at it. You got a small investment and you come up $1,000 because these are real numbers. So, damn, capital gains is actually about to be 39%, young investor. But you're right. That shit is ridiculous. 32% is still ridiculous. Right? So now let's say you get that capital gain and you earn that $1,000. Well, with 20%, you're only going to have to pay $200 in taxes. Now, at regular income tax, you're going to pay $330 in taxes. So it may not have been worth it for you to even invest. Now, let's look at the fact that you're also probably investing with a robo-advisor or even a financial advisor. Well, financial advisors charge what's called a 2 and 20 fee, which is 2% of your net worth for life and 20%. What's up, Prince Pierre? What's going on? So 2% of your net worth for life and 20% of your capital gains. So let's use that same scenario. 20%, you come up $1,000. Then you got to pay 20% of that to me, $200. But you also got to pay 20% of that in taxes, $200. So damn, you actually only came up $600. But it's even worse if you're not an accredited investor and you're working with an advisor, because we still gonna charge you 2 and 20 fees. 2% of your net worth. Usually we won't charge you 2 and 20 fees because your net worth isn't enough. Which is why advisors charge small flat fees because they'd be like, these motherfuckers ain't even got enough money to make it worth my while to charge them 1% of their assets under management. They don't have enough assets, right? So now you're not an accredited investor, and you're getting 33% plus my 20%. So that's 53% of your money. So was it worth it to invest? Not really. Because if more than half of your money that you earned is getting taken away, did you really earn anything? I mean, in essence, yes. You know, and by the way, by no means am I saying stop investing wherever you're investing, whether that be, Smack a Bitch Coin or, Robinhood and Acorn, you know. But let's look at, we just have to look at the fact of what stuff is, right? And the reason we got to look at that fact, because like I said, you got a bunch of snake oil salesmen advisors, right? And like I said, not too many of those dudes were bullshitting, because there's a lot of factors that go into, a policy, right? Or a financial plan. I shouldn't just say a policy. But one of the big things that I hear all too often from Black folks is, especially when it comes to insurance, oh, I want to think about it, which is some bullshit. Because while you're thinking about it, guess who else is thinking? It's not like going to Walmart and just buying whatever the fuck you want. Insurance companies decide whether or not they will offer you the insurance.
Can I say
Right?
something, Marco?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And you're right. And it's mainly people. My mom has always kept life insurance, since I was a little boy. And here I am, a grown ass man far away. She still has it on me, and I have my own as well. You know how that is with moms. But anyway, I'll tell you this. I have aunts who have completely given up on their life insurances because they've been paying since 1970 something. And you know what they do now? They say, "Oh, don't worry about it. I own my home. This is that. My life is okay the way it is. I want my kids to just pay for my funeral through a funeral home, put me in a box, and put me in the ground with nothing left at all." So
yeah, but they know that going to the funeral home costs money, right?
yeah, they pay. Now they have packages where you could just pay.
I'm familiar with that. That's called pre-needs. Pre-needs is bullshit. Let me explain to you why. I had an uncle who died, and he had a pre-needs policy. His funeral was quote unquote paid for in full. Yeah, till the day he died. And then my grandmother had to come up with another $3,000 because they were like, oh, well, due to inflation, you have to pay more. We know 20 years ago when you paid for this, it was paid for in full, but he didn't die within 2 years.
Dude,
so pump up some more money.
That is facts, because that what happened to my aunt in New York, who was basically almost a millionaire. She spent a whole bunch of money. I told you that she had moved to Atlanta. Her kids made her lose a home. When she retired, they followed her from New York all the way down there. She was always taking care of them, spending money, getting them out of trouble, all different kind of things, man. It was just, it was crazy to the point where she was left with nothing but that, what we're talking about right now, enough to get her funeral, and everybody still had to cough up an extra $6,000.
Damn. But yeah, most of those dudes weren't about the BS. It's just financially they weren't where they thought they were, right? Because, and actually, a person who speaks about this very often is Dr. Anwar Dunbar, right? He'll talk about the fact that just because you make $100,000 on paper, you're usually worse off than someone who makes less, because you pay more in taxes. You pay more in things like you're going to put more money towards your retirement account, right? Stuff like that. So we have something called CSI, Coverage Savings Investments. And unfortunately, specifically with the black community, we get it backwards. We want to go into the investments because we heard again that the stock market is where it's at. But I just told you the wealthy don't play the stock market to earn money. They play the stock market to preserve capital. So that $100,000 in 10 years still has $100,000 worth of spending power. Not so that $100,000 makes them some fucking millionaire off of the stock market. And all these people who are sitting in their lawn chairs or their gaming chairs in front of a fucking Lambo that's rented, in front of a fucking mansion that's rented, are really getting money off of the saps who pay, all that money. He says, it sounds like there's a $1.5 million inheritance in your name. Send us $20K so that we can process and clear for deposit into your account scams. That's exactly what ends up happening. Right?
Put that back up.
Uh-huh. And I see those often.
Is that
right?
is that a normal speech that they give you?
So that's like one of those scams that comes ironically enough from like what the Nigerian scams or whatever, right? Where generally they'll hit senior citizens and they'll say, "Hey, Miss Old Lady in Florida who has no immediate family who's coming to see her, here's X amount of dollars. Here's $1 million, but in order to get it, you got to give us 20 grand." He says, "Niger scams." Yeah, man, those shits are real. And Young Investor says that's why the wealthy hire wealth managers. And it's very true. Right? But you got to be very diligent on your wealth manager. Right? You definitely want to make sure that they're a fiduciary, because as a fiduciary, they legally have to look out for your best interest. Right?
Let me tell you, today, Alonzo, I'm finding out that there are steps to this shit.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes this stuff goes over a lot of guys' heads. That's why they're probably not here right now. That's why the chat is probably not packed. But hey, this is good information, and we got this, I'm really, it's really making me rethink everything that I do.
Oh, yeah.
It really is.
Well, I wouldn't completely rethink. Whatever you have going is probably good for you. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right? He said right in that video you sent me, that advisor was screwing those clients. Yeah, bro, he was definitely screwing those clients in that video. I sent him a video with another certified financial planner who was talking about a situation where his friends didn't come to him. They went to somebody else. And then they ended up paying and then they came to him like, "Hey, you're our friend. You're in this field, right? Yeah, can you fix this for us?" And he was like, "Oh, now you want me to look at it?" And then he looked at it and he was like, "Yeah, you got screwed." Is basically the long and short. But he was like, don't ask me to look at it after the fact. You could have came to me and I could have gotten that fee.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that people are more prone, and it's sad, your own black people, they're more prone to embrace you if you said, "Okay, hey, I'm a virtual worker. I work from home and I work for Charles Schwab." If they see the badge, they see the label, they think automatically, "Okay, let's let me go ahead and let you be my financial advisor with all my money, everything." Now, if they don't see that and you say, "Hey, I'm just a contractor," that's an issue for them. And I know if you don't come with a big, like the one you said in the documentary, you work for New York Life. It just seems like they don't trust anything that's. Why can you not be an independent contractor and be trusted? I don't get it.
Well, here's what's worse, right? Because I get this question all the time. What company do you work for? And I'm a broker. So I don't work for a company. I work for you. But most people psychologically don't understand how that works. So most people psychologically are just like, well, how don't you work for a big name company? All we've ever been advertised is a big name company, right? But here's what's funny. If I told y'all the biggest mutual fund company in the world, I guarantee most of y'all right now would not know of its existence. The name of that company is PIMCO, PIMCO. Have any of you ever heard of that?
Yes, I have.
I heard it from you.
I've heard of it, yes.
Okay. That's the largest mutual fund in the world. But how many folks in the hood do you think heard of PIMCO and would invest in PIMCO? Not knowing that all those ETFs that they have with Fidelity and Schwab are invested in PIMCO, because PIMCO is the largest mutual fund on the planet. So again, it's about what's being trained to us. You see what I'm saying? Well, young investor, you're a little different. You're trying to work for Charles Schwab right now, so you better know about PIMCO. But what's up, Sheed?
What's going on, fellas? That's what I always be talking about, man. And to Nino's point, a lot of people not over here, they don't want to grow. They want to, they want to be stuck in that same shell. That's why I was telling Dr. Dunbar about me switching up my content. But, every now and then I don't get the views, so I got to come with the gender war, the manosphere, the women. You ain't got to get delivered. So when it come down to it, man, I'm mixing in a little fun and jokes, trying to push the narrative to get more people into, the talk. And then I start hitting them with the, the stocks, start hitting them with the, financial information.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. Yeah. And that's why I hit you up the other day to tell you to go on TLA, remember? And
yeah. When you hit me up, man, I went over there and I talked with him.
Yeah, I tried when I was on it. When I was looking at the stream, the damn thing went out when you was just about to go on. I was going over the mountain.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
So I have to go back.
I was on there talking to him about the trucking and stuff, and like I explained to him, man, and I was wrong in one thing, but to a degree I was right. They do give tickets in certain states. They give tickets based on, if you go through those ramps, those runoff ramps, they give you a ticket based on, pretty much, let's say, reckless endangerment or something like that, losing control of your vehicle. They give you a ticket for that. But, for the most part, they don't give you tickets based on all that stuff because, they're going to charge you. They're going to charge you on the point of getting you out of that gravel and stuff like that. And that guy, it was a tragic situation, And to my understanding, I believe that the company forced him into doing that.
Yeah, he was 23 years old, and even in that, since we talking about insurance too, is there any insurances? I know that those 4 lives that were taken, the actual trucking company that he worked for were going to pay for that. But because sometimes trucking companies try to get out of paying for anything.
Trucking company doesn't have to pay for that. They had insurance, right? So let's look at vehicle insurance, right? We're going to look at just limits of liability because I have multiple licenses. So not only am I in life and financial when it comes to insurance, I'm also in property and casualty. So when you're looking at, probably they had a fleet insurance because it was a fleet. I'm not exactly sure what the entirety of the situation is. But on an automobile, when you have your limits of liability, right? New York State limits of liability minimum are 25, 50, 10. What does that mean? The 25 means up to $25,000 for each individual in the accident that's not in my vehicle. Right? The 50 means up to a total of $50,000 for the entirety of the incident. And then 10 is $10,000 worth of property damage. Right? Believe it or not, most auto fleets are cheap. So they try to drive around with minimum insurance. But that's how every 3 to 6 months your premiums increase. as opposed to being what the insurance carrier considers a responsible insured, which is having at least 100, 300 of coverage. So that same scenario, what happens is those 4 people that died, their family might get $25,000 from the trunking company's insurance as a death benefit. Again, I don't know, exactly what coverage he had. I'm just using it as state minimums. But on the flip side, those 4 people, if, it was 4 people and he had 100, 300, well, $300,000, if it's $75,000 for a funeral for each person, they can at least give $75,000 to each one of those people's families. That's why when people come to me to buy car insurance, and then they also only buy liability only, and then they don't buy some life insurance, so I'd be like, so you really don't give a fuck about your family? And they'd be like, what do you mean? And I mean, like, well, you're driving around with life insurance for if you hit somebody else or if you kill somebody. But if you die, fuck your family is what you're saying. My family don't need shit. Fuck my family. They just gonna have to figure it out.
Damn,
But
man.
see, when I say that, I become the asshole. I've had a lot of people who have declined interviews with me because I use quote unquote colorful language. And I'm not going to stop, because if the word fuck or whatever is disturbing and the actual conditions that you're living in aren't much more disturbing, then that's where we have an issue.
So they want you to say it nice, which I think you probably could, Alonzo, but have you found that nice don't work?
It don't. Nice don't work.
I feel it.
When I'm nice with it, oh, okay. And then they move on, and then they die, and then they call me and they're like, oh, well, why didn't you tell me? And I'm like, well, I did, but you didn't listen. And what can I do? Like I said, my homeboy didn't listen. May of this year, he died. His daughter is 19. She inherited a house. I mean, the mortgage, because he only bought that house 2 years ago. See, it sounded nice that he bought the house and was going to leave it to her. But nigga, you died. You got a 30-year mortgage. You think this 19-year-old girl who's just now going to college is going to be able to pay a mortgage? Nah. So, now you've also got that King Ranch Ford, which is about the same cost as your house. Your daughter inherited that too. Oops. I mean, she inherited the car payment. Fuck. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not nice to say. But what's worse, that word or the conditions that she's living with right now? Because now she's susceptible to go get her cheeks clapped by a dude with a buy here, pay here Benz, get impregnated, get left, and then have disdain for black men because her superhero left her uncovered, which is her father. So now she don't even know how to discern for the right man, because she's just looking for a guy with a fancy car. Because she's 19 and don't know no better.
Alonzo, this is so good, brother. Let me tell you, the way you explain it this way, this is the way we need to talk to these regular people. You know why? Because they will get it. They will probably get it, because when we go into talking the professional, although you're professional, the professional talk, they won't get it because they don't understand, like the Shiba Inu coin. They didn't know. I didn't know what that was myself. I know about coins, but the one that cost $60 million, I didn't know about.
Yeah.
But when we talk about numbers, percentages, half of these dudes can't even do math. I'm not that good at math myself, but I get it. So I think sometimes you have to break it down all the way down in Dr. Seuss terms and then build them up.
Yeah.
What you think? It's because they make the money, they just don't know what to do.
Yeah. It's what ends up happening is you get misguided and you get pointed in the wrong directions, right? So actually, Young Investor says, yeah, he has a friend who sells insurance and he's heard similar stories from my friend about clients. It's so true. You have to be a coachable client, right? Like, I'll give you another example. This was earlier in 2019 when I was at a State Farm. So I had, yeah, he says they don't understand the gravity of their decisions when we use soft language. But I had a young lady who was always late with her car insurance payment, but that's neither here nor there. So what happens is, as the consumer, we get trained a certain way and we think a certain way, right? So I would be sitting on the phone with the client and I'd be like, well, let me I don't want to hear about it. 15 minutes, 15% or less. Anything else doesn't make any sense. Right? Because they think I'm just trying to sell you something. Yes, I'm trying to sell you something. But what is the definition of insurance? It's indemnification. What does indemnification mean? It means to make you whole after a loss. Right? So if, for example, car insurance companies will advertise bullshit like, we're the only company with new car replacement, which is bullshit. Every car insurance company has all the exact same bells and whistles. It's exactly like McDonald's and Burger King, right? If there's a McDonald's and a Burger King, what are they advertising now? These motherfuckers, every 10 years, we've got the best French fries. Y'all niggas got the same French fries y'all had 20 years ago.
Oh, we have 100% beef burgers.
Oh yeah, we got 100% beef burgers. What were they before?
I gotta push back on the French fry front. They ain't the same, man. Them things ain't the same. They don't taste as good as they used to, man. Back in the day when they had that good old fashioned trans fat in them.
No more trans fat. That's true. But all these companies, man, minus the trans fat French fries, but the 100% beef burger made with real white meat chicken nuggets. Like, what the fuck? What were they made before? Cardboard? No, they were all made out of the same shit, but the advertisement gets you to be like, well, now they're all 100% white meat. Now I'm going to go get a McDonald's nugget.
And you can tell that they made with fillers because, for one, if you eat, Burger King used to have 100% chicken nuggets, but they don't. Seems like they don't anymore because soon as the motherfuckers get cold, they turn into rubber.
Oh yeah.
So you got to be careful about that too. So I get the strategy. I get what you talk about. Not to get off the subject, but
No, that's all good. So the young lady, she was supposed to sit with me to talk about life insurance, and I was like, look, man, you really need to get in here and talk about this life insurance. You really need to get in here. So finally, I scheduled her. She was going to come into my office on a Saturday. I don't even work on Saturdays, but I was going to come into the office on Saturday just to help this young lady out. Well, that Thursday, I got a phone call. She goes, hey, I need to put in a claim. I just got T-boned on the highway. My first question, are you okay? Did you call the cops? Are you going to the hospital? Yes. All right, we'll start putting in a claim. You have liability only, so you're not going to get any money for your car. But then she calls back and she's like, I'm at the hospital and they keep asking me about medical payments. And because it's going to cost me a lot of money to sit in this hospital. And I was like, yeah, you can have medical payments, but we can't add it on now because you have an open claim and it wouldn't be retroactive. So she's like, well, what is that? Well, when I tried to talk to you last time, but you wanted to wait 15 minutes and you didn't want your car insurance to go up, it would have cost you a walloping $2.79 a month more. But now that you're in the hospital, it's about $1,000 a day. So, fuck that little shit I was telling you. Because that $279, oh, you're just trying to rip me off. Okay, go to the hospital, bitch. Oh, now that they're charging you $1,000 a day, you want that medical payment. Now you want me to take you. See, I'm sorry, click. Now, obviously, I didn't do that because, good customer service and stuff. But this is the shit that you be wanting to do to clients sometimes because they do dumb shit like not listen, but you're trained to wait to like Geico, which is Government Employees Insurance Company, if you didn't know.
Wow, I thought it was the little green man.
No, it's Government Employees Insurance Company. That's what Geico means. That's some sick shit, right?
we learn something every day. And it's
Well,
crazy because I have Geico insurance for one of my cars.
Yeah, Geico is decent. Geico is one of the best when it comes to like their mobile app. They're probably one of the preferred carriers. Now, when you're looking at coverage, in the Midwest, Allstate is actually king. State Farm is a big ass company, but State Farm wastes their money on commercials with Drake as opposed to fixing their payment system. So when you are a client, you may get your insurance lapsed because State Farm fucked up. And this isn't the agent, this is the corporation. State Farm fucked up. And now you can't pay your insurance premium because they paying more money on their fucking commercial with Drake than paying for their payment systems. So what about Farmers? Farmers is a pretty good company. They're heavy in the Midwest too. They're growing. And they have a lot of features and benefits, and they have pretty much good discounts. I actually may open my own Farmers agency because they have the lowest requirements. I used to own an Allstate back in 2015. That Allstate failed. It was in East New York. Unfortunately, the people in the neighborhood treated it more like a payment center. And unlike State Farm, see, if you're a State Farm agent, you don't have to accept a client who's not yours. So, let's say, Kwafi, you had State Farm, but you had State Farm from Sunclaw's agency, but you were in my neighborhood. So you said, well, let me come pay my car insurance. And you dropped into my office and said, well, I want to pay my car insurance. You're State Farm, right? I'd be like, no, this is the State Farm Alonzo Hall agency. You need to go to the Sunclaw agency and pay your bill because he's got your shit.
Yeah, but
you can't pay.
I can never reach Sunclaw.
Well, you can become my client.
Turtle.
Right? But Allstate, they was like, nah, we don't give a fuck. If they're a client and you're a representative of Allstate, you got to deal with them. So a lot of people would already have Allstate, and then they come to my office, I want to pay my bill. Well, listen, I don't get paid for paying bills, even though I have to accept the bill. I get paid for new policies. But here's some fucked up shit that you guys won't. Now, first of all, to invest in an Allstate, you need $50,000 liquid. That's just so you can pay them to use their name, so that I can have Allstate Alonzo Hall agency. Right? So I got to give these niggas 50 grand so I can use their name.
So
that has nothing.
So you're saying you don't have to take the payment. It's just like a franchise, like you're being a carrier, not a carrier, but a box, a box store that's only carrying the name. Yet you'll take. It's just like Metro PCS.
Yeah,
you'll take T-Mobile payments.
Yeah.
Well, T-Mobile, they still take Metro.
Yeah, but the worst part about it is Alonzo has to pay somebody to be up in the office. And they're utilizing that person's time. And Alonzo isn't getting paid any portion of that payment as a commission. Now, It would be a different story if that client ain't your client and they come to your office, that there's a fee attached to that payment, that you get paid, is one thing. But I don't think there was any fee attached to that payment in order to kind of make you whole on the time your employee is wasting with this person who you didn't ever made a commission on, and you're not making any money off of that transaction either.
Exactly. But Allstate didn't give a fuck. They was like, nigga, you using our name? Yep, well, you got to do it this way.
So people in your town, in the town where you had your shop, your office, did you capture any traffic from that neighborhood?
Not really. And I'll tell you why.
Okay, go ahead.
That's a good question. Well, one of the ways that they're still afloat, ironically enough, is because they prey on suckers like me who want to go out there and sell insurance. We pay $50,000. Our quote unquote territory manager gets 10,000 of that. He comes to the office every fucking once in a while and says, hey, your numbers are doing terrible. You need to increase your sales. And then nothing. And that's pretty much what happens. But they also set you up for failure. So, Kwafi, you're familiar with New York, right?
Yeah.
So, like I said, my office was in East New York, right? Now, we know that car insurance is based on where you are in terms of premiums, right?
Okay.
So, here's what's worse, though. They set the agent up for failure. He said, damn. Right? But they set me up for failure. They set the agent up for failure. And they understand this. But it's a numbers game, right? So I paid my 50 grand. Jose got his 10,000. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drop his name, but he got his 10,000. And then he
younger
came.
or older? Were you younger or older?
I was younger. He was substantially older.
Okay.
He got his 10,000, came to my office and was like, "Yeah, bro, you gotta pick up the numbers. Why don't you do something like an outreach and go do giveaways in the neighborhood or something?" Okay. Are you gonna give me some of that $10,000 to fucking do this? Because I just spent 50 grand out of a retirement account. So now I don't have that, but at least, I opened for business. And that doesn't include the salary that I had to pay to my agents, the cost of getting them licensed, the cost of opening, the signage, paying the electric bill and all that shit, getting the location, getting the furniture, because you have to get the company approved furniture. So it has to match their color scheme.
Wow.
It has to match. Yeah. It's just like opening a McDonald's. You can't just open a McDonald's and do whatever you want.
Well, Church's Chicken, they do it all the time because the Indian people, they do not follow the actual protocol of Church's Chicken. And
Wow.
Church's Chickens that following protocol are in Atlanta. But
Huh.
ones out here, the Indian people own them, and they are doing everything that they're not supposed to do that make Church's Chicken what it is. They are going
Wow.
cheap on what they fry the chicken in. They're going cheap on the gravy. The gravy is tasting like water. They never have hot sauce. They never have biscuits. They always go buy the cheap honey rolls at Hawaiian rolls at a regular store and give them to you in a thing. And people are starting to complain about them.
Wow.
Do a video on them as well. I filmed them. The lady was like, "Don't film us. Don't."
Hey, Alonzo, I
Man.
had a weird question.
Yes, sir.
That furniture that had to follow the color scheme, did they by any chance give you a list of where you could go to find the furniture with the exact right color pattern?
Oh, why? Of course not. Yes, they definitely did.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. They
See,
were like,
people,
here's
the
approved
reason I
vendors.
asked that question is because what you guys might not know is a lot of franchises out there, restaurant franchises. You can't just go to the market and buy your produce. You
Mm-mm.
have to get your produce from the approved provider and only from the approved provider at whatever price they're selling the produce at.
Yeah.
Some people don't follow that protocol, Son Claude. And I tell you, same thing with you notice Chick-fil-A is
But some of them have inspectors because that's how a lot of those franchises make their money. They don't make their money off of the franchising fees no more.
Mm-mm.
They get you on supplying you with the napkins, with the produce, and with everything else inside of that store that you need. And if for some reason you're coming up short all of a sudden when all the other stores in your area buy a certain amount of produce for a certain sales amount, they'll come over there and enforce that contract.
Facts.
That's a violation of the contract.
Well, Church's Chicken is going to get it from me in Vallejo.
Oh, definitely. Listen, if you write corporate, you'll get some. They'll be like, oh, here's a bunch of free coupons and here's a bunch of free shit. Thank you for blowing the whistle, all that. Because it's their brand that they got to keep up with, right? And right now you're just saying, yo, Church's Chicken. So nobody's going to think that specific Church's Chicken. They're just thinking Church's Chicken. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because let me tell you, I know this shit is not good for me, but I like churches. But one thing about it, I've never seen Kentucky Fried Chicken ever have a different taste only when it was owned by someone else, and you could tell that the chicken tastes like it was fried or baked in lighter fluid. They
Oh,
put
damn.
Yeah, it did not taste like the original special recipes. So I called in about it. And next time I went there, it, they had it back the way it was because, you got some people that want to cut corners. You have to invest in your franchise if you're doing a franchise, just like you said, and you're right. You have to have the matching colors and everything, but you just have some places, man, that just don't have that. Some people just have just enough, like the Church's Chicken in West End, by the West End in Atlanta, by the HBCU colleges, by
Hey,
Morehouse.
Puff,
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
have you ever noticed every now and then when you buy a soda, it tastes kind of watered down?
yeah,
It's fresh out of the bottle and it tastes like all the ice is already melted in your drink. This,
Mm.
this, this don't even have ice. This came straight out the bottle. Why does it taste watered down?
because they're trying to save money.
Some of the regional bottling plants are not owned by corporate.
Yeah,
They're
Mm.
franchised out.
yeah, because
They have to buy the syrup.
because you notice because if you go to Taco Bell, they don't Taco Bell is the only company that has the Baja uh, 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 Mountain Dew, the aqua looking drink. It's really good.
Yeah.
But they're the only ones that carry it. You may find somebody that may have it in off a different store like that do imports, but they don't have it. But yeah, it's made specifically by them, but they carry Mountain Dew name.
Yeah. But so really quick, like I was saying, they set you up for failure, right? Did Allstate, and the reason why is I'll tell you this: like we all know, if you live in a quote unquote bad neighborhood, your car insurance rates are higher. Well, I didn't know this until after I had to shut down because I had a buddy who, Quack, are you familiar with Five Towns in New York?
Heard of it?
So
Go ahead.
Five Towns is an area that's heavily populated by small hats or Jewish people. And, they're very affluent, right? So the buddy of mine had an Allstate agency in Five Towns. So what I did was I started prospecting in his area,
Which is
right?
rare if he's black because it's Jewish.
Oh no, he wasn't black. Yes, babe.
Okay.
Yeah, you can bring me a plate, please. I'll come eat out there. I'm online. Okay.
Man, you better go eat your meal.
Hold on. Let me
Close
walk
out
my
and come back.
let me
Y'all
walk
hearing how Alonzo gets spoiled? She
Mm.
bringing him a plate. What do you want to eat, babe? You want to eat here or you want to eat over there?
Look, fit, feminine, and submissive.
Listen, y'all. Don't get me to started, man. Y'all about to. My wife is sitting here laughing now. Oh yeah.
Hey, I like that though, Alonzo. We all wish we had that.
Oh, definitely, man. Listen, it's not easy to get. You definitely have to, be of a certain caliber. And I'll tell you, in terms of that, I actually had a female friend, lovely young lady, even though she has a 3-year-old son. If anybody's looking for a lady who is definitely down to be on your team and willing to get on your program, holla at me. I got a homegirl who was definitely with that. Now she's a little aggressive because, she's had to deal with stuff, but trust me, you can definitely mold her to your program. And she's just now 27.
But you know what
Right?
though? The thing is, if you're a person, see, I understand people. Is she from up that way?
Yeah.
I understand. I don't take women from places like New York, Connecticut, or Philly, anywhere, or New Jersey to be super aggressive because of the way they talk. They just talk like that. I mean,
Yeah.
I even like the way Kareem talk. Kareem is not an aggressive woman, but she talked with how can I put it? How
No, that's
I
good.
said the wrong thing.
I'll be out
Hey,
in a
that's
minute.
just her cadence. Hey, I have to address something that Rael said down there in the chat. He said that Alonzo is not being spoiled. He's being treated the way he's supposed to be treated.
Facts.
I disagree. When she threw that baby in there, that was spoiling him. Everything else I agree with, but that baby, that was the spoiling part right there. She had the cherry on top and the whipped cream. She didn't have to drizzle the chocolate sauce on top of it too. Now that's what the baby was.
Let's not forget about the caramel.
Facts. Listen, y'all got me blushing over here. But so basically what they did was they set it up for failure, because when I was talking to my buddy, and he's Jewish too, but his office in Five Towns, I started prospecting in his area and trying to get clients. Come to find out, Allstate does not only change the rates for the client based on location, but they change the rates for the producer based on the location. So I asked him, I was like, yo, can you prospect in my area and start giving some quotes so I would literally send him the name and number of somebody I quoted. He'd turn around and quote them, and it would be cheaper because he was in Five Towns. And we was like, whoa, that's kind of messed up. Like, so they actually do set you up for failure. Which is kind of effed up, but it is what it is.
And they've never been sued over something like that? Because it sounds a lot like redlining.
Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to prove. And they're a multi-billion-dollar corporation with big-time attorneys. So after a while, a lot of people just eat it, unfortunately. Kind of like what I was explaining with Marty McFly, right? And matter of fact, you was there when you and Ra was like, yo, get with Alonzo. Right? Well, he had a policy with New York Life. And the policy that he had with New York Life, he was paying $1,300 a month. I gave him a policy at $1,000 a month. Right? So initially off the rip, I saved him $300. But the policy that I gave him built more cash value. The policy that I gave him also, he only has to pay for 10 years, which is what he wanted to do, which is crazy because when I talked to my sales manager about it, he just got married and his wife works for New York Life. And he was like, I don't know why the agent didn't give him a limited pay. New York Life has a limited pay, which a limited pay is a permanent or a whole life insurance policy that you pay for like a term life insurance policy, meaning you're only going to pay it for 10 or 20 years. And after that 10 to 20 years, you stop paying, but you keep the insurance and you keep the cash value growing. I've read Jewish law books, and they have a different way of dealing with non-Jews. Blacks don't understand this inside group concept. Picket sign thinking. Big facts. Man, if I tell you, like my man Eugene Mitchell said, he actually learned this idea from a Jewish person. Everybody in the family get together, put $100, $200, $300, $400, $500 a month together, and get a big ass life insurance policy on Pop or the oldest person in the family. Well, why? Because the oldest person in the family is eventually gonna die, and then what do? Everybody who put in $500 or whatever a month, now, Pop or Big Mama dies, and the 14 of y'all got $3 million to split, right?
Oh, I wonder how that's going to go. People going to fight over it.
Well, they can. Oh, shit. Hold on.
What happened?
Why am I here twice?
Probably because you switch your device.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. That's better.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be set up in the policy as to who the beneficiaries are, so it would automatically be split at the time that the policy is being paid out?
Nope.
So there's a couple of ways you can do that. What'd you do, Ben? Too much.
Can I say something to this, Alonzo?
I'll be back. I'm not gonna eat in the room. I'll eat in the living room.
Hey, let me kill something with this. Most people, you're not gonna do this. So from experience, from when I talk to people, they had contracts put out to where the money's being split. Now you know who you're dealing with when you're dealing with family. You have some family members that are cordial and play the game fair. So it's easy to deal with those type of individuals. We set a
Well,
precedence
see,
to what we're
in
gonna
my
do.
family, I'd have to go get Suge,
Yeah, but that's what I said.
Suge
That's what
Knight,
contract.
to deal with them.
That's why I said contracts are to be written before you do this agreement. Because I was talking to some people about doing something similar to this, and my thing of it was I'll set a contract up, and in the contract it's going to state certain terms to where, let's say if a person dies who before the elder dies, their family or whomever have the obligation to either start paying in which the person supposed to been paying, or you'll split up their money and it dividends to every person or the person that wants to step up and take on the charges of paying for that. See, these things all need to be going into play before you talk, because everything can be taken to a court. No matter, you say, how you get more than me? Well, I paid for the policy when you said you didn't want to do it. Well, you never gave me an option. Well,
Or I
everyone
was there
else.
taking care of her before she died, but it
Yeah.
wasn't documented.
Yeah, but either or, if you was taking care of her or not, that policy is strictly for something totally different. If you have a life insurance and it's split, the money's being split, you put everything in the documentation. So when a person dies, you have that person sign, well, okay, they died. Everybody who agrees, they're gonna sign on this line. And you send that with your lawyer, whomever, because most people technically gonna have to deal with a lawyer, because or some kind of mediator, because most people are not common, like I said, using sense. So when you're doing it that way, you won't have no issues. But the majority, like he was saying, that Jews who do stuff like this and their families, they don't have this bickering over money because they know about money. They know how to deal with money. They know how to use money. They know how to delegate money with each other. Because that's one thing you're not going to find a whole bunch of Jews that, they might have a disagreement about money, but they're not going to have a fist fight or go blow it out about the money, because you know, presidents, it comes over everything. Everything can be worked out fairly and decently in a certain manner. Other people in their religions and what they have going on, it's an up and down slope. When it comes down, me and my friend, we did a business agreement as far as doing some things. And I didn't like the way the business deal was going. So I told him, go ahead and write me out the contract, and I don't need to be paid for this and that. And everything was cool. There was no, there was a little love lost at the beginning, but over time he got over it. We became back cool. My other friend, I told him about the contract. He didn't want to do the contract. Man, I've been knowing this dude since school, this and that. And his cousin, he knew him through another friend. He gave this guy $10,000, and 6 months, I think it wasn't even more than 6 months. I think it was probably 2 or 3 months with that money being in the account. The whole account got closed out. The guy probably left, a dollar in there just to, for the sake of having money in the account.
You got
And
to be
he didn't
careful.
have no kind of thing to where both parties had to sign for the account. No kind of joint biz, no joint venture, no contract where he can take the dude to court. So in the end, the guy made up this whole story about the issue with the money and what happened to the money and all this, and the guy just had to eat it. And it is not no shot to the guy who took his money personally. I mean, if when it comes down to it, you have somebody who's not knowing about business, or you kind of, I don't want to say a sucker,
You know
but
what, she?
if you find a sucker, you play him as one.
I have an uncle that died from COVID in November last year. He he had a not 8 to 9 bedroom house, had 8 daughters. Now, this man has worked all his life, retired. Now, he was retiring during COVID. Now, he didn't get a chance to really enjoy his retirement. And I think I told this story before, but the whole point was, you know, after he retired, he died from COVID because the daughters brought the kids over, during COVID when they were saying shelter in place, and he got it from the kids, and he died. But the whole point was he had all his affairs in order, money, everything put all his daughters through college, put them, you know, they all had good working jobs, real big, nice homes out in College Park and out in, what was it? You know what Shannon Mall area is? Anyway,
She making a
My
sandwich.
bad. No, I'm working. My bad. You know, I'm always working.
yeah,
But you talking about Union City?
yeah,
Yeah.
Union City, yeah, out that way, man. And they all were girls that, you know, they had things going, but none of them stayed. Were at home, but one of the daughters stayed at home, you know, with the mother and father to make sure, you know, because they were getting older, that, you know, she could, you know, see after them, and plus it helped her save money. You know, she's a nurse. Okay, she stayed there with them for many years. Now, when the dad died, he left a lot of things in that sister's name. And every last one of those girls came over there to that house when he died, as if like, oh, thank God he did, and want to fight her about the money. So you're right, Alonzo. You know, if it's not written, if it's not in a will, and then Ryle said something about a trust, that was important. But the thing is, their mother is still there, so they was fighting the mother and the daughter, the other daughter that lived there, for the money, the outside sister. So think about seven sisters coming at one daughter and a mother.
Wow, that's crazy. There's actually, and I'm still eating, so I appreciate y'all for holding me down while I eat. Um, but there's a couple of things. So one, what Rob was talking about a trust, is called an irrevocable family trust, right? So when we set up an irrevocable family trust, we're looking at, that's where you can't fight over who put what in for grandma's policy, right? Because it's a family trust. So what that means is everybody in the family has access to some of this money in some capacity. Now, you're going to make the most responsible person, obviously, you know, the executor of it, but generally you'll end up getting like an attorney or an estate planning attorney who will actually help you out with those types of things. That's actually why I wanted to speak to TLA. Even though he does divorces, he's a family court attorney. So family court tends to deal with estates, right? So when he sees like dissolution of assets, you can have a divorce life insurance policy before you even get married. I'll talk about that in the future. But there's also clauses that are built into your life insurance policy. So one of those is something called the spendthrift clause, right? Where if you got a wife who likes to spend, you know, at Macy's all the time, like you was talking about, Kwapi, or shit, you got a husband who likes to spend at Macy's all the time, like me. Shut up, babe. My wife just nodded her head. Talking about if you got a husband who likes to spend
But I bet you your Macy's card is at least 5,000 to 10,000.
Well, shit, that's about the Macy's payment. Right? But you know what happens, because I do like me some Tasso Alba. I didn't even hold you. Them Egyptian mercerized cotton shirts.
Damn,
Them shits.
look, you high value. I just go in there to buy INC, and the highest thing I've ever bought at Macy's was Bond 9 cologne. My polo.
Oh no! If you go to Macy's, the best cologne that they have is Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc Legend.
Dude, I got it with the silver top on it.
Yes.
That shit smells so good on me.
Oh my God, that's my favorite scent. That and Kenzo. If you get, well, Kenzo is from Bloomies, but
Lonzo, you said Legend, right?
yes, there it is. That's it right there. That is the best Mont Blanc out. And my wife said that shit do smell good. She ain't even gonna lie. And then the Kenzo, what is it? Kenzo flower? That was from Bloomies, though, right?
Now hold up. I need to qualify. How good does it smell? I have a question for your wife.
Oh, babe, they got a question for you. Come
Now,
here.
I'm trying to
Hold on, here
judge
she
how
comes.
good that Mont Blanc smells.
Okay.
When
She's
Alonzo
trying
is
to
away from home, do you
push
ever
it.
go into the clothes hamper and grab one of the shirts that he wore the day before because you miss the smell and just hold
Thanks
it
for
up
the
to your
share, Kat.
nose and inhale? Does it smell that good?
Yes. I don't know why there was gonna be a no in that. Yes.
Yes.
Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it.
Yes,
We
it's
heard it
true.
here first from Mrs.
Yeah.
Hall.
Yes.
But anyway, fellas, another one, and I know we're getting our Kevin Samuels on over here. But
That's all right.
another one that's really good is
Was that Aqua di Gio?
Jimmy
Now that's
Choo.
Jimmy
Oh,
Choo.
Jimmy Choo.
Yeah,
I haven't smelled that one yet. I'm gonna have to get to that.
bomb, very bomb.
Yeah, the only other one. See, I don't wear too many colognes, but the Mont Blanc, the Kenzo, and what was it? The Aqua di Gio? What is that? Armani
I'm gonna have
or
to try.
Armani? Something.
Whatever you do, don't
What
buy this shit. Don't ever buy this.
What is that?
I like Kanye West, but it is not good.
Oh shit.
Spray it in the bathroom when you use the bathroom, but don't put it on your body.
Oh damn.
Now what I'm rocking right now is this was it Eros by Versace?
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Oh wow, I do. Hey, I got the whole collection of that.
You know what? Another one of my favorites is the Burberry. I think it's Burberry Escada, which is, I believe that's the blue box. And one of my favorites, and y'all gonna swear to God I'm an old man when I tell y'all this. One of my favorite scents, besides gray flannel, which is some old man shit, as is Dracar Noir, but I'm kind of an old man at heart.
Boy, I was about to say that gray flannel. That back in the day, a lot of guys in Atlanta say, "Man, get gray flannel," but that's what their dad was wearing. And
Mm.
now that I look at it now, it smells like it took me a while to get out of Dracar.
Mm.
But this one here, this is the Versace that I think Santa Claus is talking about, or is this
Oh,
one?
that shit looks
I have
that
both
one.
of them, and they're both good. The one I
Okay.
have is the one with the face on it. That's the one I'm using right now. And I ran out of the other one in that light blue bottle, but they both smell good, really good.
Y'all about to really call me an old man when I tell y'all this thing. Perry Ellis 360. Oh my God.
You
One of my
know,
favorite scents ever.
I had an interesting experience one day.
Yeah.
I was at the job, right? And I tore up that bathroom, man. I walked out of there and I said, I hope nobody goes in there for like 15 minutes. I want to at least be away from this door when somebody walk in there so they don't know me who was in there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm walking out of the bathroom and I walk by the female janitor and she said, "What's that smell?" And I said, "Oh my God. Did she smell what I just did in there? I thought I wiped good." And I said, "What did you say?" She said, "Oh, what's that cologne?" Oh my God. I was so happy.
Wow. That's funny as hell.
But I was wearing a knockoff of that Aqua di Giorgio.
Mm. I like the Aqua di Gio. It's definitely a good scent. And Kwafi, you got a collection there, bro. But you just broke out my favorite, the Mont Blanc and the Kenzo. But like I said, that gray flannel and that Dracar Noir, those are old man scents. Those are scents that Kevin Samuels should be wearing. You know, or people like Obsidian, old dudes.
But then again, you know, it's all about your body chemistry too, because certain things smell different on certain people. Like
That's
I'm gonna
cool.
tell y'all, this one right here would be considered as an old man's cologne by Penguin, but this shit is bomb.
Oh, Penguin is bomb.
Yeah, this one is good, and of course I do. Oh shit! Of course I like this one, Light Blue by Dolce and Gabbana.
Okay.
And my old man scent of them all would be Photo Lagerfield. I don't have it right here right now.
Ooh,
And Safari by
Lagerfield.
Polo, Safari by Polo, but also Paul Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can't go wrong with this, fellas. You know, if you're funky a little bit, you can put a little bit of this on even after you play basketball, and you'll still smell good.
Oh yeah,
Sure. You know,
that's a classic.
yeah. And here's another Versace.
That's
Now,
definitely a
Quasi,
classic.
I have a question for you. As far as the not the cologne, but deodorants. Now, if you're wearing a nice cologne, would you go with an unscented deodorant?
Yes, I would say unscented deodorant, but buy the cheap Suave deodorant that's baby powder. Don't buy that other shit that smell like sports. You'll get musty real quick.
Mm.
Yeah, even by Secret, the one they say is made for, what is it?
I
Made
buy it.
Strong enough for a man, but made for a woman.
I couldn't stand that slogan because they
I,
always
I buy the unscented one of that brand because sometimes you can't find the unscented men's cologne.
well the unscented, the very good unscented deodorant is by Arm and Hammer. You won't get musty or anything. That's even with men who have a whole bunch of hair.
I
What
have
about
to.
Mixer?
Oh, that's some high price shit, boy. You high class.
Look, if you want to be
I
real
like it,
fresh,
but it's funny. I mean,
Arm and Hammer and
yeah, Arm and Hammer. Yeah.
Gold Bond, they have a body spray, which is basically a powder. It's basically powder in a can,
Okay.
so that you can spray you can powder your important areas, so that throughout the day they don't develop a je ne sais quoi, an aroma that you don't necessarily want.
Mm.
Sneak tip. That's all.
Word, I like that though. That's some ill information for the future.
Well,
So
but
hold on, Quack, because you were saying that. Now I done seen you with a bunch of luxury items, so you can't call me high class and say you ain't too, because.
hey,
But
man, I try not to, but I have the essentials at my house because I like to be comfortable. I
yeah,
think every man should be comfortable, even if you're married, because you only have so much of the damn house because you have a wife.
exact. Well,
Your closet,
that's a little
maybe.
different for me.
Y'all know that I get that, but most guys I know that I've been at their house, they work very hard. And I
Yeah.
look, I'm like, damn, dude, you only got one part of the closet.
For example, this is my closet. I don't know if you can see it.
I like that color palette, boy.
Are you talking about this one or this one?
That and
Or
the
the-
pink. No, the pink. Go, yeah,
Yeah.
I like that.
And then I got a couple more. You know, I need to get another brown and another green suit. I haven't. I used to have a nice hunter green suit, but I was a lot larger. I used to be a 46 regular.
I remember
Now I'm
you
a
told me
36
that.
regular.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember you told me that. I'm right at 34, 36. So I
Yeah.
yeah.
So I lost a lot.
Hey,
But that was my closet.
hey, but
Right.
you can get that till it down. But but back to what I was saying, I was like, most guys who houses I have been to, they only have nothing but work uniforms in the closet. Maybe one linen cheap suit.
Oh yeah.
And the wife got all kind of shit, maxi dresses,
And this is
Coco Chanel.
the wife's closet.
Oh, okay. You got more than she got.
No, I don't.
Oh, look at those. I like that though, man. I love the fact that y'all just got y'all shit together. I like that.
I just got this one for her, right? Because my nickname is Snoopy.
Okay.
So I had to go get. I went and my mother had never had like a Coach item, so I bought her the Basquiat Coach bag.
yeah.
And then I said, well, while I'm at it, let me buy this because it's Snoopy for my wife because my nickname is Snoopy.
I like that.
And now y'all see why his wife be calling him baby.
Hey, my ex-wife used to call me Jelly Bean. because I used to eat jelly beans a lot.
Mm.
But speaking of Coach, I always have liked Coach, but
Oh, those are fire.
I'm gonna get the bottom painted red,
Oh,
so they can be different. Everybody got these, not everybody,
Mm.
but yeah.
the only luxury shoe I have right now is a Roberto Cavalli, and I don't even like it. It's too tight on my foot. I prefer, if to be honest, you could call me a Kevin Samuel stand with this. I love a Chelsea boot.
Okay, but you
Yeah.
can do that, Alonzo, because of who you are. You're often in suits, see, and you know how to wear it like a man. You're not wearing it like a funny guy.
Oh
You know?
no.
Now, these right here, I think if I was in your field, I would wear these.
Oh God, yes.
With
Those
the,
are fire, and they're nice and shiny. Are those patent leather?
no, they just regular leather, and they are they Calvin Kleins. I don't know if you can
Oh,
see.
see, I love Calvin.
Yeah, they're Calvin Kleins with the zipper on the side. You know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, these are really nice, man. I wore them one time.
Those junks are hard body, yo. I know we went kind of off the beaten path and went into fashion, and there's nothing wrong with that, especially because Quappy, you're the fashion guy, so
But
you
we
know
need a little bit of that.
exactly. You know, and that's one thing that I have to. Oh my God, that's not. See, I'm not into the monk strap, but that boot is fire. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Now, I
See,
wanted to say something about the on the cologne front.
mhm.
That Arrows I was telling you about, I wear it every day to work. I jump in and out of the truck. I be delivering packages, and I'm wearing that Arrows, man.
Mhm.
You know, because it feels good. It just feels good to smell nice. To wherever you go, you're smelling nice.
Right.
You know, it's nothing wrong with having a few cheap items
Yeah.
if they work good. So it's not about the price for me. It's more of do the shit work. You know,
Well, one
even,
of my favorite items from Macy's outside of Casa Welba is actually Bar 3. So when I shop at Macy's, I basically shop Macy's brand because their brand, even though they have, if you go to 34th Street now, they actually carry Thomas Pink.
okay.
And I ain't really trying to wear Thomas Pink because I think he's overpriced for the English style. But then even when we're looking at fashion, right? Because I used to be portly, all my suits used to be Michael Kors. Now that I'm slender, I can wear that Bar 3 stuff because Michael Kors fits nice on a portly body, right? And, this actually, ironically enough, goes back into our communities. When I was working at a accounting firm, and this was ironically enough my Hunter Green suit, right? And this suit that I wore, the black girls used to clown me. Oh, why are you wearing them suits from Al's Hat Shop? While the Russian girl came up to me and she was like, that suit is Michael Kors. I was like, how the fuck did you know? She was, I can tell by the cut. I was like, oh shit. She was like, yeah, it has a certain cut. She was like, those girls might not know. But again, that kind of comes to the despair, right? Where in our community, we don't know, right? We think of a good church suit or a good, funeral suit, but we don't think like that's all, that's it, right?
And it
We
don't
don't
fit
really,
right.
hmm?
And the so-called church suit don't fit right.
Right. It's more or less like a court suit or a jail suit,
Dude, let me tell
right?
you, I never thought that I would buy anything like this, but I love the fuck out of these. I bought these from Macy's too.
Oh, that's fire.
What that just fabric? What's that?
You know, these are pants.
Oh,
man,
shit.
that's nice,
Man,
man.
I didn't know his pants like that.
Yeah.
Oh man, I rock the milk, boy, and
With
it's
all,
I don't
that red
say-
in an
too.
all black shirt and some shiny ass patent leather shoes.
And those are silk too, huh?
Yeah, they silk. Maybe it's
Yeah.
silk blend.
I,
You know, INC have good material. That's why.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Coffee, you done went too far, man.
Oh, I
You
love
done went
INC.
too far.
And I
fellas,
normally
I was
don't.
big.
I will tell you why you went too far. That fabric looks like something that you would wrap a present with. And then you got them not as a shirt, but as pants. And what do you keep in your pants? Your package. I rest my case,
What's good,
Judge.
bro?
You know what? That helps camouflage it.
I talked to Kelly.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was big, man, on fashion back in the day. Like my homeboys, man, like I don't like I was like jerseys, like I had all the throwbacks. I had, just nice jabos and all that stuff. Cause when I started working, I was able to buy the things that I want match. My grandmother one day, I think I was probably in the ninth or tenth, well, 10th or 11th grade or so. And my grandma came downstairs and she looked at my clothes and she said, why you have so many pants? I'm just saying, yeah, you got a multi, wear with different colors. She said, you got 28 pair of pants. She said,
That's a
you
lot.
literally got 13. I think I had about, I think it was 10 or 12, something like that, 13, just virgins of dog jeans. I had the leather. I had like this little, it wasn't like, it wasn't actually leather, but it was a leather type material. It probably was leather, but I was just shopping crazy. You know, um, I had just regular blue jeans. I had like a charcoal looking dark blue jeans. I had the like the blue jeans that had like how you iron your jeans and it has like a smooth feel to them. I forgot the fabric that they said it was. It was just a nice look, so I bought them. And then my biggest thing was I would always
Oh,
travel
Lord.
when I was younger. So I would go to New York, go to Iowa, and I would get the real authentic winter clothes, and then I would get their fashions and bring them down here to the South. Man, I was like a whole nother world. Like I had a sneaker guy that I lost contact with. He got me the 25th edition all black I think it was 25th or 75 or something like that year edition Air Force Ones. Now these are the ones with the glow up in the back that when you walk it lights up, and there was a limited supply of those sold. I got those. I got the whole clear shoes when the I think it was Fantastic Four had came out because I was promoting the movie, and they had these clear shoes. I wanted the I think it was the powder blue and the clear sole in the back. It was like plastic, and you can see your socks and everything. So what I would do would buy. I had the green pair. So what I would do is get those shoes and wear like just crazy socks to go along with those. I I was real sneaker buff when I was out of school. But as I got older, I started getting into suits and fashion and stuff, and I was getting different clothes. Like
I
a
want
lot
that.
of
Excuse me, but I want that. Is that a barber's
That's
cape?
a barber smock. I'm in my barber shop right now with one of the barbers. He just showing off the smock.
Yeah, I
okay.
like that. I make stuff like that. Yeah, that's hot.
Yeah. Facts.
Got the name on it.
Yeah, I told you the lady I know, man, up in down here in Atlanta, she got her own barber supply shop. Yeah,
Yes,
she's
that's right.
killing
I
it.
got to get with you because, like you said, man, we got to connect and contact, man. I already
Yep.
contacted with a dude who had sent me a sample of some free beard oil and stuff. And
Yeah.
my main barber was like, yo, this shit's fire. I called the dude. He never got back with me. So I'm like, all right, well, now we got to go elsewhere for our beard oil because
Might want to talk to
this,
Fasting.
yeah.
Hey, and who said you
Fasting
can't
said he
get your
got
Kevin
some guy.
Samuels on?
Oh my
Oh
gosh. Look at
man.
that bag. That shit is fire. That's Fendi too.
Yeah, and it's real. I,
That shit
I,
is
I, I
fuego.
really, I really never bought a bag for $2,000, but that's what it costs.
Mm,
Mm.
yeah. That sound like us. Hey, Brody, I'll be back.
All right, bro.
Yeah,
Love you,
man.
man.
Love
I even
you,
got my
son.
own. I got my own closet to the side. A little small. Ain't as big as my wife's. My wife got way more clothes than me, man. I started getting out of the more the clothes and fashion and stuff, man, because I started trying like my youngest son. he's into it. So I'm looking at getting him a lot of stuff, man. I just bought him some nice outfits for Christmas, and bought him a couple of shoes. Like he really like matching up, and then he's more of a brand type guy, and I'm showing him how to you can match the brands with the colors as well. You just gotta accessorize with it.
Facts.
Yeah, cause I would go just to find a piece of, like, I had a pair of I think it uh was it academics? I had a pair of academic jeans I had got. And the academic jeans, they were all black, but it had yellow knee pads. They had yellow and orange paints just splattered all over them. They were just different. That's the only reason I got them. So it literally looked like it was some hobo jeans, but like if you get close and look at them, they were just totally different. They had paint splattered all over them and stuff like
But
that.
you know what?
I got them up from Jersey.
No matter what design they are, no matter what label they are, if they look good on you and they feel good, let it be. A lot of people
Yeah,
that get to the point where they say, "Oh man, but that's out of style." This is, uh, I'm not gonna lie, I laughed at my brother because he was like, "Look at these new shirts I bought," and they were Echo. You remember with the big Echo sign on the t-shirts?
yeah,
Hmm.
And I was like, "Man, come on now, you 50 years old. We got to take that off."
yeah.
But he still looked young though. He could pass for 30.
Yeah, I
But,
told you, man. All I wear now is button-up shirts, man. Them three button polos. I'm
yeah,
I'm I'm big on the what's the golfer name? Jack. Was it Jack Nicholson?
okay.
And I got a couple of those shirts. I got a lot of Jack Nicholson shirts, and then I have the what's the Bear logo one? I have that one.
I know what
I
you're
got a
talking
couple
about.
of was it Ivy? Yeah, I got mostly just like those
I
shirts,
know
and
y'all
I
recognize.
get them from Ross all the time.
Cool. There ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Look, I get stuff from everywhere. I know y'all recognize this, don't you?
You're welcome.
Yeah. Yep.
I made this.
Oh, you made
Oh,
that?
that's hot too.
I know y'all
Man, I ought
recognize
to share.
this.
I ought to show you my shorts I made. Don't you? I made a pair of shorts, man. I can't find them, man, because I got some real cheap material, and
Uh-huh.
the material was thin, but I made a pair of shorts, man. I'm telling you, the shorts is so fire. I took like a book bag. I cut the little mesh net because I couldn't find it in the store, so I took the book bag, cut the mesh nets out, and I ripped the pants up. Man, y'all gonna make me go look for them shorts and display them. Yeah, yeah, man. Go ahead.
Why? But I mean, that's what it's about. Like you said, the fashion is great and the style is great, but it's not always about the name brand. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, there's certain brands, like I understand brand loyalty for a reason. If you like a brand because, like I said, there's a certain way it's cut and it fits you a certain way, okay, then that works. Like I like Tasso Elba because of the Egyptian mercerized cotton, right? It's nice and soft on my skin when I wear it, and generally I only like to wear their French cuff shirts, right? Because then with the cufflinks, it pops even more. And, the collar, it's just kind of like a whole experience with that shit. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, boss? Versus, the regular degular shit. You know what I'm saying? So that shit pops, and I'm like, oh, wow, well, I love the way that pops, you know? Um, Or like bar three. I wear actually a lot of Macy's brands now that I'm slender because again, it fits my body better, right? But when I was portly or 200 plus pounds, that shit didn't fit my body right.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
bar three too. Bar three shoes are kind of big, but I still like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I said, damn, I thought I was the only one with these, and I looked up and I saw when Charles Faulkner sent me a picture of him in a suit.
Oh shit.
I'd be damned if he had the shoes, but hey, everybody wear them different.
Yeah. Oh yes, the wingtips. Those shits are hard body.
And Charles Faulkner, the only one I seen with him.
See, I had something similar to that at my 8th grade dinner dance. I wore the black and white pinstripe suit. Um, That shit was hard body though. Listen, man, y'all done whipped me into shape, man. I feel like a bum now the way I be dressing on a regular. Cause now I just like recently I just been wearing t-shirt and jeans, right? But you seen the closet. I got that closet full of stuff, but I haven't been able to like go out and stuff. So here's what I'm gonna do. And Kwafi, I thank you for this. I am going to hold a Zoom meeting. So it's going to be different from, he said, my man said, my 8th grade, yes. And yes, I was portly, bro, over 200 pounds. But I'm going to throw a Zoom meeting specifically for people to come and ask questions and stuff. Kind of like I did with the Brunch and Wealth. Brunch and Wealth is hosted by my company. Whereas if I do this one, and pardon me, y'all, I'm on the elevator, so I might lose y'all for a second.
Yeah.
But part of what I think can help is, and I actually tried to do this when I had the Allstate, right? So I want to do basically what's called a review. And I only want it to be a small amount of people. And unlike the way my boss does, which I got to get a couple of commissions, I will actually pay for y'all to have lunch, right? That's why I need it to be a small amount of people, and I'll give like a registration in advance link so I can know, how many people I got to pay for their lunch, because I already have my business Uber Eats account. So with my business Uber Eats account, I can literally just send y'all the code and let y'all eat off of whatever I pay for. But I would do that in order to educate folks, right? So it'd be like this. Let me, only people who have an insurance policy need to come, because we're going to understand what it is that you have, just to understand the jargon in it, right? Like we were talking earlier about like things like irrevocable trusts, right? Where it's going to save your family from, fighting over the inheritance. Well, another way about that is already listed in the insurance policy, and it's a clause called per stirpes or per capita. So how that works is very similar to what she was saying. Somebody died. Oh shit, what is that? You made that? Yeah, that's fine. That's my style right there. I love the pinstripes. That's one of my favorite things. But so per stirpes and per capita, basically somebody dies, the next of kin will be able to receive it. See, I can't get with the tiger stripes. Give me 1 second. Let me respond to this text.
But I'll tell you this. All this shit you see me pulling out, I don't put it on. I'm a regular t-shirts and pants guy. This is not what I do every day. You talking about you don't feel like you dressing up, dude. It's good to have these things, so when you do step out, if you go on to an important event or just somewhere, it's good to have it. But this ain't what I do every day.
I feel you.
No, sir.
I'll show y'all these shorts that I made. It's the Wascom is wrinkled up because I had them balled up because I don't wear them like I said.
You said your grandmother taught you how to sew, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
my
what's
aunt, all of them. Now check these out. All right. Damn, it's not enough light.
No, go ahead. Put the camera all the way down on.
Now I'm gonna get my light in my son's room so he can make it a lot brighter where y'all can see it more.
So anything you guys see me see anything that I wear, even on video, it's more like it has a history of fashion behind it. Because my trademark for this year was this the whole time. Because I saw Michael Jackson with it on.
The safari hat.
Yeah, I rock these a whole lot.
Actually, I've been seeing you, and even like in your videos, you rock the hats.
Yeah, a lot of Nigerian people wear these.
Ah, okay.
All right, y'all ready for it?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Okay.
these, I
Damn,
made
boy,
this,
you
I got
good.
the leather. I sold this leather in. If you get close enough, you should be
Oh
able to see
shit.
the gold
See, you
stitching that I
good.
put around. I actually put these buttons in, every one of them. I put the buttons in around that star. This is the pocket, that mesh pocket I told you that came off a book bag because I
Okay.
wanted
Mm-hmm.
my these the back pockets I wanted to be see through. The front pockets are on a slant. I'll show you that.
Damn,
But
boy, you could have went to fashion school.
For
I
real.
actually had a degree. I had a degree to go to Barter College because I was gonna go to the one out in Cali, but it was too expensive. Then I looked at the one in New York. I think it was Pearson or something like that. And I was looking at going there. Oh, what Pearson's in New York? Yeah, I know that was the one I was looking at for that. And then the other front pocket was this. Yeah, this the front pocket right here. I mean, no, this the back pocket. So the other one was just a regular slanted pocket, but one's leather. You see the X on there that I put on there. One was leather with the X, and the other one was a tan with the X as well. Another one of the mesh pockets, and on this side, I put the actual leather pocket big on the side where you the strap and
She, man,
everything.
you
You can
so
strap it
good. You
down.
know, she,
Pocket
let me
that you can
tell
open
you.
up, put stuff in it. Buttons on the
She's
end,
doing the wrong
and
profession, man. You need to
look,
be making clothes.
and I
Yeah,
had a sleeve right here on the side to where I was gonna put a button to zip up to put stuff in. And this was just some trimming I had found and just put it in myself. I seen the design, so I put that design in myself, man. Did all
hey,
that myself.
she, when I come to Atlanta, we doing business.
Hey, man, yeah. This is like a pastime fun, man. Gotta get my
Man, I
Man,
money
listen, you
appreciate
popping
could be
you.
from
Virgil
time
Abloh.
to time.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
he did a
man.
good job. Don't you know how hard it is for people to make pockets? How hard it is for them to manipulate fabric like leather, which is a natural fiber. Uh,
Mm.
Yeah,
addition to hand stitch and be able to put buttons on. I don't have that talent, but I can do it.
yeah. I actually bought one of those rip the one way
Uh,
sewing machines. I
yeah,
bought one of those and I just went to town, man. Like I just started doing like it was like a while when I wasn't really working too much tough. Like I just had that one basic job that I came home every night, and I was like, man, I got so much time on my hand. And I was just like, man, I'm gonna go ahead and get back into fashion for a minute. So I started drawing, got my designs. Like one of my homeboys, he make his own T-shirts and stuff now. He was telling me to get back in it. And that's why I told him I was like going into the new year, that's gonna be my thing, man. I'm going to get back in it.
you know what? It's a
Mm.
dude that I know. He's a photographer and he's a semi designer. I've been
Yeah.
knowing him for a while. He hang out with Killer Mike and all them. You can look him up on Instagram. The name of his label is called Popular Lame. Lame, ALME. Popular
Mm.
Lame, which is supposed to be like an educated lame. And
Mm-hmm.
he's out of Decatur in Atlanta.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to check that. Also, speaking of polos and shit, my brother just started working for a company. I guess they're based in Florida, called Psycho Bunny.
Oh shit.
And
Never.
I don't know how I feel about their fashion, to be honest. It looks like a rip off Abercrombie. And I'm not a big Abercrombie fan either. So, to rip off Abercrombie is hard. And, I remember back in the days, man, dudes from the hood, we used to, here in Connecticut, it used to be some dudes who used to be like, nah, son, we wearing that white boy shit. We wearing that Abercrombie and Fitch because we getting money. And I'm like, Abercrombie ain't even all that now.
But now
Now,
the cologne smell good, but the clothes is made for white boys.
yeah. But I tell you what, I do like American Eagle jeans. Their jeans fit me perfect. I
Because
don't know why.
you're real slim, that's why. And they made for white boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely made for white boys. But like you said, being slim, it makes it a lot easier to fit in a lot of that shit. I'll tell you that much. Because when I was portly, man, that shit, like I said, man, I used to dress a certain way. But now I love it, man, and you know, this should be crazy. Like we look at it, and you'll find a boatload of especially for thinner guys, man. But one thing I don't like, and Kwafi, you could tell me if I'm off on this. When we're looking at blade, like I'm a short dude, right? So I only do 2 buttons. But now that I'm thinner, I had a designer or a stylist who was like, yo, you can get away with the 1 button. I think the 1 button is straight Euro style. And even though I like English style, I don't like Euro style. And I think the 1 button is just, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I think the 1 button blazer is for like the alphabet committee.
No, man. It depends on how you wear it. I think you can get away with both. The 1 button says money. You hear me? For real.
Okay.
Now, and if you're doing the 1 button black suit or blue suit, that's straight up the color palette for business. So most men, younger men, are wearing 1 button. The older men are wearing 2 buttons.
Yeah, I still wear 2 buttons.
And ain't nothing wrong with that either.
Listen, I had to get away, and this was when I first started. Ironically, I used to work at Macy's Herald Square, right? But I had to actually unlearn all the BS they taught me in the academy when it comes from, you know, our community, because I was wearing 3 buttons. Dude, I ain't even 5'10". I'm 5'8". I looked ridiculous in a 3 button, but I didn't know any better because all the OGs was like, yeah, here, we're going to come. You know, that was the alley suit shop that I used to go to.
Well, the 3 buttons is for your granddad. 2 buttons, maybe middle-aged guy. The new millennials, those millennials, maybe even alpha, they wear 1 button or no buttons at all.
Yeah.
And the alpha, they wear high-watered pants. You see that? They doing.
I do that.
Well, that's a style, English style, like from the Beatles. They started that. See, it went away and it came back. I mean, within 2 years, and the guy started. And you see it every African wedding or every prom that a black guy go to. They wearing the high watered, pants.
And the shoes with no socks. That's a new thing.
Yeah, the shoes with no socks be a good killer, man. But you gotta have the killer shoes. You can't. It's like wearing slides, man. If you wearing some shoes that ain't right, man, they gotta be cut right. The look has gotta be there. That's like with me getting into a lot of my dress casual and start getting more suits now. I got 1 suit that I actually gotta go get tailored. And that's my thing. When I would always get my suits and everything, I would always get them tailored, and to the extent like I don't even have no more suits now. That 1 suit I got now, that's it. Other than that, like, man,
Well,
long
let me
story.
give you.
I had lost a lot of my suits, a lot of my clothes that I had in fashion. Man, I lost a lot of that stuff when I was doing transition and moving around.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Actually, I should mention this for anybody who's in the Georgia area. A friend of mine, and I big up everybody. They ain't got to big me up. I'll definitely do it. But I appreciate y'all bigging me up, especially she, man. You be I'm about to have to put you on payroll, bro.
Hey man, I got about 2 or 3 appointments we gotta go handle, man. I gotta get this free time and see when you available because I got 2 other they other little groups, within the YouTube area. They wanna, talk insurance because one guy I was talking to him this morning and he was like, man, he said, I know God sent you here for a reason, dog, because he said all this stuff I talk about
Hold
excellence
on
and
a second,
building the
fellas. Hold on.
community, I ain't got no life insurance. And
Oh
I said,
wow.
what? I said, hold on. You the same dude that's telling your kids to build this and do that, and you ain't got no life insurance? He said, no, man. And I had to just bury my cause he buried his brothers. I mean, he buried his son's I think his son brother.
Oh wow.
because that's his half son. Like split with family and stuff like that. But
Right.
you know, and I guess his dad didn't have the money, and he's with his mom and stuff. But that's his half brother from his dad's side. So he ended up just initially and say, I don't want nothing to happen. Go out with the boy like this. So I'm gonna take care of everything. And they was like, well, if you pay it because of the incident, the way it happened, it was something to do with a bus and some that he can retain the money back. So he was like, I'm not worrying about that. If I get it, I do. I don't. I'm just gonna do it on the strength of just doing the right thing. And I
Right.
told him, I said, well, what'd happen to you if you die? Who's gonna give that same favor to your wife and kids? I said,
Right.
man, everybody don't understand when you get when you have income deplete from the household, somebody's going to the poorhouse because
Hmm.
if it takes both of y'all to pay that house off and one of y'all lose a job, you're not losing the job part-time to where you can bounce back. You're losing life, everything. And a lot of people don't realize that till it get too late. And then just like I tell people, I say, let's say you by yourself, you ain't got no kids, you ain't got nobody's there for you. You can go riding in that house for months. That's why I say, my uncle, he was one of the ones that say, I want you to look out for me, boy, take care of me. I'm put you over my life insurance as beneficiary. I said, man, I appreciate that, uncle. I was like, but what happened to my cousin them? He's like, man, they ain't about nothing. So he went on and just, did what he did. And I took care of his life insurance and everything, handled everything for him, you know. And when it come down to it, you know, people gotta have somebody they can trust and deal with. And that's why I always promote life insurance. That's why I always promote you, because I say, man, if you ain't got life insurance, why not deal with Alonzo?
Let me
Just
ask
like
you a
I told
question.
people, I'm gonna start giving out a promotion code. Like, hey, call Alonzo with a promotion code.
Let, let me ask you a
I
question.
might create one and give you. I might have to create some.
That'll be
Okay.
great, and I think you should do that, Lonzo. Even here, do a commercial and do a and also do put that on your website. But she, what I wanted to know was when you when your uncle let you take over it, when he passed, how did your cousins take that?
Oh, see, the crazy part was this. I called them and then, I asked my cousin because she initially knew my uncle was locked up and she didn't tell nobody until he passed. And I was like, well, why couldn't we go get him? What was going on? And they was like, well, he was drunk when he got locked up and, he was diabetic, so he take insulin. He was drinking too much and, dealing with that insulin, that's a big thing if you don't get your dosages, all that stuff. So something happening when he was in there where he didn't get the insulin and he ended up dying. And, they didn't want to investigate. They was just coming at, to get the stuff and was trying to take care of all his arrangements. And when my cousin, the aunt, all of them called and kept trying to say, well, what is all gonna happen with the bear arrangement? Because this and this and that. So first thing they was like, well, y'all name not on the policy. Do you know Rashid? And they was like, that's his nephew. What is he doing on there? So they went from cussing me out, telling me that they'll handle this, to calling me back saying, well, you don't know what you're doing. Let us take care of this. I said, look, he put me down for a reason. So you want to help me or you want me to do it myself? And so one of the cousins, I just shut her off. I just told her, look, don't call me, don't talk to me. I deal with her, but I'm not dealing with you. Because it was the issue of her trying to, be in control and boss me because I'm one of the youngest cousins out of there. Because the next cousin that tried to handle this that was doing all the bossing, she was about 48. The other one that's older than her, she was about 56. No, no. I think Via was like 60, 61, and 62. So them older cousins, and I'm only 39.
And wait a
So
minute,
they was hot that
and
he
they
would
all
come.
women, and they all women.
Yep. Cause
Oh yeah, you
like
know
my
what?
he couldn't trust like my brothers, man. Like one of my brothers, man, that was like his son, but he couldn't trust him because he drank too much. He already knew what he was gonna do with the money, and he knew he wasn't even gonna handle the arrangements. Cause at the funeral, you know, he kind of did better than what everybody expected. He came in there, said some good words, and walked away. But he was drunk as hell when my brother. And that joker was so drunk when he was at the funeral. I was like, man. But you know, it's like certain people in the family, you know, who gonna handle business. And you
Fact.
know, he looked at how, you know, I carried myself, how I did things for my family, and he was like, well, you probably be the only one I can trust to, you know, make sure do what I want. Because he told me, and I let him know. I said, look, he gave me specific instructions. If we have any issue over what to do with the money and how to arrange the way he wanted it, he told me to cremate himself and keep all the money that's in the life insurance. You know,
Mm,
and they kept asking what it was. It wasn't nothing but $10,000, and they ran through that $10,000. The funeral was like 75, which I didn't look at it paying too much money for that. I was looking more along the lines of just keeping it at $5,000, and you know, just have everything. Because like even with the burial, when they found out that the military was gonna take care of his grave site and his tombstone, they wanted to burn through all the money as much as possible. And you know, eventually
Only
I had
ten
to tell my
thousand
older
dollars. And
cousin,
he acting like
huh?
that. They said ten
Yeah,
thousand dollars. He acting like that.
yeah.
Wow.
And
mm,
I didn't let him know how much it was until it came down to the point when they started running the numbers up, and my cousin was almost at like $12,000 for the funeral. I said, well, where the other money gonna come from? And she was like, what? I said, well, he only got 10, and then that's when she dialed it back. And then when she
mm,
tried to keep it at 10, I said, well, what about the repass? So she dialed it back a little more, and we ended up settling it for like almost I think it was like 75 or so, 8,000 or so. But renting out the place for the repass, we had to pay for that. We had to pay for the food. And when I say, man, it was so bad, like literally the family, we was about to go crazy over some fried chicken, Popeyes.
wow.
I bought just the chicken alone. I spent what was it, $350 on chicken, just on chicken.
Or I would have went to what is it, Wayfields up there, and got
Yeah,
some chicken, fried that shit.
Yeah.
yeah. But see, the thing of it was, wasn't nobody trying to fry chicken.
Yeah.
So I was like the best, because I was gonna go with the place around the corner. Who got sold over there on Abernathy over there in the West End area. There's a place called Who Got not Who Got Sold is Who Got Sold is in Decatur. It's another little soul
Wait a
food
minute, who
restaurant that
got
I always
sold?
go to.
Is it over off of Wesley Chapel? Not Wesley
Now,
Chapel.
who
Black
got
Building.
sold is right there off of Covenant Highway,
Oh, okay.
down from the old prime time.
I think I know what you're talking about. But I tell
Yeah,
you, everybody go be going to This Is It. I don't like them places, man. They be thinking
they
that
okay.
they all right, you know. And
Yeah,
Hodges, that's right there on Counter Road before you get to before you
yeah. You
get
know
to
they closed. They finally closed that place down when COVID hit.
wow,
Mm,
my cousin, grandmama, Ann Hodges owned that place. And them kids let
Yep.
that shit go all the way down when she died.
damn.
Oh man, I could tell because when something happened, because I know we came in there
Salute
at
to
one point.
Absalom, man. She stole my thunder.
It wasn't even hit no more.
What's up,
But here's the
Absalom?
ill thing. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just shouting out to Absalom if that was him from what I
No,
saw.
that was him.
Okay, okay.
So actually, I wanted to mention she in terms of the suiting. A buddy of mine has a company called, I think it's OSK Styles, and he does bespoke couture. So all the suits that he makes are straight bespoke. I haven't bought nothing from him yet because I haven't gotten out there to get a fitting, but I know he's in the Atlanta area, and his wife is a realtor out there. And man, I think he actually has a physical location now. So you can go there and get your stuff. You know, he does a lot of English vests. He does a lot of English style, even though he imports his cloth from Italy.
Let me tell you something. That dude is the fucking bomb. Y'all are friends?
Yeah,
Oh fuck. I'm looking at
yeah.
his
I went to high school with him.
yeah,
Omar Kinnebrew.
his shit is bomb. I'm
Wow.
telling you. And his wife is beautiful too.
Damn. Now I feel good because I didn't know you knew him to just say, yo, that dude is the fucking bomb. Now I gotta go get some of his suiting.
Dude, this goddamn bespoke because the plaids are in now with the line.
Yes.
Like he got on one of them, and he just modeling himself.
Yeah. Him and his son.
He got this badass motherfucking bag. Dude, hold up. I gotta send this to you.
Yeah. This
He
dude.
on point.
Yeah. I remember when he started with one product which was called the Perfect Pocket Square. And salute to She Stole My Thunder. Shout out to you, sis. All right, let me check this out.
In the back. Oh my God, man. Oh boy.
Oh shit, yeah. Meet Omar Kennebrew of OSK Styles. Yeah, that's dude. I used to play Weekend Warrior football with this dude.
Look at that motherfucking black and white suit with that.
Yo, that bag right there is fire.
Dude, let me tell you. Oh yeah, he on point.
Yeah. Oh, that black and white shit is hard.
He look like a short dude though.
Yeah, he's about 5'6", 5'7".
Damn. But them goddamn shoes, them different color shoes he got right there, he bomb, man.
Oh yeah, he makes those shoes too.
Look at his. So he went to fashion school.
Man, them shoes.
No, he's
crazy.
a noob. He's a noob.
Oh, I figured. I could tell. Look at him, man. I'm talking about. Look at the pin. Who would have thought to wear a black pinstripe suit with a purple tie?
Yeah. And a checkerboard shirt.
Yeah, and brown shoes. But he ain't got no
socks. That's it.
I can't do the no socks.
I'm telling you, no socks that's the style now.
Yeah, he on point. And he do your initials and your cuffs on your suits.
Wow, small world.
Now you seeing the clockwork mechanism inside the cufflinks. That's nice.
Oh man, that's nice. That's straight up business.
Yeah. Now I got to get some shit from him. Now I have no choice. I was intending to anyway, but now that I know that you know.
Look at these green, the green with the not herringbone, but gosh, dog. What is it?
With dog bone pattern?
Yeah.
You mean the Chelsea boots? The ones with the orange laces?
No, they ain't Chelsea boots. Those are boots. Yeah.
Yeah, those shits are hard.
Chelsea is more pointed, but these motherfuckers with the
Chelsea usually is gonna have a zipper too.
Dude, he on point.
These are more of a chucker style.
Look at that motherfucking coat.
And then he does women's wear too. That bottom one is one he made for his wife.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I don't do women's, but yeah, he on point. I like him, man. I'm gonna what you call it? Bookmark him.
Yeah. Holy smokes, it's a small world. I was like, hold on, wait. He said, oh, that dude is the fucking bomb. Wait, what? You know him?
Yeah, I met him in the fabric store.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went to high school together.
Now, some of the stuff he got on is too tight on some of these. I'm gonna send you another thing, but he on point. He is on. I can't. You can't even hate on this dude, man. And no way.
I think some of his double-breasted items are too tight.
Yeah.
But I think double-breasted is a hard look, though.
Yeah, double-breasted is a hard thing to master.
Look at this one. I just sent in the
Let me take a look at this. First of all, that orange joint that he's wearing in the hat. Now he doesn't make the hats. He generally buys the hats.
You know what? This dude, man, he fucking bomb. I remember him. He was also on TV.
That he may have been.
Yeah, look at that damn white. Look at that white suit, the white tux coat.
The one at the wedding? Yeah, that shit is fire.
No, with the red lapels on it and the black bow tie. This dude know how to motherfucking dress.
Yeah.
See this,
and then the single button.
Oh wow, man.
Mm-hmm.
He bomb. I gotta get. Hey, whatever school he went to,
Oh, you talking about the white and red? Yeah, that shit's hard. But I like the one if you scroll down and you look at the picture of the wedding.
Yeah,
I like that one.
yeah, that's cool too.
Now, see that I could get away with doing the one button for a wedding, but now that you're explaining one button is business, I don't know. I feel, I guess, because I'm so used to being portly
Well,
that I
look,
couldn't see myself in that.
look at his picture where he's standing by the bag, the plaid bag that looked more like polo.
Let me see. Oh, that's in the other one. Hold on.
If you notice, he has one button. It still look business. Although it has two buttons on the suit, it's buttoned up at the natural waist, which is
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I only wear one button when I do my jacket. I never button both buttons, but I couldn't do a one button only blazer like that. To me, that just screams young boy.
But Kwafi, doesn't he have like a little bit of a strange body shape though? No, because look at his shoulders. His shoulders kind of go sweeping up
Yeah,
the
they
neck.
slant.
Well, he
doesn't have very broad shoulders.
That's what you call an isometrical male. So you have to put shoulder pads inside when he's tailoring the suit.
Mm-hmm.
He has to put shoulder pads in it.
So maybe that's one of the reasons he got more into fashion, so he can find things that fit him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make things that fit him better.
Well, I got to tell you, man, this dude, hey, he on point. Now, these dudes calling themselves high value men, this is who they should have went to.
Yeah.
I do shit like this, but I can't top this dude off. I'm telling
Wow.
you.
No, that's big. I like this. See, my new thing is double breasted, man. I want to go back to that old gangster style with everything being double breasted. So I'm gonna get into Sorry, go ahead.
You're right. He is Kappa because he's throwing up the Kappa sign.
Yeah.
Pretty boy.
Yeah.
You know, the one where he's sitting on top of the bench with his hands in front of him, kind of with his fingers intertwined.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the beads.
Yes.
Because even the beads that he has on his right hand are kind of color coordinated to his shirt.
To his shirt.
Because it kind of has like that purplish kind of hue to it.
Man, this dude is bad. I gotta tell you, man, he is bad.
And look, and the shoes, they look like they don't match anything, but it matches the second set of beads that he has on his wrist.
Yes.
Because it has that little bit of brown.
And he has a son. They both dressed in. Now I ain't gonna do pink. I can't not that much, but
Oh, I love pink.
you know, it depends on if it's not done too crazy. He do suits for women too.
Yeah.
He
does.
This dude, hey, he classy than a motherfucker. He rich, huh?
I don't know about Rich. He's got, he's doing all right for himself. Hold on, I'm gonna copy these and put these in the chat so people could look along. Because I'm on my phone, so I can't share my screen right now.
You know what you need to do? You need to also see if you can interview him.
Yeah.
And also talk about what made him where he is today, addition to, do he have any, and not saying that this business will fail, but any business can fail. Do you have any assets? Do you have any insurances? Because
right.
A lot of fashion businesses went down when COVID came. But I'm quite sure he got a hell of a PPP loan because, hey, he's all over the internet.
Wow, that's crazy that you already know who he is. I was like, damn, that's.
Well, one of my friends was on Project Runway. He did pretty well for himself.
Yeah. No, but like that's what I was saying. That's why, oh shit, when you said, yeah, what you know this dude? I was like, yeah, me and him homeboys, we went to high school together. We used to skip school together. Man, we went, all types of shit, man. He's a Connecticut boy.
Oh, he definitely on point. I got to give it to him. Let me see if I can show you this one. All black. Oh, shit. He got a whole website. Oh,
yeah.
shit.
OSK Styles.
No, this one's just bespoke couture. Bespoke.
Yeah, bespoke couture.
Man, oh my God. If y'all see, these are the things that men in this space need to talk about if they want to get married. Plan your wedding, let the woman take care of her stuff, but demand what you want as well.
Yeah.
Wow. I just put that in the back.
Let me check this out.
Wait a
Oh, the
minute.
wedding tuxedos. Oh, you went to the website. Yeah.
Yeah.
He.
Hey,
Oh my God, that purple one is on fire. I need a purple blazer.
I'm not wrenched up on your channel for some reason.
I'll get you there.
I think you got me on the Baby Blotter, my old.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me hold on. Let me get to my YouTube, and I'll do that right now because
It wouldn't go through. It went through.
that's necessary.
Man,
Hold on there.
This dude is bomb. See, this makes me want to go.
He also has a Pinterest account.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Look at his little boy. He got his little boy dressed to the nines.
Let me see.
See, and the thing is, when you're doing this kind of work, you got to be multifaceted. You can't discriminate against people. I see he do clothes for men and butch women.
Yeah.
Hey,
Nah, he definitely does.
It's bomb. It's bomb, though. I ain't even gonna lie.
I just wrenched you up, Coffee.
Let me see.
So you can add whatever you need.
I'm gonna type 1 in the chat to make sure I'm wrenched up. Okay, there I am. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in case someone want to click on what we're looking at.
Yeah, I think that's important.
Yeah.
But that's just, especially coming from you, knowing that you know fashion.
Yeah.
Right? For you to be like, oh, this guy is the fucking bomb. And for like, this ain't like we talked for like weeks in advance or something, or even hours in advance. I literally just brought him up, and you've got all this research on him because obviously you're in fashion. So you're going to research, the people in your field.
Well, when you said Atlanta, I was like, okay, yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah.
He bombed though. I ain't even gonna lie.
Oh shit. Listen, he gonna appreciate that. He gonna have to pay a fee for that promotion, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, you just never know where people go in life after you don't see them anymore. You always remember them as friends. So was he always doing this in New York? What, Connecticut?
No. So when he was out here, he was a football player. And he wasn't really into fashion like that. He was just a high school kid. You know what I mean? But our big things, man, he wasn't into too much craziness. He wasn't running the streets or nothing. He had a solid foundation with family at home.
Go all the way down to the suit on the website that's all pink with the black lapels on the damn coat.
Hold on.
Hey, Coffee, I was just looking at more pictures of him and his suits.
Yeah, that's his son in the little black.
It seems to me like he's running with it. To me, that body style is kind of like a rare body style. You really don't see that a lot in men.
Black is fire.
But instead of putting the shoulder pads in, he's making his suits a little bit tighter to more accentuate his body style.
Yeah. Do he? I'm trying to figure out. Do he sew? And I love the fact that he put he do different kind of styles on the back of the vest.
Mm-hmm. Oh man.
That's strict.
Yo, you about to make me buy a bunch of suits from this dude and now here's something actually we should talk about when we're talking about high value. And I'm gonna go ahead and go there with it because as you know, Coffee, high value, when you're high value, you don't wear Versace suits. You don't wear Armani suits, even though they're ass expensive. You wear bespoke.
That's right.
You go to somebody and have them make your shit.
Right.
Which is what I want to. Now, if you'll notice, like on this dude in the blue with the English vest and the no tie with the gold watch, see, he has that round style vest. Now, I like more of a V style vest, but I know that vest is an English style vest, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the vest that you like is the American vest, which is natural V. That's the same way even in the crotch of the pants, American style pants are in a upside down V, but
Okay.
if it's English, you have like a round shape in between the crotch.
Ah.
And that's what make his pants fit real tight. And which I think that for men, depending on your body, a man's crotch should be from 5 to 9. I mean, 7 to 9, and a woman is 3 to 5.
Mm.
Because you need that kind of thing, unless you're just a small dude.
Right.
Yeah, but
Wow.
I have bespoke stuff, and this is one I have from an Indian guy. It's a vest. I showed it before.
Oh, that shit is hot. See, one of my favorite things, and you can ask my wife, is babe, what am I always talking about? Paisley. Paisley is one of my favorite patterns.
And look at the Mandarin collar.
See, that shit's hard right there. Matter of fact, now I'm about to break out my tie collection. Can you turn on the light, babe?
Look, every time I came over to my uncle's house, the one that passed, he would pull out all of his Rolex watches and all his rings and hats.
See? Now I got to pull up. Huh? Yes, I'm about to be on camera. You can step out. Just relax, woman. It's all right. Give me 1 second, y'all. My wife is like, don't be having all this stuff on the screen. The room ain't exactly clean. You know, women want everything perfect.
My house is a mess.
But here's some of my Paisley. Here's one of my favorite Paisley ties. This is Tasso Elba. And then I just realized I got this and never wore it. This is a Michael Kors Paisley.
Oh,
Vince Camuto. And then this one is, I think this is another Michael Kors. No, this is Perry Ellis. But I am big into the Paisley ties. That's almost all the ties I have are Paisley, right? I am in love with the design of Paisley. Now, another style I like is, again, Tasso Elba, which is like this brand. This is Tasso Elba, right? So that's Macy's exclusive brand. But the quality of their material is what is so like. Here's the rest of my tie rack. So I got a few ties. I actually need to increase my tie collection drastically. I only got about 40 ties, which you would think is a lot, but when you're looking at like my buddy Omar, he probably has like 3 times as many ties. She said women want perfection.
That's me, Alonzo. I got about 300 to 400 ties, and every time a nephew or somebody have to come over and they didn't have a tie for something that we have to do, like family wise, they will all get a tie.
Yeah, that's the thing. And then this, so another suit maker that I like, for off the rack stuff is Sean John. Yeah. Oh my God. And it doesn't matter if you're portly or if you're thin. Sean John suits fit well. So another
make them for black people.
Well, yeah. And then, like you were saying, INC from Macy's. This is an INC, right? And then the reason I got this one is because
let me see the INC.
It's double-breasted.
Okay. All right.
So the double-breasted, and I like the double-breasted look. So if you hold on, if you follow what is it? There's another brand of suiting that I like, which is called Paisley and Gray. I don't know if you've heard of them.
I heard of them.
Yeah, I forgot who the designer branched off from. But it was like a high-end luxury brand. And then they was like, yo, fuck this, man. I'm not making these $7,000 suits no more. I'm going to just make stuff for regular folks. So Paisley and Gray is actually fairly affordable. You can find them, like most of my suits, not to shit on myself, are what I would call cheap suits, right? Now, when I say cheap suits, that's relative. Oh, hold on. Let me see that red one. Is that an ascot?
Well, I use it as it's Gucci, but I use it for a handkerchief, like to either wear in my in my what you call it in my like a
Your
pocket sweater.
pocket. Yeah.
Yeah, and I wear it with a tie that
Yo, that I like the sparkle in that.
yeah.
That shit is fly. But yeah, so most of my suits are, when you're looking at high value men, they would call my suits cheap suits, right? They're off the rack and they're about $1,000 or less. Most of my suits are about $1,000.
I don't
Um,
think no one would call you cheap, Alonzo. No. Not from what I saw in your closet, no, not at all.
yeah. But well, I mean, Kevin Samuels might call them cheap suits because he's wearing Tom Ford, supposedly,
Hey,
right?
I like Tom Ford too.
See, I don't know. I haven't really been able to feel like I haven't even decided to purchase any Tom Ford. I don't know that the look is exactly like, I don't think I'm tall enough for Tom Ford, right?
Well,
Like,
you do make it for runway. But
okay.
I tell you, your homie has Tom Ford beat far as how tailored the suit is bespoke. But then again, Tom Ford does do bespoke, but everything he does is solid colors, so you won't be able to really see what
Right.
it looks like. If you look at his some of his men's fashion shows on YouTube,
Uh-huh.
you'll see that it's not. He have a nice. He got nice shit. Just put it that way. Because Jay-Z even wear him.
Yeah, that's where I got into. Actually, what ended up happening, I was shooting. So I used to do, and probably should still do, background acting, right? So like, I've been on a lot of TV shows. That's how I met Michael B. Jordan, who's a cool dude. Like, he's really, really, really down to earth, and he don't let the fact that he's a celebrity go to his head, right? Like, all of us was crowding around him and trying to talk to him, and he just sat and talked with us. Now, Ice-T was like, "Get the fuck away from me." I was like, "Yo, Ice-T, come on." But he's cool. I was on Power. Amari Hardwick is pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah, Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll. I was on a bunch of TV shows. But we were shooting an episode of Person of Interest, right? And we were it was, I believe it was the last episode of season 1, first episode of season 2. So this was old, right? But what ended up happening was somebody came to shoot up a store. So we rented out Bergdorf Goodman, bro.
Wow.
TV got a lot of money. They rented out Bergdorf Goodman. When we were on the bottom floor, I saw a Tom Ford wristlet. That was the cheapest item I saw, and that was $25,000 for a wristlet.
Damn.
Yeah. So that kind of turned me off to Tom Ford. But like, in terms of, like, when it comes to certain like Burberry, I'm in love with Burberry. Actually, I'm in love with London Fog.
Yeah, let me tell you, London Fog is some classy shit. I have a London Fog coat that was made strictly for soldier.
Okay. I'm gonna
used
go in my other closet, which is my jacket closet.
Damn, boy.
I'm gonna show you the London Fog full-length trench. Right?
Okay.
And then, if I can, here's a little bit of my shoe collection. I don't know if y'all can see that.
Yeah.
But like you were saying, the Calvin Kleins. Right? I like these. And then let's see what else. I am a big Macy's brand user, so I wear a lot of Alfani.
I wear Alfani too.
I love Alfani. Like, these, I need to get these resold and rehealed. I had these for like 8 years. Right?
And those are the best ones to have because they look good.
Yeah.
You know, you can rock those with a pair of jeans.
Exactly.
And a suit coat.
My other favorite, though, you're about to see. Cole Haan, baby. Nike Air.
Cole Haan is really nice. Now, I tell you, believe it or not, Jordan has dress shoes.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
Well, I'm not surprised because they're Nikes.
I got a pair of the one and only Jordan dress shoe. It's a boot. And I tell you, That damn thing
Here's
makes
the Roberto Cavalli sneaker.
okay, nice.
Keep going, boss. I'm listening.
Yeah. Man, I just wish I was in New York right now, but is it snowing out that way?
No, not at the moment. Yes, babe.
I got family out there in Norwalk.
For Christmas, I'll ask my mother, but I'm probably gonna dress up. Well, shit. I need a reason to dress up. Yes, I do. Well, I don't need a reason, but I just dress up for anything. We're having a Christmas at my family's house this year, at my family's house as opposed to hers, and she wanted to know if we were supposed to be dressing up for it, and I said, well, you know me, I dress up for everything.
Well,
So
make sure you're not overdressed.
yeah,
I like those. I like with the tassels. Believe it or
yeah,
not, that is a businessman shoe.
yeah. I actually need to get these resold and rehealed too. These, ironically enough, these which are Bostonians, these shoes are about 12 years old.
I love
Right?
those shoes.
Yeah. And so I need to get it resold and rehealed. But that's why I like shoes as opposed to sneakers. Because once the sneaker is done, it's done. You can't be like, I had these Jordans for 12 years and actually wore them. You know what I mean? But I wore these. Another big shoe that fellas will find, and this is one you'll wear without the sock. And again, like I said, I'm a big Alfani fan, bro. Is the driving shoe.
Okay, yeah, I like that. Yeah, I rock a lot of that kind of shoe in the springtime.
Uh-huh.
But I'm that type person that I be in areas I really don't need to be in, so I have to run.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put on something that I can run in. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not afraid to go other places. I don't live in those places, but I might want to go hang out a little bit, and I'm like, damn, I don't want to have on a pair of fucking,
Dress
Adidas
shoes.
flip flops or Birkenstocks or some shoes like that, because it's easy to twist your ankle in those if you're trying to run.
Big facts. Again, another like 10-year-old pair. These are Ashton Gray. These shits are so comfy.
I like Johnston and Murphy.
Oh yeah, Johnson and Murphy is. You know what? I don't have a single pair of Johnson and Murphys. Ironically enough. I'm looking for.
This is what I'm rocking for the next video. And
Okay.
I already showed the villain sphere.
Oh, are we going hard in the paint, bro?
Yeah, Doc Martens.
Yeah. We going hard in the paint. Jeez.
Yeah. So I'll be wearing 3 different ones. This one is for the Pookies and the Ray Rays. Is there a place for us? And the other ones, take me to your leader, and it will show me who you are.
Mm.
I'm rocking these. Let me find them real quick.
Damn, I just went all into the fashion. So you got me all into this, and I got heavier into it just knowing that you know someone. Oh shit. She breaking them out too. Damn, G, that's a whole collection. I see that closet. Stop being low. Uh-huh. He's sitting here hiding the fact you got all this gear, brother.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. See, I like low cut boots.
Oh, look at that boot. That shit's fire. That's the trucker style, huh?
But here is the Doc Marten I was telling you about that I'll be rocking.
Oh, gosh. Damn, bro. Yeah, I gotta come out that way. You know where so when we go to Vegas, right, we shop at the Macy's there. But I found that Macy's doesn't have too much. And I was tight. First of all, anybody, if you go to Vegas, do not stay at the Wynn or the Encore. I know it's the expensive hotel and it's the new one and all that. Don't waste your money.
Wow. Okay. Now I tell you, when I go to Vegas, believe it or not, this is I like
That's another outfit.
I like shoes like that, like old rustic.
Yeah. And then I'll give you one last one. This is for winter, right? I bought the Chelsea boot, but it's a UGG.
That's not a Chelsea. That's just a ankle boot. Chelsea are the skinny pointed toe boots. That's what Kevin said. Kevin Samuels wear.
Okay.
She going
Yeah.
to his basement.
Facts.
He must got something out there.
See?
Now, see, he must got something out there in the basement.
Oh, he definitely do. He got
I'm
a
like-
collection. Like I said, man, once you said London Fog, I just had to go break out that trench because,
Now my hats, like
oh, that I need to
like I
get.
told you, man. I got hats for days. That's Raiders,
Ooh, that Raider hat is fire.
Atlanta bucket,
Oh, shit.
old Atlanta Braves hat.
Oh, so you about to get me back in my
Oh.
fitted cap days.
Atlanta.
Well, you know, I do fit it too, but I like that one right there see, with the red A on it. And
Yeah, that shit's hard.
yeah,
Yeah.
I like that. See, but you got to put them things on a head so they won't lose the shape.
Mm.
I
Because think
I
about it.
was taking them. See, this
We
one
pay
lost
so much
bash.
money for our hats. We pay so much money for our hats, and they you know, I'm guilty of it too. This is the latest one I bought, and I showed it over there at the Villains Fair too.
Oh, wow. And it's Lake Show. I'm with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I gotta do a lot of little stuff, man. Clean it. 'Cause I had a little hat rack that I used to put them on. I had a hat
Oh, that's a
rack.
Mitchell and Ness, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this one too.
Oh, my God. Yeah, see, that's got to be California exclusive. I ain't seen nothing like that out here in New York or in Connecticut.
Nah,
Yeah, I
you go to
got
the
all kinds of
stores
shit.
in Atlanta. I think they got that. It's called Gear something. Man, they got so many different kind of little. But Lids be the. I think Killer Mike was in South DeKalb Mall. Killer Mike spent like $700 just on fitted hats and Lids. $700.
Wow.
I ain't gonna
Nah, the
lie.
lids down south when I was in Douglasville was lit.
Oh, people from New York always go to Douglasville. My cousin living there. You talking about the mall in Douglasville? What is it? It's all the way down.
Auburn. I know the
yeah.
Auburn Mall.
Auburn
Yeah.
Place Mall.
Auburn Place.
Yeah, I like that mall too.
Yep.
Ooh. That's hot.
Yeah, I got all kind of shit, man. You know, I showed these too over there on the Villains Fair. I just call them the Villains Fair.
That's all good. Sir Owen now. Oh, the Simpsons Adidas.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Let me show you what they look like. And they limited editions too.
Oh, those are fire. I am an Adidas freak, too. I love me some Adidas. And God rest his soul, my homeboy loved them in some Adidas, too.
Yeah.
Stock kicks.
That's why I'm trying my best to become an Adidas. Now I would die to have an Adidas franchise box store, which would be a boutique store. I would sell their products, but I would sell more of mine.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Well, shit, yeah, man. I definitely now, after this conversation, OSK Styles definitely, he got a whole bunch of business. I'm promising you.
yeah.
He about to get flooded
Oh, he on
because
point.
you just gave him the ultimate cosign, Kwafi, because we see you coming out here in these streets shining. So for you to say, yo, that nigga is bomb, like I was like, what? Wow. And he said, wait, you know him? Yeah. We went to high school together. We chilled. Like I said, he was always a good dude. You know, he was never one of these dudes running the streets or nothing.
Yeah.
But
Busy
you
getting
know,
that
he would, and I'm surprised he got a sister as a wife, because when he was younger, you know, being a football player, and we lived in a predominantly white area. And the high school we went to was a white high school, right? You know how we do in the hoods. We, you know, come up with an address so we could go to the better school. So I was going to a school called Hamden High outside of the city of New Haven, as was he. It's a predominantly white school. So at the time, he was always with white girls. So when he got himself a sister, I was like, oh, shit. Yeah.
Probably got down there and found a black woman,
Yeah.
and that's the way it be sometimes, man. I mean, I'm not a person that discriminates against, what type of woman I want, but I'd rather have a black woman.
I
You know,
think everybody wants somebody who looks like them
yeah,
or reflects them.
or at least closest to it. But I know some dudes, man, they don't want nothing that reminds them of who they are. The self-hating type guys.
Yeah. I can't get on that level neither. But for me, like I said, man, I'm more along the lines of Jay Shine. So,
Yeah,
that's
I feel it.
that's kind of where I stand with it.
Man, this dude, I can't stop looking at his stuff. I tell you. Let me look at his prices though. I gotta look at his prices.
Well, he's not cheap.
He's smart. He don't tell you the prices.
Yeah, he
Oh yeah.
starts at about $1,000.
Yes, that's what it said. Our bespoke suits and tuxedos range from 1,000 to 4,000,
Yeah,
depending on the fabric and the construction, and it takes 6 to 8 weeks.
yeah.
Our shirts are 200 to 350. Our overcoats are 950 to 3,500. Now I'm gonna tell you. Now, I think that every man should invest. A lot of women say, "Oh, baby, I didn't know what to buy you." As you go buy her the Birkin bag, and she come back with a goddamn Stetson cologne set from Marshalls. You don't want that. You tell her you want a bespoke couture
Yeah,
because she want a big ass ring.
yeah.
Yeah, man, these dudes, man, you know what? This tells me that I have to up my game, bro. That's just it.
Wow.
I mean, I'm good at what I do. I'm an accessories piece type person. I'm not a guy um that do suits all the way. I may do a coat and a different kind of vest,
Uh-huh.
different kind of pants, but a whole suit. I'm not a suit. I'm not a suit couture type dude.
I am no longer a suit guy. I hate wearing a full suit. I only really all I like to wear, and this is why I like sport coats. I don't even really like blazers. I like sport coats.
Men like you supposed to like sports coats because trust me, when you go to your white clients, not saying that you caping for them, but when you go to them, they're not impressed that you dress to the nines. You know,
Right.
they just want to see that you're, a conservative guy with a nice, over sports coat with the patches on the damn elbow.
Elbows.
You know what I'm saying? That type thing. Maybe even turtleneck
Yep.
and some nice slacks and some nice, shoes.
Yeah. Usually I'll do like you said, that ankle boot,
Mhm.
right? The brown ankle boot. And I don't even do slacks anymore. I do jeans with everything. And it seems to, like you said, ironically enough, with the white clients, it gets me very far. Now, when I come to our people, I got to be dressed to the nines, you
Yeah.
know. But I mean, it's all in the sale. But unfortunately, when and I'm actually going to put this in the chat. There's a guy by the name of David Kinder, who is technically a mentor of mine. And hold on, let me put it in the chat here.
Look at what I put there for older men. If there are any older men listening, they could click on this Pinterest thing where they're showing how old a guy could look in a suit.
Oh, that shit is fire though.
Yeah, it is. It's different, for an older man.
Yeah.
You don't hardly see that.
Actually, I like this one on the top right, this African men's clothing.
Oh yeah, I like that too. Sometimes you could rock it like that. Like if your wife want to dress African in an African dress, you could put on some African stuff.
Oh my, yo, that yellow suit. See, yeah. Oh, look at that double-breasted with the damn turtleneck. See, that's my style right there.
Yeah,
That double-breasted. Yeah.
I see a purple one with a black turtleneck.
Purple with a black turtleneck.
Or the green one.
No, I see It says exotic double breasted tuxedo fitted blazer with pant trouser. It might be a different picture.
Yeah, maybe. Put it in the back chat so I can see it.
Well, it's from the same Pinterest.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You looking at everything down there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm scrolling down.
Some of these dudes get overboard, though. I'm not even gonna lie. Look at the dude with the yellow coat, the green tie, the green hat, and brown and gold pinstripes. That's too much.
Yeah, that is a bit much.
And look at Pops down here with his African pants on at $84.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't mind this dude with the American flag, different kind of suit piece or sport coat, man. Yeah, see a lot of these. Oh, they got this two-tone one. Yeah, that two-tone one is a bit much for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of these, like for example, ironically enough, Virgil came up with a suit that your boy Michael B. Jordan was wearing from Off-White. And I just shared this, which is into the chat. So that was a mentor of mine. He's an MDRT producer, $1 Million Round Table. So he makes at least $750,000 a year just selling life insurance.
Damn. No.
Huh? But what he did was he sent me a Yahoo Finance article, because one of the things he said to me, he was like, I imagine as a black financial advisor, it's probably very difficult for you because you have to be with everybody dressed to the fucking nines, while I can walk in with a t-shirt and jeans and they'll buy from me immediately.
I'm glad he said that to you, and that's the realest you're gonna get.
Yeah. And one next thing he said was he's interested in taking me under his wing, because from him seeing me from Facebook, not even on YouTube, but through Facebook, he was like, you are of the cloth of MDRT producers. Just so you know, MDRT $1 Million Round Table is the top 1% of financial services professionals in 75 countries. So it's not like some little shit. This is a nation, a global thing, right? And he was like, yo, I want to take you under my wing. He then sent me an article from Yahoo Finance that showed Yahoo Finance was basically saying it's the responsibility of white MDRT producers to find black MDRT quality producers and take them under their wing. And he said, why? And the article says, why? And it literally says, well, unlike white folks, more black folks are not going to come from families of money. So when they try to have these discussions with their family, it ends up falling on deaf ears until the white guy comes in, and then everybody wants to listen.
Man, that is that's true.
It is what it is. I'm not mad about it. You know, it's life. You just got to learn how to adjust and move forward.
See,
right?
The sad thing is, it's sad to love what you love and have to be silent. That's what a lot of artists did back in the day, where they would not sell albums, and if their faces were on the front cover of them, they would put a white person's face.
Facts.
Or a flower, you know, and that's pretty sad, because that's why I said in the documentary, you know, black life doesn't value more than a black cat or dog. I'm talking about literally a black cat or dog.
Yeah.
You know, I just put something in the back chat. Look at that.
I'm looking at it right now.
On point, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And it's on sale too, $99.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that's actually.
I'll buy that too because of style.
I like the style.
Yeah, the white on white suit right there by it is nice too.
The white on. Oh, I didn't. Oh, and it's paisley. Oh, and the tie is paisley. You know I'm in love.
I can't even wear white that long. If I wear it, it'll have to be me just doing a video or something.
Yeah.
Because that shit'll be dirty real quick.
I might get back to what I used to do, which was when I first started making content, and I called it my channel, the ADH Wealth Solutions. I used to just put on my suit and tie, just to create content.
That's what I'm going. Look, we need to have a day like that. when you get ready to do a show, we all put on our shirt and ties.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, you can't go on nobody's. You can't go. I don't think you don't find too many men that be at TLA who does that, who dresses, just in regular clothes. What's his name? Kevin Samuels. When you go on his panel,
Yeah.
you have to be, like that too.
Well, shit. When I went on Kevin Samuels' panel, because I called in because when he had an episode where he was asking men, "Are you ready for your high value wife?" And he hung up on me. I know a couple of reasons why. He was like, "So what the fuck are you here for?" Hung up and called me high value homeless.
Oh, that's bad. And he don't
No,
he don't know who you are.
no. He doesn't know who I am.
Wow.
But that doesn't matter in terms of because I'm talking on some real live man shit. Here's why it doesn't matter, and I'm not hurt by that because for all intents and purposes, I am high value homeless, right? I fit the description of a high value man, except for the financial aspect. I ain't making 10K plus a month right now. Therefore, I don't qualify. Might hurt my feelings, but guess what? It's the reality of the situation. Just like last year, right? And somebody was like, well, they can't let you squeak by. I almost actually qualified for the top of the table. Well, not top of the table, but bottom of the top of the table for MDRT, right? All you needed to do was submit $122,000 worth of premium to your company. I submitted $115,000 last year, right? So I was like 7,500 short of qualifying or making the MDRT. Now my homeboy was like, well, I mean, you were right there. Yeah, but I wasn't. Because right there, if LeBron James was right there when he scored 51 on, the Warriors before he left for the Lakers, then he would have had a championship. Unfortunately, he was right there, didn't score enough, didn't win the championship. So it is what it is, right? So he said basically, you're high value homeless because you're not financially at that point. And the reality is that's absolutely true. I cannot disagree with that.
Well, let's say this. That man would have never been where he is today if it had not been from other men in the black manosphere. Well, he don't solely owe everything to them, but his talking points come from that.
Oh yeah.
Addition to the of what he already knew.
Oh yeah.
He already knew that, but at the same time, you just don't shit on other people because I'm gonna tell you, I could look at him and I'll be like, dude, you don't look like that yourself.
Right.
I can see that, but of course, sometimes it's just a look.
Yeah.
But still, I think that even with the look, it's more appealing. You gain all kind of, business just by your look sometimes.
Absolutely, you can. For example, I've had dudes who are quote unquote street dudes who have been like, man, even though you're talking the street stuff, I don't think I deal with you. And I'm like, okay, well then I'm not your cup of tea. See you later. Unfortunately,
What did they say?
well, they felt that, again, like I said, with the fluffy words and stuff, right? So they feel more comfortable if it's prepackaged in a certain way because you're going to have a preconceived notion about a quote unquote financial professional, right? But, and actually, here's something that, and I wish I had at the time had my Series 7 license. I was a glorified cold caller at a stock brokerage called EJ Sterling. This is back in like 2012, 2013. And it was, ironically enough, around this time of year, Christmas Eve. And there was some guy in the Midwest, and I called with my pitch, And the pitch goes like this. Hey, Bob, this is Al from EJ Sterling in New York. How are you today? Look, my firm is set to release a major recommendation in the stock market. Should I have my senior broker call you back in the mornings or afternoons? Alonzo, jump off a bridge. Look, Bob, I'm not trying to interfere in anything that you got going on. All I'm looking for is an open mind and a little bit of time. So should I have my broker call you in the morning or afternoon? And then you go through 4 rebuttals, and you keep going through those 4 rebuttals until they hang up on you, right? That's literally how it works. They can call you everything but the child of God. Do not get emotional. I've been called all sorts of niggas and other racial slurs and all sorts of stuff. Shit, Pat Sajak cursed me out because we call C-level executives.
Let me ask you something. So when that happens, Alonzo, do you ever get frustrated? Because I'm gonna tell you, I know most people from up north, they can do some cold calls with no problem. My cousin, he made money, a whole bunch of money, just he ran a whole telemarketing room.
Yeah.
In Atlanta, he came down from New York and opened it up. And he was making $3,000 to $4,000 a week.
Yeah. That's easy. Here's the thing. With cold calling, you have to realize these people have no clue who you are, right? And you're calling them, like I would call and be like, hey, Kwalfi, can I speak to Kwalfi? Not speak to your secretary, right? Now, your secretary has no clue who I am or what I'm calling for, but I'm like, yeah, I need to talk to Kwalfi about vertical integration. What the fuck is vertical integration? He'll know what it is. Okay. Now, you just told this girl not to bring any calls in because you got your side piece there or whatever, right? So now you sitting here like, all right, well, who is this? Hey, Kwalfi, this Alonzo calling from EJ Sterling in New York. You motherfucker, let me tell you something, Alonzo, you piece of da-da-da-da-da-da. So it doesn't get aggravated. It's actually funny. But long story short, I called one guy who was from the Midwest, and I called him on Christmas Eve. And he goes, Al, you got to be a stupid motherfucker to call me on Christmas Eve. What the fuck is your deal? And I said, well, I don't know what his name was, so I'll just call him Bob. Well, Bob, I'm calling you today on Christmas Eve because the market is open, trying to manage your money. Meanwhile, your broker with Schwab is on a yacht right now blowing lines off a hooker's ass. Would you prefer me or the guy who's blowing lines off a hooker's ass? He said, Al, you're a sharp motherfucker. Have your broker call me the day after Christmas. Now, because I didn't have my Series 7 license, I made $200 off of that phone call. But the stockbroker at the time made about $13,000 off of that phone call. Damn. Yeah. But so cold calling ain't nothing because I've learned, and this is why I stopped with the soft approach shit. Because if you're going to get the sale, you're going to get the sale no matter what. If you're not going to get the sale, you could offer to suck this motherfucker's dick and actually do it, and they still ain't going to do the business. So, I've learned, listen, you say what you say. And my CEO actually taught me that when we were talking about the rapper Baby, not Lil Baby, Duh Baby, but Cash Money Baby. At the time, ironically enough, I was talking crazy about him. And my CEO, who ironically enough sat behind me, was like, wow, I didn't know he was worth that much. At the time, he was worth $300 million. And I was like, nah, he's broke. Like a lot of, unfortunately, black folks will think because he got a Maybach repossessed. Right? So it'd be like, well, how you worth $300 million, but you got a Maybach repossessed? You ain't got no money. You capping. Again, unfortunately, that's the poor or the sheeple. So my CEO was like, yeah, he's worth $300 million. I was like, no, that's not possible. He's broke. He just got a Maybach repossessed. He said, oh, rich people do that. I was like, what? He said, yeah, what happened was he ordered the Maybach and he wanted a very specific purple stitching in the doors. That purple stitching was not in the doors. Therefore, he said, fuck you, I'm not paying for this Maybach. So yeah, they repossessed it. But he didn't care.
All because he wanted purple stitching.
Yes.
Wow. Well, I mean, you want what you want if you spend that kind of money. But let me ask you something. Um, oh fuck, it was something. Oh, I'm gonna tell you another person you need to target. Soldier Boy. Believe it or not, that's a smart motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Soldier Boy. They did a documentary on him on Vice.
Mm.
Believe it or not, Soldier Boy is a smart dude.
Oh yeah.
Hey, she, are you still there? You probably put the
Yeah,
phone down.
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah.
Do you agree that Soldier Boy is a smart dude?
Man, a lot of people don't give him credit. Even though it's misfortunate that he's, trying to capitalize off of young Dolph's death, but the crazy part is he know what he doing. Like, when Dolph died, it was a tragedy, but he's doing what he's doing for a reason. He's starting to come out and talk so much junk about, the shooting, because he said before all that happened that he had put $100,000 on the head. When he made that video game alone, he made the video game with no licensing and it sold
And
out in one
turned it
day.
into a computer for you to, when you're
Yeah.
traveling on the road, where you could just use it as a computer and a
Yeah,
beat maker.
That's
he
true.
did, man.
And
But
when
a
I
lot
That's
of
real
look,
people don't
true.
give
I'm
him
like,
credit.
they laughing at him, and he may be ghetto as fuck and don't speak proper English, and he's not professional, but he's very smart.
But all
If,
that is a benefit, man. He doing that just because that's what the hood want,
Yeah.
And that's just like what's his name, Little Atlanta. I know him personally. When it come down to it, I went to school with him, and he carries himself the way the label and everybody else want it to be and sound like. But man, that dude come from a good home. You know, I know his dad all the way down to everybody. Man, that dude comes from a good home. None of that crazy stuff that everybody be. Yeah, man, we from the streets. Nah, he's
let
not
me
from
ask
the
you
streets.
something. One there a rapper from Decatur called Lil Red that got shot.
Little Red, I, to my I think his name Trippy Red.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one. Yeah, yeah.
Guess
I
what?
heard it.
If you listen to my on my the little commercial I put out, for the live streams, his cousin did that beat for me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, sure
Mm,
did.
Well, his was crazy. Speaking of Atlanta, um, one of the biggest, ironically enough, drug kingpins out there, who's also a rapper, and he only started rapping because his folks told him to, is Rollo,
yeah.
I
right?
don't even know
But
who that is.
well,
Rollo.
he's currently in prison.
Yeah, for
Okay.
that man, that's my boy right there.
Yeah.
Allah Akbar.
See, and here's the ill thing about him: he did something that I don't think any of these other so-called street solid 10 toes down dudes would do. So I have even though I don't, fully respect the drug game and all that, and I was out there, like I said, in Douglasville while BMF was out there. But
No, wait a minute.
Rollo
He went. He,
actually, well, go ahead.
he went to okay. So he went to jail for how long?
Uh, I don't know how long
Uh,
he's
they
got.
they really didn't have the time for him because basically what happened was he got caught with what 300,000, what was it, 300,000 or three, no, I think it was
Three
$3 million, wasn't it?
million.
Yeah,
Yeah.
$3 million worth of weed, because he had his own private jet. So the crazy part, they would always catch certain things, but they wouldn't catch him with it. So they were trying to catch two and two together. And when they did the sting, they caught it on his plane, but he knew they was watching him because he went from flying on the airplanes to getting a private plane. And just like they did Wayne and all them, it's only a matter of time where we know you're gonna be smuggling and stuff on here. And
Mm-hmm.
you have flights going in and out of your plane. The smart thing to do was for him to book guys to go on other planes and stuff like that. Because that was the same thing that happened with Juice World. When Juice World was
Mm-hmm.
on the plane, the only reason that they got caught up because the Wisconsin said that he smelled marijuana, and he ended up trying to get the laws involved in that situation. He said he
See?
smelled marijuana, got the laws, and they would have. It would just been a minor thing. They would have got caught because it wasn't that much weed, but they
Man,
was
I
more or
can't
less
even
worried about the
imagine nobody
pills that they
getting
had.
locked up for no weed as much no more because you out here, you can walk outside, you can walk in
You
front of a
can
corporate building and a damn white bitch is firing up one in her corporate suit,
Yes.
you can
right
grow it
there.
out there. You can grow it out there though, right?
Yeah.
To
Well,
a certain
you
extent,
got,
you can grow so much. Not to a certain extent, you can't grow like a whole, but they say
Nah.
you can grow up to a certain amount.
But here's why I like Rollo, because he did some real shit, right? He bought
Good.
an entire building, right? The projects. Then he renovated it. And then he let all his people live in it for free,
Yep.
damn.
right? So even though, yeah, it's a negative, quote unquote, he's selling poison to the people, he, unlike a lot of other people, like BMF didn't do no shit like that. All they did was buy Ferraris in their own personal houses. They didn't really look out for the quote unquote streets. Rollo actually looked out for the streets,
Yep.
right? Not just giving turkeys once a year or giving backpacks once a year. This man bought an entire he basically did like Nino Brown and bought the Carter.
Yep.
Yeah.
And had his people stay there for free, and they all like you don't have to pay no rent. So the majority of your stuff that you doing is basically taking care of the grounds, keeping yourself together. You work for him, he giving you a salary. So what more do you need? You know
Yeah.
that fam goon. Like I had bought some clothes from off his site. I bought a T-shirt. They actually sent me the wrong size. I bought a 2X. They gave me a large. So I still wasn't shake. So they gave me the socks that went with it. I had the COVID mask. I got a skull cap. I gotta find my skull cap and my COVID mask. But I gave the T-shirt to one of the old heads I know that be hanging around the stores. Cause I was like, man, I can't fit no large. So I gave it to
Yeah.
him. Yep. Got the socks and everything. I gotta find the socks.
But
Yeah,
see,
but I
that's a
mean,
solid 10
his
toe
story
down
is
dude.
good, man.
Say
Yep.
again?
I say his story is awesome, because just like you said, he was the only one that actually, with all these rappers, he the one talking about buying the block, just like what Nipsey was talking about. He's the one
Yeah.
that was talking about buying the block, giving back to your
Yeah. Not
hood.
only talking, he was doing it, yo.
Yeah, yeah,
That wasn't the only property he had. Now, don't get me wrong, because a lot of these rappers, they do end up buying, like their projects and shit, like Brevoy projects in Brooklyn, right?
mm-hmm,
It's a rundown project, but people don't know that Fabulous owns that.
mm,
Fabulous went back and bought his projects, right? But if you look at the conditions of Brevoy projects, they still blame NYCHA, which is New York City Housing Authority, for it being ran over with rats, decrepit, old buildings, and garbage. Now, a lot of that has to do with women who are proud of being on Section 8 for 25 years, which that ain't you supposed to go there for a year or two and get off, right? You're not supposed to breed Section 8 users, right? But come on, dude, you sitting here in a car that costs more than the project building, and then you expect these young children to freaking pay you for saying I got so much money that I bought a project building with my car. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like
That's
it's
even like
crazy.
Tip. Tip bought Tip bought his situation like that. Tip bought the Bankhead where he stayed at. He bought
Yeah.
that whole projects over there, and he's turning it into a senior assistance living and stuff, and low income housing.
Mm,
Him and Killer Mike, they actually, I think I said that one time. Him and Killer Mike bought that famous Bankhead Seafood. They're gonna turn that into a historical landmark. They're gonna reopen it. They invested money into it to keep it going. They was like, it's pretty much as long as the people willing, you're gonna try to keep it, open as long as possible as a historical landmark. A
right.
lot of rappers do good in their community, but a lot of them, to an extent, they don't want that people to push all that recognition towards that way because when it comes down to it, what a lot of people do, they want to point the finger and say, "Oh, you wasn't good enough, or you didn't this, and you're not that," and in the end, hey. man, I'm for the community and I'm here to, be here with each other, work with each other. But you got to work with me and you got to be with me. And a lot of people, they have that issue of working and being in the community right now.
Yeah, I think that's a big issue. But like I said, some of them, they buy along. But like I said, Rollo was really, 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 really about as fuck is really, really, really about like the shit he was talking about in his what's going on, Lashes? He's really about what he was talking about in his music in terms
Yeah.
of buying back the block, you know. Um, and he was like, "Yo, I ain't even a rapper. They just told me to do this." Yo, I loved his
Mm-hmm.
swag, yo. He was like
Another,
super swaggy, and he actually dropped some knowledge because you got a lot of especially Atlanta rappers who be talking about, they ran, zone 4, what have you. And like he dropped some serious science on one of the biggest guys from Georgia, Young Thug. He was like, no, no,
yeah.
no, no. I run that nigga's territory.
Hey,
I let
y-
that nigga live.
what's the rapper name? Rocco? You ever heard of Rocco?
Yeah, Rocco's my guy.
Man, Rocco's certified. I like his lyricism and everything because he got into rapping because, he actually started, he did like Dave East. He started the label to actually, promote his guys, but, they were getting locked up and wasn't
Hmm.
doing right. So he took on the responsibility like, man, I could just do this myself, man. I'm doing this for all these guys. They not appreciative. They not doing things right. Might as well do it myself.
Big facts. It's kind of the way it is, unfortunately. But like you said, he was certified. And Georgia, listen, like I said, I used to kick up a little bit of dust in Georgia myself. I was in Douglasville, which if anybody knows about Deville, they know it was the meth capital of the country,
Hmm.
right? Back in 2006, right? So this is when Young Jeezy dropped what the inspiration,
Yep.
right? And like, yo, that whole everything, man. Like, yo, I miss Douglasville. I ain't even gonna hold you, even though like it wasn't much there. Um, there was like you would definitely find a bunch of Confederate flag wearing dudes out there, but you'd also find because see, I lived across the tracks, so I lived on the good side.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Whereas if you went across the tracks to the bad side of Deekville, like I was over there by the Walmart and the Waffle House and all that. So I was on what was it, Highway 5, right? So I would take a turn off of I-20 and go to, and this was when it was new. You remember the 12 Hotel?
The Who Hotel?
The 12.
The 12?
Uh-huh.
I don't know because, I don't be out there in Douglasville like that, but I seen different little spots out there.
That's all. Well, the 12 is in Atlanta, but it's off of I-20. Um, well, it was in Atlanta. I don't even know if it's still around, to be honest. But that's where we would go and we would run into all the football players and stuff. And I remember a couple of my homies, they ran into you remember the rapper Kia Shine?
Yeah.
They robbed him. Yeah.
Hey,
Cause dude was
that's
he was wearing, he was out crispy white tee, but he had all the diamonds and stuff on. And they was gonna go after Atlantic Station has one. Yeah. I think that's where it is, at Atlantic Station, Coffee. And they was looking at the football players and they was like, nah, I think twice about that. These dudes are kind of big, you know. Even with a gun, they look like they could take a bullet or two and still beat you down.
mm-hmm.
So they went after Kia Shine.
Hey, a lot of guys don't know, man. You sheep real quick out there in that space, man.
Yo, it's crazy. It's even worse when I was living in Augusta, bro. Oh,
Yeah, Augusta. A
Augusta
lot of
ain't
people
no
sleep
joke.
on Augusta. Think they think they country. Oh man, they country. They ain't about man. Get you some time out there, man.
Yeah. Well, see, I know you know Georgia like that because I
Yeah,
went from Deville to Augusta.
yeah. I be traveling, man. So I knew about all them spots, man.
Mm. And then I
Like
went from
A
there
lot
to
of
the
people
Trade
sleep
4
on
in
Macon.
Winston-Salem.
Oh yeah,
Not just going from bad to worse.
Yeah. A lot of people be sleeping on them little small towns, man. They think, oh man, the little country town out here, man, they ain't doing nothing out here. They ain't doing no work. They ain't got no money. Okay.
All
Y'all keep
right.
thinking that.
Think that if you want, go to Augusta and find out. Them bandos and all that good stuff, they get it in.
Mm-hmm.
They really
What's
get it in, man.
what's the first spot? Garden Grove. When you first coming in Augusta, that's Garden Grove.
Mm,
It's projected as a nice area. Ain't nothing to
yeah.
play with though.
Oh, it's
Ain't
sure
nothing to
enough
play with.
ain't.
Then that's when you start getting into Wrightsboro and all that. That's more like the city area. Then you going outside of Wrightsboro, that's when it started to get real. Like,
Yeah. Facts.
You know what, she? I'm glad y'all talking about Atlanta because there's so many stereotypes about Atlanta. My very first video for next year is going to be called "Will the Real Atlanta Please Stand Up?" And Sheet,
yeah,
I want you to help me with that. I think we should go in
okay,
together and do it, and do a whole documentary on it.
yeah,
I'm down for it. We can plan it and put it on our calendars because I've been this whole month because I don't celebrate Christmas like that. I'm supposed to
Mhm.
be in Atlanta now, but I decided not to come because I had other stuff that I needed to take care of. Plus, uh, the weather's real bad here. I don't know why. You know, it's pretty crazy, but it's bad. Due to
yeah.
the snow and the rain. I mean, it's been raining all week,
It's been warm on the East Coast.
and usually that's when it start to prepare because y'all end up start having tornadoes and shit like that and storms when around like March. Is it March?
Even before, yeah, around then.
Yeah.
But we haven't had a drop of snow out here, man.
Well, that's funny because usually I know New York will have it too.
Yeah.
Around this time. And that's the worst you ever want to get caught in because when I was up there, it was snowing like it was nothing.
You don't want to get caught in upstate New York snow.
Mm-mm.
The
Same
snow
way.
in the city is luckily it's good because we got shit like the subways, right? So the snow be melting because the ground is damn near heated in New York City.
Oh, really?
Well, because you think of all the stuff that they got to go through for the subway, and then all that underground, and then there's a lot of steam that gets released from underground, so it generally melts off a lot of the snow and the ice. But if you're upstate like Buffalo, places like that, oh, you're gonna get hit with feet of snow.
Oh yeah, it's no joke. I'm glad I got out of that shit because man,
For real.
it's snowing now.
But sheesh. Yeah, that's crazy. Man, listen, you know. Um, but I guess to get back to the power, man, and one of the things, actually, I want to add this because something she'd said a little bit earlier, and I wanted to hold that thought, and I'm glad I held on to it. You were mentioning men who are single, right? And I get this all the time. That, well, I'm single, I ain't got no kids. Why do I need life insurance?
Damn.
Well, number one, we got to stop looking at it as a death benefit check, right? There's this big thing, especially when talking about high value men, that we always talk about, right? Which is a word called net worth, right? So let's say you're at $0 today, but you want to be a millionaire overnight. Well, a life insurance policy adds to your net worth. So let's say you have zero debt, but you have zero assets, and you buy a $1 million life insurance policy and it gets approved and you accept it. You're a millionaire because your net worth is that $1 million of that life insurance, right? So you can be a millionaire overnight just by buying $1 million worth of life insurance. Boom, I'm a millionaire. Now, obviously, it's not that simple. So I don't want to make it a Dave Ramsey, Sue Zorman type situation because that's how they talk about things as if it's that simple. Obviously, there are other factors into it, which is why I said if you have zero debt and zero assets and buy a life insurance policy, your net worth is $1 million. Nobody has zero debt and zero assets. Nobody, unless you're a newborn, right? So obviously there's going to be factors into it, but that's one of the reasons why as a younger man you want to get a life insurance policy. Number one, to just add to your net worth, right? Number two, you want to lock in your price for cheap, right? If I told you, Kwafi, that them Simpsons Adidas, right?
Yeah.
The day you got them, right? I told you, well, you're a little young. Why don't you just wait for a couple years to get them? While I buy them and wear them every day. And then in 10 years, when you're older and quote unquote ready for your sneakers, you come and say, all right, Alonzo, I'm ready to buy them sneakers for $1,000. And then I break them out the box and you're like, bro, you've worn these every day for the last 10 years. Why would I spend $1,000? Well, that's exactly what you're saying when you're 27 or 22 and you're like, I'll just wait till I'm 40 to get life insurance because you're beating up your health. You're never as healthy as you are today. And people have to understand you do not pay for life insurance with money, which
And
is why people.
I look at
Sorry,
that.
go ahead.
I look at that analogy. I could take that same analogy in other ways as well, where people are willing to wait 10 years until they come on sale for $10. And even if they're worn out, they still buy them.
Hmm.
But I understand what you're saying. You're not going to get the same quality as what you could have had 10 years ago and have
Exactly.
worn them yourself.
Exactly. Now I don't want them every day for 10 years, but I'm still going to tell you. Now you're like, well, this is less valuable. I'll still buy them, but I ain't gonna pay $1,000 now. Yes, you are. Actually, you're gonna pay more because you're older. So it's gonna cost you more for these used up sneakers, right? So it's the same thing. Like when I was actually talking to Kane the God the other day.
Oh,
I
wow.
actually, yeah, because he was talking about getting some life insurance for his father. And I was explaining to him, like, most people should get like a $10 million policy. Or it was a scenario where I was like, yeah, you would need a $10 million policy. He was like, well, how much is a $10 million policy going to cost? And that's when I always compare life insurance to cars, right? So I ask you, well, how much does a Mercedes Benz cost? Well, you're going to say, well, it depends on which Mercedes Benz you get. Because if you get an A class, it's 35 grand. You get a C class, is what, 50 grand. You get an E class, is 75 grand. You get an S class, is 100 grand. But they're all Mercedes Benzes. They all have the 3-point star logo. Why would I pay so much more for an S class when I could get A class? Well, because an A class doesn't have what an S class has, right? So the same thing applies for a $100,000 death benefit life insurance policy, right? You could get an A class, which would be a term. You could get a C class, which would be maybe a regular whole life. You could get an E class, which might be a universal life. Then you could get an S class, which is an index universal life. Then you could get an S class with the AMG kit, which is an overfunded index universal life. So you see how nothing changed. It's still $100,000 death benefit. But that S class AMG costs substantially more than that A class non-AMG. I don't know if I'm getting too deep into the weeds with Benzes. Not everybody's into Benz like that.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Right?
Right. Mm-hmm. I'm glad that
So,
you use it like this because instead of talking in your professional terms, because you're the specialist. And I
yeah.
think you should use stories to get through to people, because trust me, a lot of people, even in the documentary, it made a lot of sense. Even me, I didn't understand when you said instead of marching, we need to put our economical dollars to work.
Yeah, man. Dr. Cloyd Anderson been saying this shit for the last 80 years.
Yeah, but
You know?
he ain't 80 though, huh?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how old he is.
I think about 60 something.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But so, we just have to be cognizant of that. And the reason that let's look at things like you were saying, like, we were talking about the Asian hate crime bill. 2,500 people got injured. Forget that. Let's look at something called the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union.
Union, yeah, I know about them.
You know that Jewish people make up 2% of the population of America? Yet 51% of reported hate crimes are against Jewish people. How is that possible?
Well, because they're reporting, and then sometimes even if you report it, it might not be fully accurate.
Right. But a lot of that has to do with the dollars, which is why those reports are accepted. Again, in spaces like the Manosphere, we talk about like situations that I went through, right? I had a situation where my aunt, who I was living in her apartment or her building, paying rent cash, I decided to give her a check. She decided to have a problem with receiving a check because she didn't want to deposit a check and possibly mess up her Social Security scheme. That ain't got shit to do with me, madam. I paid my rent. Well, she decided to tell her children, her son, who happens to be a street dude from Brooklyn, that I punched her in the face.
Oh no.
You you can't do that because you punched my mother, nigga. You gotta die straight like that. So imagine my surprise when 4 people show up at my front door, clapping at my wife, and so I'm like, oh, hold up, and I know what clapping is. Who's clapping? Watch out, wife. Now, luckily, it was my wife's cousin, who was a female, her current husband, and her son, who's a boxer.
Damn.
Right? So I'm standing there and I held my phone up. I was like, yo, please, look, I'm not getting into this. And I told her son, I was like, yo, little cuz, get them out of here because I'll have to call the cops because I'm not going to have to fuck these people up. Y'all are family. I don't want to hurt y'all. Right? Well, she decided to continue and bust me in the mouth multiple times. And I took it, laughed. She ripped the hell out of my shirt, punched me in the mouth. I sat my wife down and was like, just chill. Let her do what she's doing. I understand why she's upset. She thinks I assaulted her mother. But let me ask you this. I don't care if you are 75 years old, which was her husband. If a man comes into your house and punches your wife in the face, well, look, young buck, you about to kill me today because I'm not just going to let you hit my wife in my presence. So either I'm going to stab or shoot you to death, or we going to tussle and yeah, I know you're 40 years younger than me. You're probably going to beat my ass, but you're going to have to do that.
But damn, Alonzo, that's fucked up. See what a woman can do?
Mm-hmm.
Can lie. And she
Well, here's what's worse. When, because my wife was like, okay, call the cops now that they've assaulted you. I wasn't going to call the cops. I was just going to call it a day and go back to eating my tacos. She was like, nope, call the cops. Thank God I did, because they called the cops shortly after I did, and they were outside waiting for the cops to say that I assaulted them, even though the only scratches she had were on her knuckles from connecting with my face. I had the scars on my face. You know what the cops told me? Oh, well, because it's a family domestic issue, we'd have to take you both to jail. I said, no, you really don't.
Oh,
but you don't want to do the paperwork, fine. You know what they continued to do? They continued to come and check randomly and be like, well, you had a domestic violence situation, so we have to come and check on you randomly. I was like, first of all, the bitch who did it don't even live here. And there's no domestic violence. These motherfuckers came and assaulted me. And luckily, her son actually stopped her because he was like, Ma, stop hitting him. What if he hits you back? And I showed a lot of restraint. because even my brother-in-laws was like, yo, you better than me. She might have been my cousin, but instinct, I would have just snapped and broke her face. And I was like, yeah,
So Alonzo, how do they feel about this shit now?
They don't. They've dropped it swept it under the rug. They've called and apologized to my wife. They've said jack shit to me, which is why they're not welcome in my house. But other than that, you know, it is what it is. You know? But I also realize that as a man, sometimes you got to swallow that shit, right? Because they're women, and women and children are in the same place. So they're going to do a bunch of childish, impulsive shit and think it's okay.
Boy, you've been
right?
through a lot.
Yeah, man, I've been through a whole bunch with these people, man. It is what it is. You know, I ain't worried about it. Like I said, man, you know, because here's what it is at the end of the day. And black men, we have to realize this. Often we come from matriarchal families, right? Now, in those matriarchal families, when you're the male, well, the women dole the shit out of you, right? They generally trying to find a man that they can dominate, right? But I came from a matriarchal family. So when I came into this family, I clashed with a lot of the women. Why? Because I was like, yeah, y'all not about to walk over me. I'm actually a man. Like, I don't know what your husband doing, or your has been, but I ain't him. Like, I'm all the way a man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, now don't get me wrong, some shit I let go, but even to this day, now my wife, like, some of the women will talk crap about their husbands. Oh, he's an idiot, da 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 da. The moment they start saying that she'd be like, no, my husband is not your husband. You're gonna respect my husband. We don't do that. Now, I might talk some shit about him because
he go through, you know, because at the end of the day, y'all is just, y'all all y'all got.
Exactly. It's me and her against the world.
That's right. When people already want to see successful marriages together.
Yeah. Man, my own mother asked me about that. She was like, yo, how did you become the man, the husband and man that you are? Because you've never seen a healthy relationship. You know, my mother was a divester, right? She dated white men.
Okay.
And I understand why. Because them white men used to get me Christmas gifts. Them white men bought all my hedge clipping tools when all of my landscaping tools when we bought a house. Right? Them white men would take her to Morton Steakhouse.
Damn.
And buy an entire steak for me because she'd be like, well, I need to bring a doggy bag home for my son. Right? Mm-hmm. But again, and you know, I'm bringing it back to relationships because it'll bring us a few more views. Damn, I almost been going for 4 hours. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. And we look at, right? Number one, like I posted a video earlier of a gentleman that I follow by the name of Bully Juice. And
what is it called?
The guy's page is named Bully Juice. The video, hold on,
I thought you said something else.
No. No. In fact, I'm gonna tell you what I have the video titled as. Mm-hmm. Black Fatherhood Husbands Unite. Right? And in that video, he actually goes ahead and he gets on the ground to do push-ups. And you know what he allows? He allows his daughter, his wife, and his newborn baby to sit on his back while he carries the weight. And it ain't fair, but it is what it is. It's a man's world. It ain't fair, but neither is the competition amongst men, right? It ain't fair that, you know, I ain't 6'5" or 6'8" and 260 pounds like LeBron James, and I can't jump out the gym, right? But I had to make my own way, right? It ain't fair that my homeboy, who used to get all the girls when we were young, now is living at the age of damn near 40 with his mama.
Yeah.
Right? That ain't fair. But it's the reality of the situation due to the choices he made. Because when we were young, when we had freshly graduated high school and we were 21 to 25, we thought it was cool to still chase after high school girls because we could come up to the high school campus with 40 ounces and a rented car
Damn.
and some new J's. And the high school girls were impressed by that.
Just that little bit right there.
Just that little bit right there. But try and bring that to a grown-ass woman who is 25, 26, 30 years old. She'd be like, nigga, you have a rented car and a 40 ounce? What is this? Right? Now, don't get me wrong. There's still some skeezers who you could probably get that off with. But if you want a real woman of any quality, she's going to be like, dude, a 40 ounce and a rented car? I can get that myself on minimum wage.
But you know what, though?
Hmm?
A lot of women, even today in places like Atlanta, they get excited by the bass in the nigga car.
Yeah. Yeah, that's LL Cool J. Cars ride by with the booming systems.
Or the rims.
Yeah.
Hey, the crazy part was when I was in I think I was probably let's see, with Joe, I was still going to the club. So that was probably around 2005 or so, between 2005 or so. So I had a homeboy, he had 24s on his Monte Carlo. And this chick I know from Chicago, real bad chick, Lala. So dude kept saying, man, she fine. And he was like, man, tell I want to holler at her. I'm like, well, we all trying to holler at her. Get in line. So he was like, man, tell I got 24. I'm like, bro, we in the club. That don't matter. So I go up to her, I say, hey, the dude over there said he got 24s. She's like, it don't matter. We in the club. So I was like, what's up with these dudes and trying to impress girls with their cars? I'm like, she not a hood chick, so it don't matter to her. But he thought because he get the hood chicks like that, he can get her like that. It didn't work.
Well, it's in terms of intrinsic value, right? So we got to look at what's valued, not just as, here's the reason why the women are going to go after the dude with the bravado or the 24-inch rims. It seems as if, right, one would believe if you can afford 24-inch rims, that you have some kind of fiscal responsibility about yourself. When in all actuality, like I said, my cousin used to run a auto club out here in New York called SWG. And he used to say, yo, these niggas do some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, well, what do you mean? He said, we have the car club where we show off our custom cars and whatever. He said, I know these dudes who will put a second mortgage on their house to put $100,000 into a $40,000 car to have all this music and shit and custom paint and big ass rims to win a $20 trophy. Because that's all I pay for my trophies that I give away. And I was like, wait, so you got dudes mortgaging their house, putting their wife and kids at risk so that they can have a baby blue Dodge Challenger. I'm sorry, what's the one that's a station wagon? Dodge Charger with a black racing stripe and speakers in the door that make the music so loud you can hear it for 4 blocks, but it's useless to listen to in the car because you can't hear anything but right? Because the music's so goddamn loud.
Boy, you animated. I like that.
But realistically, and they would do this to win a $20 trophy. But it looks like they're fiscally responsible because you're like, wow, well, if they have the money to spend on these cars, then they must have solid investments. They must be able to take care of me and the family.
And it's pretty sad, though, because I look at and I don't think any man should be doing anything to get a woman. Just be yourself.
Yeah.
But the guys that I'm running into, I'm like even just being in Atlanta, I know the things that men do to attract women. They have like a stack of money in
Mm-hmm.
a rubber band popping out of their pocket. She'll see that, that get her attention. Okay. He dressed nice. He counted his money at the gas pump while she there. Ooh, look at, hey, how you doing? Women,
Mm-hmm.
like we just talking about with the bass in the car, the rims, that kind of thing. And then once they do get involved with the nigga, they find out, he really ain't got it like that, But that right there often attract a woman. Say he do got it like that. He a dope boy. He
Uh-huh.
making money. He keeping her lace. He doing all the things he needs to do to keep her. But as soon as he get locked up, she disappears.
Oh, she hitting his friends and all that.
Oh, you know it. But the point I'm making is, first of all, back to the topic, where we put our value in things more than just, taking care of things that we need to. And that's even life insurance, because all those things cycle right back down to death.
Yeah.
Whether, somebody's jealous and kill you for the things you have, whether you're in a real bad car accident, whether you fuck around and fall to your death due to some serious illness.
Right.
And we don't think about that, And let me tell you something. I feel that ain't nothing better than having your shit taken care of when all else fails, because you need to learn at an early age who's for you and who's not. And
Mm-hmm.
if nobody is for you at all, you got to be for your damn self. And that's even with a wife and kids.
That's big fat. Shit, you know what? Hold on. Let me find this article and I'm gonna post it in the chat because I talk about it very often, but I don't think anybody actually has checked it out. And I know who has, which is Perfect Timing has checked it out, right? And the reason I know that because he actually mentioned it earlier today, where he was saying, isn't that like, the drug? They were the Colombian cocaine cartel. In this article that I just posted, if you'll notice, it's a New York Times article from December 10th, 2002. And it says new hiding place for drug profits, life insurance policies, right? Now, 5 guys got indicted and got caught for hiding $80 million of drug money in life insurance policies. Now, those are just the guys that they caught. So imagine for the decades that they didn't catch people, how much dirty money went into life insurance. We have dudes who call themselves El Chapo. I know dudes who've been selling cocaine since I was 16 years old and they haven't moved a kilo. There was one guy indicted in this who was in San Francisco who got indicted for moving 13 tons, forget kilos, 13 tons of cocaine per week.
Damn,
So when I hear black folks be like, nah, I don't want to get into life insurance, but everybody wants to be El Chapo super gangster drug dealer, well, they fronting. Because this is last time I checked, New York Times was a very credible source, right? But if you don't want to look at the New York Times because it is a news outlet, so that's fine. So we won't look at the Moscow Times or the oh wow, there's a whole 35 pages on it, and I'm about to download that.
Yeah, the thing is with that, it won't let you unless you subscribe to New York Times.
Okay. Oh shit, this is from December 21st. December 10th, 2021. I'm looking on CBS News. It looks like there was a DEA agent who just got sentenced to 12 years in prison for conspiring with Colombian cocaine cartel
Oh,
in life insurance.
Money, I say this a lot. You probably heard it. Money wins out every time for the right price and for the right situation. Could be the wrong
Yeah.
situation in this DEA case because DEA agent case, because for one, you took a serious oath with a security clearance and you're letting these things happen. Trust me, when you think that you're untouchable, you're a DEA agent and nobody's watching you, trust me, you have those that are above you watching you.
Big facts.
And some that have super secret clearances to where they can pull you up on fucking satellite and seeing what the fuck you doing. They got all kind of shit in this world, man.
Yeah. So I just posted the second link is from the United States Department of State. If ain't nothing more credible than that, I don't know what is, right? And you'll have to scroll down a little bit and there should be Operation BMPE. This is also talking about an attorney receiving drug proceeds through trust bank accounts, right? Bureau of ICE agents in New York questioned the Colombian national who was observed making suspicious cash deposits from a large handbag into numerous bank accounts, right? But then if you'll scroll down, it says BMPE, Life Insurance Undercover Operation, International Cooperation. Because I want to read to you the list.
Wow, I see it. You there, Alonzo?
You went out.
Yeah,
for
I'm
a
here.
minute.
Oh,
there
okay.
you go.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, if you go down to Operation BMPE, and you should be able to see it.
BMPE colon Life Insurance Undercover Operation and International Corporation.
Yep. Okay. This is from 2002. So
I need to get on my laptop.
I need to do the same thing, to be honest.
Hey, I'm
So
trying
what
to look
site
I'm
is
looking
this?
at
It
the
says
back
something
channel.
about archives. I have to
Yeah.
check. Whoa.
Yeah, that's the United States Department of State archives.
Okay. And it's public information.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is federal government. When they went and busted people, they put it on the blotter on the back. So this is public information, but it's the absolute most credible. It's not a newspaper article. It's not a news site where they was trying to clickbait. This is from the actual federal government. Right?
Yeah.
So one portion that I want to point out, where is it? These policies were funded. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, very well.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So one of the things that it says, right? It
And
revealed that drug.
What paragraph
go ahead.
are you reading from?
I'm on like the third paragraph where it says,
As of December.
this 2-year, or the second paragraph, I'm sorry, this 2-year multinational investigation involving ICE, the Isle of Man Custom Excise, and the DAS revealed that Colombian drug trafficking organizations, through a small number of insurance brokers, were purchasing investment-grade life insurance policies. These are the type of policies I tend to try to sell. That's why I always push an index universal life. Right? It says these policies were funded with tens of millions of dollars.
They got him.
He keep cutting out.
They don't want him to read this shit.
Yeah. That's what it is, eh? I'm back.
All right.
Yeah, you back now?
Damn, yeah. See, they don't want me to read it to y'all. It's terrible. Now I might have to go pull it up on my laptop just to read it to y'all. But realistically, what ended up happening, man, they put, like I said, these millions of dollars in these life insurance policies. And what did they do? They overfunded them, which is something that I am always talking about overfunding your policy,
Mhm.
right? So that's why $100,000 worth of life insurance isn't always the same, right? Because you could get a policy that is made to do what's called fall apart, which is generally the type of whole life policies that Sue Zorman and Dave Ramsey are talking about. Is with an agent who don't know what the fuck they're doing, so they put a policy together based on whatever. They try to get you the cheapest price, right? Because you're trained as a customer to look for the cheapest price, as we all are,
Yeah,
right?
they don't understand the things that are needed. It's just like if you buy Adobe products, and if you don't have a certain element to work with that product,
Right.
different things they charge you individually. Now, if you just do it all as at a package where the damn thing is functioning, then you don't have to worry about it.
Mm, that's a fact. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what most computer software. If you buy the whole thing, you're good. But you'd be like, nah, I just want the cheap basic version. And then all you could do is type N in the cheap basic version. So they'd be like, oh, well, in order to get the full keyboard capabilities, you got to pay. And then you end up finding out that it costs you more to just get the keyboard capabilities. But then you also have to have the transcribing capabilities and so on and so forth. So it costs you 3 times as much as it would have to just bought the whole damn thing in the first place. But even when you're looking at overfunding, because if you'll notice in the article, right, it says that they overfunded those policies.
Let's see.
And
Under
yep,
what?
go ahead.
Under what? Where about?
Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me pull out because they gonna get me again if I switch on my phone.
Well, I do see something about it says bulk cash smuggling, seizure of 1,103,125 hidden in a Porsche in
Yep,
Mississippi at a patrol stop.
yep, that's the first one. Hold on, I'm gonna get you there.
I know the BMPE. I see that one as well.
Yeah, hold on. Let me law enforcement cases, Department of State. My computer going slow. They really don't want me to read this shit.
I wonder if they are in cahoots with the Mexican cartel that you see in
The Sinaloa cartel.
the who?
Sinaloa.
I don't know, but they have them also in shit. What is it? Tijuana,
Yeah.
Mexico.
I
Oh
was
yeah.
I was in St. Louis, and I was going to, where's the place was? It was, what was the name of that place? Kansas City. So between
Oh, I love
Kansas
this shit.
and St. Louis, they have like this little small town. It's one of the biggest drug trafficking towns from St. Louis to Kansas, and they hit millions. These people, this town has a tank, 3 fire truck, three helicopters. And I'm like, all that? They was like, well, we got the money, we got to spend it. So we just keep buying. So, when other towns have issues, they just, hit us up, be like, hey, man, could y'all catch somebody on the helicopter? Could you? Because
Huh?
they got all this stuff, battering. Once I think 9/11, they opened that stuff up to the police. They said they just bought just to be buying it. Even if they didn't need it, they bought it because, they had the money for it.
Yeah.
They had a one big drug bust. When we was there, they was actually opening up a Nissan where the guy put all the drugs in the dashboard and
Mm,
laced the whole padding of the dashboard down with the drugs and took the padding and the airbag, all that stuff. The airbag was gone, filled the airbag area full of drugs, all that stuff. I'm talking about. And one of them was so slick, they took the drugs up, but I guess somebody punched a hole in one of the bags and it was residue on the trailer. They
mm,
had a trailer hauling, it was an F-150 dually. It was two F-150 dualies. One of them was hauling the dually, and the other one was hauling the old school car that matched the trailer. So it's just
mm.
like random, like you going to a car show.
Yeah.
Little do they know, man, this guy had The whole they tore the car up, tore the truck up, didn't find anything. Lo and behold, one of the whiz kids in the shop was like, "Hold on, that trailer didn't come with a chrome floor."
Oh shit.
He was like, "Pull the floor up." They pulled the floor up. The whole floor of the trailer was filled with cash.
Damn.
Wait a
And
minute.
when they
A whiz kid. Who was the whiz? Who was the whiz kid? Was he an agent?
no, it was just some older guy that was working in the shop. This
Oh,
older
he
guy
Mm.
working
bought.
in the
Oh,
shop.
he bought. Oh, he bought the truck.
No, no, no. The older guy that working the truck, he works for the task force for the police to where when they find the cars, they take it to a shop and the shop breaks the cars down because this shop is known for, finding drug traffickers and all that stuff. So basically
Yeah.
what he did was he kept looking and he break everything down and he'll look for the drugs for them and stuff like that. So they couldn't find nothing on the vehicle, couldn't find nothing on the car, on the F-150. So they was like, man, this guy clean. And so the guy said, man, it's something to this car. I'm telling you. He said, something to this case. And I always got my hunches. I got my hunches. So they said, man, just
Mm.
leave it alone. Let the people go. Lo and behold, he looked at the trailer and he was like, hold on. This a custom trailer. He was like, the trailer floor doesn't come chrome. You have to customize that. So he started taking out the little ripples and all that stuff and
He did this
pulling
in
all the
front of the
screws out.
police.
They brought it. The police brought it to him to take
That's
this
what I'm
stuff out.
saying. But did he
Yeah.
break it down in front of him?
No, he didn't.
He's
Cause
stupid. I ain't
they
trying to be
trust
funny,
him.
and I'm not no dude that participates in illegal activity. Goddamn, he working at a shop and found all this money after the police said they couldn't find nothing, and he
Man, the
doing extra
whole
work.
trailer.
How much?
Man, I took all that money.
Oh
They
my
said it was
God.
close to like $5 million or something like
Oh,
that.
and he turned it in.
Oh yeah, that's his job. They got the shop that he work at got cameras all throughout the building.
All right.
I'm talking about, and you can't step in any angle in the shop on the outer perimeter and not be seen.
Damn, he could have.
Like that's
He
how.
had one stack of it.
Hey, the only way he could have did it was he could have stacked all that money up together, put it all together, put it to the side, and kicked one of them in the trash can. And when it took the trash, that's the
Damn.
only way.
That's a
Like
lot of work.
Damn.
yeah, and they highly look up onto that stuff, man. Make sure, cause he was
Mm.
telling me he was like, man, these policemen they so fit on us to make sure we ain't stealing or doing anything wrong. He's like, man, they own us. He said, but the
Well, they
thing
need to
is,
hire their own damn mechanics in their own shop. The
they
Cap County got their own shop, don't they?
they ain't as good though. They weren't as good as these guys.
Oh,
Every time they send stuff out, the police couldn't find none, but these guys could always find because they was super, just nosy and everything else to the
but
point
then
they
Mm.
was like,
again, you know what? Damn, I'm calling you she.
yeah,
You know what, she? The thing is, it's good that they do have those cameras because also it could show that that the police is not planning anything in somebody's car.
Mm.
mm-hmm,
You see, because sometimes they'll still lie just to get a case. If they wanted
True.
somebody very bad and they didn't find nothing, because back in the day they used to tear your whole damn car up and wouldn't think none of it and didn't
And
find it.
then plant something.
Plant
and
something.
then but not even if they didn't plant nothing, they'll just tear your whole car up, and
And
then they could walk away and say, have a nice day.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
They did that to my friend several times because his car, he had the same looking color Caprice. He had a 80, I think a no 79 Caprice. His
Oh,
79
Bigfoot
Caprice
choice.
matched 80 some Caprice box Chevy. And every time you turn around, he would always get pulled over by the cops. He would always get random checks and stuff like that. And they would always say your car fit the description. And he had that car for 5 years before he gave it up. And he was like, man, he got tired of just getting pulled over.
Hey,
That was the basis of the car. He just
Yeah.
got tired of getting pulled
at
over.
night in Swanee, where I live, when I used to drive my brother's Toyota Supra, the one I always talk about, the red one.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Dude, let me tell you, and it's the turbo that go up to 180,000 miles per hour.
Oh.
And he was upset. The police was always upset when he saw me. and it would always be the same cop that stopped me. Then after checking my license and not finding nothing, he would often start a conversation with me. Dude, you done helped me up from going to Walmart. First of all, when you first did it, you was like, what are you doing out here this late? Dude, I live out here. I live right up the street. Like I said, black folks live out here. I'm not saying that, I'm just doing my job, bud. I said, but why are you stopping me? He said, do you just have your license and registration? I said, but why are you stopping me? But I finally gave up into him the third time. I said, listen, you messing with me, dude. I could call into your internal affairs. I'm also law enforcement. I said, you have not given me a reasonable reason to say why you're stopping me. Every time you see me, you stop me. So I feel where your friend come from, where, he literally have to get rid of a car, to keep them from messing with him. And they mess with different cars.
Yeah.
My brother, my brother had an old truck, but he had it fixed up, it run real loud, had a good motor. And the cop was like, you sell drugs? And then she said, man, I just work. He said, man, I work for a moving company, got a good job. He said, man, stop lying. I know all y'all young boys sell drugs. He's like, man, hook me up, give me some good, just trying to, talk junk just to see if he'll admit something. He's like, man, I don't do none of that stuff. He said, I smoke weed. He said, I've done that in the past, but he's like, I don't sell nothing, I don't do nothing. And the guy, every time he turned around, he would just pull him over, pull him over, pull him over. And he was like, y'all young boys around here with all this money. He's like, dude, I'm not even that much younger than you. Because I think the guy, he was probably like, I think my brother said like 6 years older than him. But the point of reference is, he just kept checking him and getting on him because, he probably needed a bus,
The DeKalb County police officer?
Yep.
Black?
Yep.
The thing is, you just don't think black.
You
know what? I'm going to tell you, I long to see black officers out here. When I see them, I smile because I'm like, damn, at least they got somebody on the force like us. But then again, you find that one that they have on the whole force, it's really not for black folks. So you can't get too happy when you see black people in certain areas that they normally not in leadership.
See, I got to push against that a little bit, only because I've had family in law enforcement. Right? I had an aunt who was a police sergeant here in Connecticut, right? In New Haven specifically. And like you said, these small towns get it in. Like people, when you think of Connecticut, especially New Haven, people used to clown me when I was in Brooklyn. They'd be like, oh, well, did your butler come and answer the door? And I was like, okay, that's because you're used to Yale. But, these dudes have a chip on their shoulder and there's less opportunity in these small towns. So the criminality is actually much more harsh, right? So like I used to walk around in these streets and I used to care. I was never a gun dude. I'd prefer to stab you. I felt it was more personal and is much different when you shoot somebody versus if you feel their energy draining out with a knife. Not saying that I've done anything like stab somebody, but I've just heard that I've heard that when you stab someone, you can feel their energy draining. And even when they're fighting you, you can feel the punches on your back get softer and softer as they start bleeding out. But again, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that. But it's odd because a lot of these small towns do have heavy criminality. And, dudes get like my aunt. I used to walk around with a what's called a buck knife. I don't know if you've heard of the brand Buck. And I used to carry it on my waist. And every time I saw her, she used to always pat me down, but she would never take my weapon. I understood now why she wouldn't take my weapon. But it was just the craziest thing. But then you look at that and you're like you said, that's kind of the crooked thing, right? Because realistically, as an officer of the law, she should have either locked my ass up or took the weapon. And personally, now that I'm almost 40, if my kid's out there with a weapon, arrest that little motherfucker. because you need to learn your lesson, just like I should have probably learned my lesson, right? And I tell this joke because I speak this with my father. My father was a street dude from Dallas. And I say, well, Dad, you're the stupid motherfucker who got caught by the law. And he said, yeah, but you the stupid motherfucker who didn't get caught by the law. And when they put that lead in your ass, I bet you wish you was caught by the law. And I can't say that that's not true because, listen, doing a little bit of time in jail pales in comparison to the fact that I have nerve damage and pain for no reason at times. Because again, like that street shit is cute when it's in your music videos and nobody's actually harmed. But when you're actually dealing with the, again, conditions
In real
of
life.
that shit. Go ahead.
Now, saying in real life, you're right.
Yeah. Bro, my brother-in-law got shot recently in May of this year. Right? He used to always clown, he used to always joke on me and be like, oh, dude, pew, pew, we gonna shoot you. Right? Salute, brother, salute. Right? So he used to always be like, yo, oh, you got pew pewed. Recently, when he got shot this May, he was like, yo, this shit ain't no joke. I said, bro, it only gets worse as time, like it don't get better. It just gets worse as you heal up. Right now, you don't have range of motion, right? He had to be out of work for a couple months. But again, this is why I talk about shit like disability insurance. Because he shouldn't be working right now. He has no feeling in his left foot. He really can't walk around and shit.
Is that an app? Is that a actual permanent numbing or something that's like neuropathy?
Well, I actually have neuropathy, but that's a different story. But it may be permanent. They don't know because he got shot in the hip or he got hit in the hip.
Oh, okay.
Right? He got hit 3 times in the hip. So his lower extremities, he was damn near completely lower leg paralyzed. Right? And here's the thing that he said to me, and it's funny because we sat down and did a financial evaluation before he got shot. And then after he got shot, he said, yo, the only thing I could think about was my wife and kid. Well, his future, he was getting married a month later. He was getting married in June in Vegas. And I said, bro, you're not going to want to get on that airplane to fly to Vegas to get married. Now, he did it. And then he was like, yo, that was the worst thing I ever did. And I was like, yeah, bro, number one, you didn't completely heal. And this shit only gets worse as time goes. 50 Cent wasn't lying. Every time it rains, your bones ache. And it's not like, people would think, oh, it's raining so much, but you might not know that it's raining because your bones aren't aching as it's actually raining.
Damn.
Right? And you're inside, so you don't know that it's raining. But what happens is between 1 and 3 days before or after, your bones will actually swell. It happens to me all the time. I got shot in my shoulder, my elbow, my head twice, and in my back. Right?
Oh,
Now,
Alonzo, so in your head, like where?
the first one grazed my right ear and clipped the top of my right ear. The second one grazed the top left of my head.
Okay.
The bullet that went through my shoulder was a through and through, and it went less than 1 centimeter away from my heart before it came out my back. And then they grazed my elbow. This was 2 dudes. Dude had a 9mm and the other dude had a 38. I would have swung from the shoulders with them because I had my buck knife, but it was 2 of them. And I was like, if I fight one, the other one's going to shoot me. So what did I do? They was like, yo, give it up. It was a robbery. I went in my pocket and I grabbed my wallet, but I forgot I had the buck knife, which is black and chrome. So the first thing they do is they think, oh, he's going for his shit. Pop, 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 pop. Right?
Now,
I don't mean to laugh.
Did they catch these? Well, you're the only one. You look at the situation now yourself. I'm glad that you can, even in a bad situation. I
Yeah.
would laugh about it, not me, but to you could look at it. I look at it as awful,
Yeah.
So did they ever arrest him?
So I am going to stick to the story that I don't know what happened to them dudes.
Okay, let's leave it like that. Okay.
Yeah, because and it's crazy because when I woke up, first of all, this was 3 days before Mother's Day in Winston-Salem, and my mother actually witnessed them shooting me. So it's real crazy. And then what's even worse is my brother was in the room with a girl that he stole from me, big old juicy booty. But
Oh god damn.
what ended up happening was we had went to a bar one night. I met her. She was all googly eyes over me. And I was a lazy dude, man. I was like, man, look, she ain't smashing immediately. I ain't really trying to hear nothing. Let's go to the bar, whatever, whatever. We went to the bar, and I was, a wannabe street dude at the time. I was selling weed and working at Wendy's. Well, my brother was an assistant store manager, and he had this thing called a 401k. Let me tell you, that gets the pussy wet.
I know the pill. Is it a pill?
Oh yeah, it's a pill.
Okay.
It's called 401k retirement accounts.
I thought you said
Nah, he talking about the business side for
Oh, okay.
401k.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You used a very good metaphor, but I thought you was talking about a fucking pill.
No, not the KY jelly. She
No,
he
I'm talking
had.
about a pill. It's called Rhino.
Oh, nah. I'm familiar with that. But no. He had a 401k account. So I guess he whispered in her ear, he works at Wendy's. I have a 401k. So that night, we all drove back to our apartment. It was pretty awkward because I was like, wait, this bitch was here for me. And now I get to wake up and sitting up with my wannabe thug ass, hearing you smash this fat booty bitch. Because I ain't have a 401k. I ain't have no financial plan. I ain't have no insurance at the time. Right? And all he drove was a Jeep. So it wasn't like, and a Jeep Cherokee at that. Not a Grand Cherokee, a regular Cherokee. Right? He didn't have the 1989 BMW that I had with rims. But he had a 2002 Jeep Cherokee and a 401k. I'm saying, bitch, I got a Beamer. Yeah, but your Beamer is almost as old as you, bro. Right?
Hey,
And
that's another thing that would get a woman in Atlanta, no matter how old a Mercedes or BMW is. If he in that, she don't care.
man. But see, I'm gonna get back to this Operation Capstone real quick. So this is the second paragraph of Operation Capstone, and it says, once an investment grade life insurance is created, customers can overfund the policy beyond its face value. Now, I've been saying this for, I don't know, at least 5 years. Overfunding IULs. This is part of what's called the infinite banking concept, but a lot of folks don't know how to set it up right. It's just like folks don't know how to cook crack in the microwave, right? Or, I'm whipping and I'm pitching in the stir fry. Like these rappers will talk about the drug game, and you can obviously tell they weren't in it because the person who cooks the crack is not the same person who sells the crack. But these rappers will tell you, well, I was in the kitchen cooking the crack, then I bagged it up, then I was out all night trapping. Like, you can't do all three.
Sure can't.
Right? But it sounds nice. Oh, I'm whipping with my wrist. Well, if you whipping with your wrist, that's your job. You're the cook. You're the chef. Right? But anyway, so once an investment grade policy is created, customers can overfund the policy beyond its face value and make early withdrawals. An effective money laundering technique. Yeah, they do get influenced by that garbage. And young investor, I hope you see the link for the Operation Capstone, or let me highlight it so y'all can get there. Click that link right there. if anybody wants to hear about the Colombian cocaine cartel hiding $80 million of dirty drug money in life insurance. So your homeboy who next time he calls himself El Chapo, bitch slap him because he ain't buying no life insurance.
So, do you think that these guys did the right thing by investing in life insurance?
Well,
I think
yes,
it's just as good as you being a hood hero, even though corrupted the community. You've given stuff back to the community. Like, you know, why not do something like this too?
yeah. Well, see, now here's the thing, because what a lot of people think of it as, and there was another scam that was going on in Queens through life insurance. It wasn't life insurance. It was called accidental death, right? AD&D, accidental death and dismemberment. So with those policies, they're very, very, very cheap, but the only way they pay out is if you die in an accident, hit by a bus or murdered, right? So what dudes in Queens was doing is they would get like $300 so they could pay for the policy for the year. Then they find some homeless guy and give him $50. Right? Hey, you want $50, homeless guy? Hell yeah. Sign here. Okay. Sign the policy. Right? One of the chicks that they had on the entourage as his quote unquote girlfriend for being the beneficiary. Wait 6 months to 2 years and knock him off. Now you spent maybe, let's say $500.
Oh my God.
But he has $250,000 accidental death and dismemberment. And he's a homeless guy, so it's not like a bunch of family members are going to be looking for him. Right? But that's a scheme that they were using death insurance.
So
these guys, oh, go ahead.
So now that we, not to ban the other part of what we talked, the other debunk what we were talking about. Now you can get into the situation with Sweetie Pies. Remember Tim? What was that situation?
Oh, that was just they killed him for the life insurance. People do that all the time.
Damn. And he wasn't even clever.
And the problem is you don't know if you're the beneficiary. And so, for example, when somebody is an insurance agent, they don't do their whole job just by selling you an insurance policy. Right? They gotta, hopefully they find an estate attorney, or they recommend that you go find an estate attorney so that you can have all your ducks in a row. We talk about, especially in the manosphere, we talk about stuff like, I got a trust fund. I'm gonna set up a trust fund. What is the operative word in trust fund? And it ain't trust. It's fund, right? So in order to fund a trust fund, you have to have the fucking funds. Well, most people ain't got the funds to truly fund a trust fund. So what do? You use a life insurance policy, because actually on the application for life insurance, it will ask you if the beneficiary is going to be a trust fund. And we talked about this earlier with the whole family thing. That's why you would create an irrevocable trust. But so what these guys were doing is they were overfunding the policy beyond its face value, and then they could make early withdrawals. Tax-free, by the way, which is an effective money laundering technique, right? If you put dirty money in and then you take it out from the insurance company, it's clean money. So now you ain't got to worry about nobody looking over your head, El Chapo. Right? So they would, even if they would pay stiff penalties for early liquidation, the cartel beneficiaries would receive a check or wire transfer from the insurance company that on its surface appeared to be legitimate insurance investment proceeds. The cartel could then use these clean funds virtually unquestioned. Right? So then it says Operation Capstone marks the first time that massive drug money laundering through life insurance industry has been exposed. Right? So that's just the first time that it's been exposed. Let's see. He says, so right on that, I learned a little bit about irrevocable trust this semester. Yeah, man. It's a boatload of different types of trust funds you can create. But due to, and actually, young investor, this article will make you understand why there are AML requirements and KYC requirements. AML is anti-money laundering. That's something that a licensed financial professional has to take every 2 years. This is why I shit on Dave Ramsey and Sue Zorman, because they don't have to take continuing education. They don't have to deal with know your customer laws, which is why they can tell you, just buy term and invest the rest. Or, I mean, just take hydroxychloroquine. It doesn't matter.
So why do they not have to do? Why does it not?
Because they're not licensed and they don't practice.
Oh, okay.
Right. So they're telling you a bunch of shit so they can sell their books. Right. Retire like Sue Zorman. And then what do they say? Well, these insurance agents, they get these huge commissions from the insurance company. So why do you care if the insurance company is paying me some money? Right? So, well, yeah, but they get commission based on what you pay. So you're telling me that you don't go to the car dealership and when you ball out on that Scat Pack on that Hellcat, oh, I'm sorry, you didn't know that the taxes that are added on by your car salesman are actually his commissions. The quote unquote taxes and fees. Probably didn't know that. I used to sell cars too. Oh, shit. Well, you're actually paying that. The car dealership isn't. But don't nobody be like, well, these car salesmen, when I get the Scat Pack and the Hellcat and the extra drivetrain, because you know I gotta have my Hemi, even though I'm driving down a fucking regular traffic road, so I can't go more than 40 miles an hour anywhere. Come on, it's not like we got the Autobahn, bro. So motherfuckers, the most we could go is like 85, maybe a buck on the highway. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, young investors. So even though I'm shatting on them, they actually do have a lot of valuable information. It's just circumstantial. You because they tell everybody to take hydroxychloroquine. Unfortunately, now hydroxychloroquine may be good if you got malaria, but it ain't the cure for COVID, Donald Trump. So brothers better watch out. Wife might be putting antifreeze in the Kool-Aid as you get older. Well, they do stuff like that too, but even then, man, like people be drastically underinsured, right? Like I said, your average. So if you go to bankrate.com and look for the highest yield money market account or high yield interest savings account, you'll find that it's Goldman Sachs, aka Marcus Millichap, aka Goldman Sachs, and you'll get a grand total of 0.5%. So basically, if you put $200 a month away every month from the day you're 30 till the day you're 65, you'll gain a walloping $500 of interest. That shit don't sound too sexy now, right? For 30 years, you gained $500, right? Like you were saying, Kwafi, you use Chase. I use Chase for my business account. Minimum of 15,000 has to stay in that account for you to get 0.00002% APR. Am I right?
That's right. Oh man.
So that's like 40 cents a year off of 15,000. And it doesn't compound, so you don't get the benefit of it building on the last year's balance like you do with an insurance policy. Right? I know I done dropped a bunch of bombs on you, Kwafi, because you was like, wait, I got all Susie's books. Nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong.
Well, let me drop another bomb since you dropped one on me. before Donald Trump became the president, you know, all of us as black men, we used to run to the TV to watch The Apprentice. And I started to go to his website and all that. I even took up the Donald Trump University shit, and I bought his books and games. Man, let me tell you, because I jumped on the bandwagon like everybody else did when they was upset with him. Well, he showed who he is. I even stayed at his hotel when I went to Vegas. That's what I wanted to tell you. And I never. And then after all this other shit, I just started staying at MGM Circus.
Oh, I used to love Circus when I was a kid.
Yeah, yeah, they got it out in Reno as well. But
what?
Yeah, they got.
I've never been to Reno. I gotta go.
Reno is the biggest little city. That's what they call them, and it's Vegas. Just look it up, you'll see.
Yeah,
I do a lot of filming out there, but I will tell you this: I don't dislike the man because of his business tactics. And you just can't treat me any kind of way and buy me out because you're doing things for black folks. I just didn't like the hateful acts that he had going on. And I know that a lot of people say, man, take your emotions out of it. But for too long, we've been bought, you know?
Yeah.
I understand the things you say you do for black folks, but you're doing them just, you know, to cover up from being biased.
Right.
I don't fuck with no black folks like that. So I had to have pushback because, and the thing is, when I hear brothers talk about, oh man, I ain't worried about it. He done a lot for black folks. Yeah, but he pimping you out.
Mm.
You out, homie. You know, he pimping you out for these very little things that excite you. You know, so that's why I gave him pushback. And right now, I almost burnt everything that I bought for him. The Donald Trump houseware stuff, you know, like curtains, the pillows. I even bought the actual neckties. Remember, he had neckties.
Yeah.
I was gonna take all this shit and burn it on camera, but I was like, if I do that, I may go to jail.
I feel you.
His game, his books, I was gonna put it all in a pile and just burn it and just watch it burn and film it.
Well, see, we used to stay at the Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City.
Okay.
Big time. But see, the thing about him was he was genius. He never owned any of those hotels. All he did was lease his name. So his name became synonymous with luxury. That's all.
Wow.
He never owned a single one of them hotels. All he did was get a fee for letting his name be on there.
And what do you think?
Trump.
What do you think the fee was?
Oh, it was incredible. It's probably a percentage of what, you know, probably half of whatever the damn hotel made.
And when he came to visit the hotel, I think he owned one, and the others were like franchise or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He did own one, and the one that he owned was in Vegas, and that's the one where he would come and the people would, you know, they say he treated the black people that worked for him very nice.
Yeah, I've heard that. Actually, I have a homeboy whose grandmother lived in the Trump Towers when Trump was like a kid. Like, this guy is like 65 years old as we speak. His grandmother used to live there, and he said she remembers when Trump was a kid, and him and his father used to come collect the rent. Now, his father was an outward racist. He was a grand dragon of the KKK and all that shit.
I read the book by Mary Trump. I got it.
Okay.
I ain't read it all, but part of
it. Yeah. His dad was an outward racist.
And Mary Trump says that she's scared of him.
Oh, shit. I ain't surprised. That motherfucker looks scary, no?
But the thing is, you know what to expect from him. That's why I was not worried about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
When a person, that's one thing. See, for one, he's from New York. Two, New Yorkers gonna say straight up whether they like you or not. They're not gonna beat around the bush like some of these country whites.
Yeah.
You know, I got black friends. Hell no. The thing is, whether they white, Italian, just regular white Jews, whatever, if they don't like you, they're gonna tell you. I know motherfuckers in Chicago do quickly and easy,
Yeah.
and would beat you with a bat if you're in their town.
Damn.
I don't know if the Italians in New York do the same thing, but I remember when I was in New York and Manhattan, I went to a pizza shop. And this guy went in there talking some kind of shit. He was a black dude that was in there. And in front of all these black folks, he bent this dude over and kicked his butt out with his feet.
Oh, hell no.
Now, that's something that I just didn't understand that black folks had done. It was too late for me to not support him because I had bought the pizza.
Yeah.
That was just fucked up. And I'm like, in this day and time, you're doing that? And this was like in 2003.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't have dealt with some issue like that. But New York, you'll get that with the Italians if you're in like Bensonhurst, right? Hey, you's over there. The guy's over there, talking to one person.
That's the way they talk.
You know. I asked how I feel about Primerica.
Get the fuck out of here. You know, they talk like that.
Yeah, that's how they talk. You's the guy over there. Get the fuck out of here. This person asks how I feel about Primerica. It's not Prime America. The name of the company is Primerica. And they suck, to be honest. Their whole motto, again, is buy term, invest the rest. And unfortunately, they also turn around and sell shitty mutual funds. Their main goal is this, to get you to, as an unlicensed individual, to buy in, and then you give them what's called your Project 200, which is the names and numbers of people that you know. I actually have a young lady who I'm recruiting who doesn't yet have her license because she wants to go back to insurance school. What ended up happening was she went through with Primerica. They did her training course. They did this all in 2 days. And then what happens is, in order to get your insurance license, you have to pass insurance school and you have to pass the school exam. Then you can take the state exam. And then once you pass the state exam, you can actually apply for your license. Well, this young lady took the school exam with Primerica, and failed. Well, a few days later, she gets an email. Congratulations, you passed. Here's your school code to go take the state exam. She was like, but I failed. Nah, don't worry about it. And then what they do is they'll try and get her, who's newly licensed, right, to be out in the field and try and come recruiting me.
That's fucked up.
Right? Like, I'm like, bitch, you ain't even sold a single insurance policy. Don't come trying to recruit me. I'm an MDRT qualifier. Like, look at my fucking, LinkedIn profile first.
I'm glad that you said that, Alonzo, because me being an ex-law enforcement person, BLET certified, Academy certified, all the things that you need to know in law enforcement, even firearms.
Mm-hmm.
We had plenty of white boys who did not go to school, and they was only grandfathered in because their grandfather was the sheriff or somebody high in the court system that let them work there, gave them a position straight out of high school. Now here we are,
right.
Black men that have worked with criminal justice degrees, went to college, and also have master's degrees in some sort of law or law enforcement. And they would turn around and give them all these certifications to be your boss. And they don't know anything about certain things. That way you know that they didn't go to school. That's the problem. That's why you have so many untrained, unseasoned police officers and law enforcement people who are often getting in trouble for saying the wrong thing, beating people up, and killing people. So,
wow.
Yeah. So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. Now, lastly, I want to say this because I don't feel any way about Primerica itself. It's really about the representative, right? And if the representative knows what they're doing, which if they're with Primerica, unfortunately, they don't because they get trained bad. right? Well, what do I mean by when I say that? Well, again, like I said, they're gonna put you in. They're gonna rush you into getting your insurance license, and then they're gonna rush you into getting your securities license, right? So they require you to now get your SIE Series 6, Series 63, and your Series 26, so you can manage someone else who has a Series 6, right? But prime example, here's how you know I know what the fuck I'm doing. One of my recent recruits is a female from Colorado who has her life, health, accidental, property, and casualty Series 6, 63, and Series 7. So she's a full service stockbroker. She worked for Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab pays their captive advisors a base salary of about $60,000 a year. When you come to work with my corporation, you get $0 a year. You eat what you kill. Well, she decided, Alonzo, I'm confident enough in what you're doing and your knowledge that I'm going to leave this $60,000 a year job and come be on your team. Right? So that's how I feel about Primerica. I don't feel that they're terrible. It's just that they teach their agents the wrong way. And what happens is, and this is a huge problem, you should be a fiduciary or looking for a fiduciary. Well, what does that mean? That means that when I'm making a recommendation to you, it's about what's best for you, not about what's best for my pocket. Whereas most agents are making a recommendation about what's best for their pocket. Right? So let's look at this. And young investor, you should want to know about this. So you should also look up what's going on, sir. Oh, you should look up a company called Bright House Financial. Actually, anyone can look this up. So Lincoln Financial Group, unfortunately, was in bed with Primerica with their mutual funds. MetLife Investors was in bed with Primerica with their mutual funds. And MetLife Investors was one of the major carriers that a lot of Primerica agents used. Well, MetLife got in trouble for being in bed with Primerica. That's why you don't hear of MetLife Life Insurance Company no more. And that's why in New York City, the MetLife building is now the Salesforce building. Because MetLife got in so much trouble, they lost a few bill. Right? Well, what did they do? They changed their company name from MetLife to Bright House Financial. So much so, because they were in bed with Primerica, they didn't want to have that stain on their name any longer, that they changed the entire fucking name of their insurance and annuities portion of their company. Now, they're still MetLife for things like disability and health insurance. And they're still MetLife for car insurance, which people didn't know that MetLife sells. MetLife got the market cornered in all of that shit. But MetLife doesn't have as much AUM or assets under management as New York Life, which is one of the largest corporations that has assets under management. See, we always want to go to Charles Schwab or Raymond James, quote unquote, investors, or even Fidelity and Vanguard, when you can just go to companies like MetLife, New York Life, Mass Mutual, Prudential, Pacific Life. These companies have massive amounts of assets under management. Right? We know Prudential is huge. How do we know Prudential is huge? Because Prudential is one of the largest real estate companies in the world.
What about Liberty Mutual?
They're a property and casualty company. They're really small and they get a bunch of customer complaints. But they're also supposedly a mutual company, but I think they're publicly traded, so I don't know why they call themselves Liberty Mutual. Now, State Farm is a mutual company. So what is the difference between a mutual company and a publicly traded company? So a mutual company, when you own a policy, you own the company, right? So you buy some State Farm insurance, nigga, you own State Farm. Northwestern Mutual is actually another super giant. And they have tons of AUM, but they're not like Mass Mutual. Mass Mutual is a super giant right now. And Mass Mutual, everybody's heard of Roaring Kitty was his YouTube name, or Deep Fucking Value was his Reddit name. That's the guy who dropped the bomb for GameStop on Robinhood or whatever. You know what his job was, right? He was an insurance agent for Mass Mutual. That's it. Dropped the $48 million bomb on niggas,
Damn.
right? All he was an insurance agent at Mass Mutual. I don't need to be all these extra designations and shit. And actually, young investor, I'm gonna drop some stuff for you from David Kinder, right? That's the guy who makes $750,000 a year selling just life insurance and insurance products. Because to be honest, most life insurance and insurance products will beat the shiggity shit out of any investment product, right? Like I said, if you overfund an IUL, properly funded, if it's growing at, let's say, the last time, in 2013, when I set it up for a woman, it was growing at 6.7% compound interest. Most recently this year, it was growing at 6.3% compound interest. As of January 1, the IUL that I particularly favor will be growing at 5.9% compound interest. So what does that mean? You put $100 in this life insurance policy. Next month, that $100 is worth $105.90. But then you put another $100 in, and then the next month, your interest is going to grow off of the $105.95. It's actually, I already posted it in here, young investor. Hold on. Let me go up in the chat and see if I can find this one here, Dynamic Advanced Wealth. Actually, I posted this in the Discord that we're on with Anton Daniels too. So look out for that and read Dynamic Advanced Wealth, right? This dude showed me how he's using his parents' retirement account, which is only $460,000, but it's going to be about $1.6 million worth of spending power. Right? Because life insurance is the only thing that's not speculative. It's the only speculation is if you gonna pay your premiums or not. That's the speculation with fucking insurance. Investments, there's hella speculation, right? Little shit like Donald Trump tweeted, now your fucking investment portfolio is in the trash. Or little shit like Elon Musk tweeted something crazy. Now your investment portfolio accretes, but then a particular CEO, like this DEA agent who was in the bed with the Colombian cocaine cartel, gets found out for being in bed with the Colombian cocaine cartel. Well, your investments just crashed again. You're not going to have that issue with a life insurance. And in fact, young investor, I'm going to put this video in the Discord that I did now, so you can check it out. Hold on, let me pull it up. And I'm going to share that in the Discord because I think it's valuable. And hold up. I'm going to put it in the bag talk section. Boom. All right. So that's for you, young investor. That is hedging with IULs explained, right? You didn't know you could hedge with life insurance, right? You can hedge against inflation. Right. So again, out of that article, like I said, these Colombian cocaine cartel dudes were putting overfunding their policies. So that's what an infinite banking is overfunding your policy. Right. And in terms of overfunding, again, many black folk ain't overfunding our policy because we look, I sat with a kid. He was like, I want a whole life insurance policy. I was like, okay. And he was young. He was like 22, 23. So I was like, dude, it's excellent. Get in it while you're young. I only want to spend $60. Well, okay, you need to get a term policy then. Because, you can spend $60, but if you're trying to accumulate cash, right, you would put way more in. Again, like I said, if you go to Marcus Miller chat, and put $200 a month every month from age 30 till 65, you'll gain a walloping $500 of interest. You'll get more than that in 1 year from a life policy. What it is people don't understand how to look at an illustration. People also who are licensed don't understand how to explain an illustration because, again, a lot of them weren't taught properly. Right? So they don't understand how the shit works. So it's very easy to get caught up in thinking it's scamish because 9 times out of 10, the agent who put it together didn't know what they were doing, so it becomes a scam. Just like whole life insurance is probably one of the worst products out there. And I'll say again, because there's different types, right? The main whole life insurance that Dave Ramsey and Sue Zorman are going to be talking about is going to be a final expense. So that's that $9.95 per unit Alex Trebek commercial. But what they don't tell you is the fine print of those policies. So in the first 2 years of a final expense policy, which is guaranteed issue, right? So that means you don't got to go through no health exams, nothing. I used to go to AIDS clinics where people were dying of AIDS and be like, look, you about to die. You can't get life insurance, but you don't want to leave a burden for your family for the funeral. Get this policy. Is a maximum of $25,000, but it'll pay for your funeral and maybe leave somebody a couple dollars extra. I was making a killing with that. But that's a whole life policy and it grows cash value. But you have to live at least 2 years for that policy to even be worth its face value. Well, otherwise, what they do is in the first year, they'll give you 100%. They'll give your beneficiary 100% of the premiums you paid. In your second year, they'll give up to 120% of the premiums you paid. So you got to live 2 years before you die to get that policy benefit. Then it's actually kind of what's called an industrial policy. And I did a video on this earlier where it's talking about the discrimination, right? So in Georgia, there's a judge who threw out a case because these people paid about $14,000 for a life insurance policy that had a $5,000 death benefit. Right? Well, that's what the final expense is. You're supposed to die within a certain amount of time. Otherwise, it becomes you damn near outlive the policy. Now, outliving a policy is something different. That's called endowment, which is something different than a modified endowment. What is a modified endowment? That's how Donald Trump paid $750 in taxes. Again, many folks ain't gonna understand how this works, but it's deep, man. Just like you were saying, Kwalfi, there's all this type of training and stuff you have to have with the firearms to be an efficient officer of the law. Right? And you'll get a lot of these kids who are grandfathered in,
Yep.
and they don't even know how to handle a firearm.
Pretty bad, yep.
Right? But they walking around with a 10 millimeter, which is stronger than a 40 cal. Right?
Yeah, man, it's my thing is I just look at, like, I'm glad that people are waking up, because the thing is, you don't know who your boss is and who's training you. You just don't know, and you don't know if they're getting paid more or less,
Yeah. That's insane, man. Like I didn't even know that it was that deep I just thought you went to the police academy, they let you shoot some guns a little bit, and then you out on the law, out on patrol.
I think the people who should have first dibs in law enforcement should be people who first served in the United States military of some.
I was going to ask that.
That and as a matter of fact, Charles is having a stream on that tonight. He just hit me up to tell us to come over, but I'm waiting on you. But the thing is,
Okay.
I said law enforcement first.
Yeah.
Some sort of army, then the person that goes to school with the hands on.
Okay.
But then again, because how the law is set up, it contradicts itself because, for one, they tell you only thing you have to be is a law-abiding citizen with a high school diploma, or maybe even not a high school diploma, GED, and you could work
Right.
inside of law enforcement. After you've gained, some kind of knowledge of, working in a jail, working in security, or something. First, it starts off as a correction officer. Second, it starts off as deputy sheriff. Then you go to the police department. Or sometimes you could work directly from high school in the court system as a clerk and work your way up. But those people are only taught one way, which is bad, because they're not trained to see people for who they are, regular citizens,
Babe,
regular taxpaying
come
citizens
here.
who pay their salaries.
Come here.
They're trained to, go after the person, disrespect the person, treat them like they're nothing, in the jails, in the prisons, and even law enforcement who has not been to college or been to school for criminal justice. Only thing they know is they feel that they don't have to give you any answer for stopping you, or they don't know how to talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it, even me being an off-duty law enforcement officer and being put down at the intersection of 285 and South Cobb Drive. She know what it is. Going toward Veterans Memorial, Bankhead. And the cops followed me all the way from that jurisdiction past their own jurisdiction to stop my car, put me down on the ground, put their foot in the back of my back, not my neck, but had the gun pointed towards my head. Imagine that, me. I'm not even that type of guy.
Wow.
You had to do all of this, all because you saw my badge in the car and my gun.
Wow.
Which belonged to me. And you arrested me until you found out a day later that I was indeed who I said I was. And because I decided to make a complaint about you in an opens records request through Smyrna Police Department, you turn around and file a charge on me before you could even find out that I am a law enforcement officer, and have me down as an unauthorized possession of a law enforcement officer's gun or something.
Damn. Not knowing that you're law enforcement.
Because they could not charge me like they was hoping that I was a felon.
Right.
So they couldn't say anything, which was a misdemeanor. And that shit got dropped because it's stupid without them saying, hey, I'm sorry. Hey, sorry, we got it wrong. No agency don't want to look like they dropped the ball. And when I made a complaint, his lieutenant, his sergeant, and captain said, we felt that he was within the means of right law enforcement procedures. And I'm like, no way. That's why I had to get out of Georgia, man. It's that bad.
Yeah, I can understand that in certain parts.
And the thing is, I didn't have those problems where I lived, which was up in Gwinnett County, which was a very nice.
Gwinnett County, yeah.
I lived up that way. I lived between Gwinnett and Alpharetta. I lived in Johns Creek, Lawrence.
I'm familiar.
Real nice home. Nice. You could check it out. It's just really nice. I didn't have those problems. Only sometime at night, if I'm driving to go to Walmart, that's when I had that cop to stop me. But I was on the other side of town, which was going toward Paulding County, and the place you said you lived, Douglasville.
Yep.
That's when they fuck with black folks.
Yeah, they fuck with you all the time if you in Douglasville.
and that's old school Ku Klux Klan land. You know, back in the day, what South Cobb Drive was, when only thing I could think about was when that officer put me down on the ground, is that this motherfucker is about to shoot me in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And only thing I could think about was the old racist South, which was South Cobb Drive, where black people did not live on the other side of the bridge. And they would have a sign that say, "Niggas, don't let the sun go down on you, catch you in Cobb County."
Sundown Town.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And people who had black maids, they would have to drive them to the other side of the bridge. And this was all the way up into the 90s, because the KKK was that bad. And places like Smyrna, and they had black people that lived up there, but they lived deep, deep, deep up in Marietta,
Mm-hmm.
and semi to Kennesaw, but they had the KKK very deep up there as well.
Damn, you're just talking all stomping grounds, bro. I used to hang out in that entire vicinity.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's insanity. Well, I've been going for 5 hours now.
I know,
So
right?
I didn't even realize it, man. Time flies when you're having fun. Like I said, man, I thank you, Kwalfi, because what I am gonna do is I'm gonna put together a Zoom meeting. Now I'm gonna have to have people register for it, so that I can actually know who's coming, so I can, pay for your Uber Eats or whatever. And I'm gonna have, because when I have a brunch and well,
I spent mine on Olive Garden chicken carbonara.
that's all right.
I'm real cheap, $10.
Whatever you want. Listen, it's probably gonna be like $25 a head. I'm gonna go ahead and splurge on folks. Because here's the thing. If any one of y'all buys a policy from me at that point, I'll make my money back.
And Lonzo, I'm gonna start my year off right. Let me see what's going on with what I got now, which has been working.
Yeah.
And then I'll get with you, because I trust it. I trust you. I trust
Appreciate it.
y'all like brothers, And I think that's what I need to do, because I want to start off right. I really just got to get my business in order. There've been a lot of roadblocks in my business, and then
Understood.
My promises for this trailer that I stepped out there with the YouTube life. I'm still filming. Can you believe I'm still filming for the Pookies and the Ray Rays? Is there a place for us? I gotta get that one taken care of right away, because right after that I gotta film another one.
I can't wait, man. I love, like, you definitely got extremely good quality stuff. And I know I was talking shit about people having good quality, but but that's different, because like you see good quality in Dave Ramsey and Sue Zorman, right? But if I were to put like David Kinder's video, who makes $750,000 a year selling life insurance, because he's got a YouTube channel too.
Oh.
His videos pale in comparison to Dave Ramsey or Sue Zorman, in terms of, it's like this dude just turned on his cell phone and started talking and record him.
Sometimes I think it is the message, but a lot of guys play on shitting on content creators who have good quality, good qualities about them, or either good quality material, instead of just saying, "Hey, look, man, kudos to those brothers. They did what I did not do, that I should have been doing. I'm getting a whole bunch of super chats, cash apps. Why can I not make my presence great? Even a thumbnail." They won't do it.
Yeah.
And then they would shit on a person like me and a couple others that say, they'll say shit like, "Oh, all these content creators doing all this fancy stuff and everything." Those are the ones who are not getting. Those are the ones. Look at their subscriber count. First of all, I'm not in it for subscriber count. I'm in it because I think the information is prevalent. Number two, I don't have subscribers from the Black Manosphere as much. My subscribers are people that know me and that came from different places. But do make you question, if you got so many followers on Instagram, so many followers on Facebook, 2,000 of them, why the fuck are these people on your Facebook? Why? and they can't even do the same over at YouTube.
Right.
You know,
No, I definitely get it.
and
But you know, I
it was
like I said, it depends on the fields and stuff. But you know, even and he does, you know, thumbnails and stuff. But I think it's just because often we're more like it's like Tupac, right? So Tupac put out a bunch of music, but he was like, "Listen, I ain't really worried about all that mastering and shit. Let the engineers do that. I'ma just record, and put out content."
Mhm.
And that's what he focused on. He didn't focus on, you know, the rest of it. And I think that's what I need to find somebody who can, you know, make my shit look pretty.
Hey, that's no problem, Alonzo. See, that's why I'm in the business of, helping people like that. And I like to promote good. I like to report, and I like to promote. I'm not in it to make myself look good. You
Right.
see, because I already know what I could do. Now, what's gonna hit for me is the field that I'm really in, which is fashion. When I really start doing things, uh, fashion tutorials, and when
Oh
I start
snap.
also doing shopping tutorials, color
Oh, I
palette,
can't wait for that.
you know, and when I start doing fashion shows for men.
Yeah.
So that's
You
what
know
I'm.
what? I'm gonna call my man Omar, and I'm gonna see if, because I think, you know, me interviewing with him, that would be cool, but I think it would be more valuable with someone like yourself who's actually in that,
Yeah.
right?
How about we all on the panel? Because for one, that's your boy.
I feel you.
And if we do one, if I do an interview, I tell you what, I would love to have him in the fashion documentary. How
Okay.
about that? That'll be for spring 2022.
Okay.
And I want that to be a really good thing because, you know, it's important that men know that when they work hard, they still should look good too.
Yeah.
And I want to be for people to be able to match up to who they are as far as title wise, because you got guys that are calling themselves high value men, especially in these spaces. And even Obsidian talked about wearing a damn tuxedo. Every man should have a tuxedo in his closet, but guess what? I didn't see that at the Manosphere meetup, and I'm not doing this. I'm not saying this to shit on these people. You
No.
know what I'm saying? I'm not. But
Did you see the invite for the Manosphere meetup?
no, I didn't. Did you see it?
I got invited.
Oh, I did too. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Hold
I
on.
inquired about it and I got an email back from
Yeah.
Theo, but I canceled because I'm like, I don't know who's here. And then when I saw that Lil Big Nate was the host, and then they said Theo Waff was the host, I'm like, who is what? It confused me. So I said, nah, because I don't know who's there. And I need to see who these people are. I don't want
You
to
know,
talk to avatars.
the
Now,
biggest
Theo,
part
I've
about
seen
that,
it. What you say, Chief?
well, I was gonna say the biggest part about that meetup, I was gonna actually go to it, but then I didn't know it was an invite type thing. But when it came down to it, like I told Obsidian, I talked to him. I said, man, listen to. I'm actually doing some work, but I told him, I said, listen to Little Big Nate when he was promoting the Manosphere meetup. All he kept saying was, "I'm gonna bring my son down there. We're gonna really see who face to face, and we're gonna have the meetup. And if anybody want to handle something, my son is gonna be there to rough and tough you up and all this." And I'm like, if this was supposed to be about men and helping, I said, why is he up there running around talking about how he gonna put hands on people? I said that was
Yeah.
a laughing matter to me. I said, bro, that's why I didn't go. I said, I'm in Atlanta. Even if I didn't get invited, I could have easily walked in that hotel. That
Yeah.
hotel, everybody was outside the hotel doing their thing, talking with each other. None of the stuff to the point until y'all went into that ballroom was actually cut off from the public. So I could have easily
And it
still
wouldn't
came
even
up
worth.
there.
Look, and it wasn't even worth $30,000.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that was the entry to get there was the
No,
30.
no, no. Theo Waff paid 30 grand. So he
Wow.
hosted it and he paid 30 grand. Now here's the thing. Hold on. I'm gonna look at the invite now. Um, it says conservatism and High Value Black Men, a conference for black men's success. So that seemed like, I was like, oh, it's a good idea. Because when I had first heard about it,
But did
Theo
the
Wolf
title
was,
say Black Manosphere?
huh?
Did the title say the Black Manosphere?
No, it just said conservatism and high value black men.
Because no one wants to hold the Black Manosphere title because of liability issues. So if something happened to go down, somebody get beat up, or they wouldn't say that they're in the Black Manosphere, but really they are.
Yeah. Well, see, the next thing it says December 3rd, the Manosphere meetup. And then December 4th, internet. And this is what turned me off. Because December 3rd, the Manosphere meetup, I was like, okay, that sounds like a good idea. But they were talking about, so it started at 3 p.m. on December 3rd. And it was supposed to be Little Big Nate and Bernard Riley speaking. Now, on the second day, December 4th, it's supposed to be International Passport, how brothers can effectively meet women abroad. So from 10 to 10.
First
So
of all,
from
do
10.
they have a passport?
Say again?
I said, first of all, do they even have a damn passport?
I don't know, but why do I need to go to Atlanta to learn how to talk to chicks overseas?
Exactly.
And every man ain't single. Like you married.
Yeah.
They putting too much emphasis on talking to women, more or less than emphasis on like Obsidian was on Cooter channel. And
Uh-huh.
so when
I
we
was up
started
there.
talking about, yeah, you was up there with me, and we was talking about helping black men. What did he say? Oh, this is a money. This is a business deal. So basically, we ain't helping the brothers no more. We about making money. Yeah, that's what this is. That's what this. It's always been like that. I say
He said,
so.
fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. They got daddies. So I say so. That means what you telling me is you, Angry Man, and O'Shea, you all three of y'all co-sign this right here, and he would never get into it, but he was saying from his standpoint, because I'm like, well, the big three, do y'all share that same similar thing that it's all about a money grab? You know, even Roger talks about it. You know how he said, I mean, at least Roger comes out and say, I'm gonna be making money while I'm helping my people at the same time. So
Yeah.
in the
No,
end, I could take Roger for that.
but what did I ask Roger? I asked him, I said, who gave you permission to do this list? And I asked Obsidian, did he know anything about the list? What did Obsidian say?
Nope.
No, he didn't know nothing
But
about
see,
the list. And he said that the elite
But
people,
see, Kuda knows about this list.
I know it, but I know about it too. So the thing is, Obsidian said he don't know any other talented content creators in the space. He tried to act like he didn't know who I was. I used to be
yeah.
a member of his channel, a member of his stuff, and I used to super chat him a lot. However, and he would say, "Oh man, Kwafi, that's a good brother," stuff like that, and didn't even know who I was. You see what I'm saying? So that's when I knew at that point it was about money. Then he tried to act like he really didn't even know who Roger was,
Yeah.
Wow.
which was crazy. Then he said the elites of the Black Manosphere is himself, Kevin Samuels, the lead attorney, Lil Big Nate, and Bernard Riley. And guess what? He left Theo Wolf out, and he the one who funded it. And when I asked him, I said, why things were not organized the way it needed to be? Oh, we left that up to Theo. Yeah, you leave it up to him because he paid the money. You
Yeah,
see?
because
Right.
I would have thought that Obsidian had paid the money. I mean, not Obsidian, but what's his name? O'Shea, because O'Shea supposed to be the $1 million man. So I'm like, why the $1 million man and put towards the funds? And then
O'Shea ain't coming back
they
to
were
the
giving
States
out
for these niggas.
prizes. They gave out prizes and stuff that they said that I think Obsidian said he got a microphone or something from him and all that. And I'm like, you giving equipment to people who can afford and already got equipment. Why
Yeah.
not giving it to these newcomers and the newer guys in here? But it's like more or less, like he said, it's a money grab, man. It's all about money for them.
And Obsidian said that you have to buy. He said we will recognize who's in the Black Manosphere by their work once
Yeah.
they hit 100,000 subscribers, or if they buy their way in, to it.
Yep.
you know, to show they're high value man, then those are the ones who are part of the Black Manifest. So you mean to tell me the people that you kept telling and scolding in your chat and on your panels who supported you, that they're not in the Black Manosphere? I said, so who is in the Black Manosphere, and who are the leaders, and where are the bylaws to the Black Manosphere? He could not answer any of that. Would not
Well,
answer.
the
Well, I can
manosphere
tell
is
you
a sphere.
truthfully, the Black Manosphere is any black male who makes content on YouTube and is in front of a camera. Why do I say that? Because unfortunately, right, there's like 3 billion people who watch YouTube daily. And if they come across content where a black man is in front of the camera and they've already heard of the Black Manosphere, guess what they're going to assume you are? Whether you or the group decides you are or not, they're going
Well,
to assume you Black Manosphere.
I think we're all in algorithms, but I stepped back a long time ago because I'm the
Yeah.
type of guy, I can't say that I'm a part of you if for one, if you're divided, you can't get along. Secondly, thirdly, you're giving the wrong information, you know, and only thing it's about is blaming the black women all day long, dude.
Yeah, that shit gets old.
Yeah, things that we need to build on. Fuck them women. Let them do what they do. If you don't want them, let them go and go find your woman. Everything should not be. Everybody can't be a relationship specialist. See, even Kim Samuels put that he's an image consultant, you know, in place of being a matchmaker, whatever he is. You know what I'm saying? When really
Mm-hmm.
he is a matchmaker.
Mm.
And a high valued man, $1 million matchmaker, or something like that. You know, I would say at the level that he's at now, you know, but at the same time, not only one person can be that. You know, you got him, you got a lady that people know about that's in the space that does that kind of thing. She stopped doing it for women, but then she started doing it for men. You know,
Mm.
Amazing.
but it seems like everybody is following that lead, following what he's doing, not understanding that, you know, everybody can't. It's been there. It's been done. It's been people have been there, done that. You know. Okay, so what else can you be talented about? We got to stop mixing, even with your situation with being a insurance person. We got to stop even talking about that stuff because it messes up what's going on over here and getting these people some kind of life insurance. You see what I'm
True.
saying? I can't talk about that because I report everything. I can talk about it, but I'm not going to dwell on it because I report everything. I stated in my trailer what I talk about. You know, I'm not going to sit up here and talk all day about women that I fuck with or I don't fuck with, or if I got a woman, if I don't, or how good a pussy is. I'm not going to do that. I did not
Right.
with a bunch of men, you know, and I'm not going to sit around and complain about other men on other channels and what they're doing and what they're not doing. That's not having a channel, you
Mm.
know. She just tried to tell people about jobs. He's tried to tell them about trucking, the easiest
Yeah.
industry to get into, and even talking about life insurance, like like what you're talking about to promote it. You know, they don't want to talk about that stuff, but
Yeah,
it's
man.
still up to the content creator to understand. Don't give up. Go into something that you're talented with, and run with it. Everybody can't do the same thing because it seems like every man on YouTube who's black, who's either in the hotel community or in supposedly in the Black Manosphere, that's
Mm.
all they talk about. Even Art in the Stall, he has a good channel. He talk about different things.
Yeah.
I think he need to stop letting guys come up there that's gonna only want to complain about women.
Yeah,
It's
there
just
are a lot of dudes who do that.
all day long, you know.
Mm.
And then when you tell somebody about it, they say, "Oh man, you're trying to get away from the message," you
Yeah.
know. And then when I called him out, I said, "Listen, okay, if you want these guys to go by what you're talking about, or listen to you or follow you, you got to get them the right information. Then on top of that, you can't you just can't lie to them and tell them that they're leaders. You know, you're
Yeah.
gonna tell a dude that's 500 pounds behind a computer who's looking for game, that he's a leader, and that he should not date a woman that's his size. You know, you 500 pounds, 3 stomachs, 3 sets of fucking titties on your chest, and one in your chin too, and you're playing behind with glasses, food all in your beard behind the damn the avatar, you know. And then they say, "Oh man, we just don't want people to know who we are." Okay, if you don't, stop talking so much shit.
Yeah, you know, that's crazy. That's true.
You know,
But you know, what I do think is, and like, for example, like I was saying, the meetup wasn't totally, you know, negative, but that last part turned me off about the international passport. You know what I'm saying? I think, to be honest, as a whole, black men meeting up is a good thing, right? But I can't recall who it was who was saying the other day, man, look, if we got 10,000 Asians together in a space, they wouldn't be fucking arguing. They'd be starting a business.
yeah, that was on Art Channel. Art said that.
Yeah. He was like, shit, even if you had 1,000 Asians who came together on YouTube, they'd be starting a business. Or, you know, learning something or doing something productive. What it seems like we came here for was only entertainment. And, like, my wife, she grew tired of me watching a lot of Manosphere content. And she was like, why don't you go back to what you used to use YouTube for? Which was, I would watch comic book stuff and video game stuff. Usually I would smoke my little J and watch some video game stuff. And then other than that, I would watch a bunch of Vlad TV. But that's when I came for solely entertainment. I fell into the space because I thought it was more of this, which is thought-provoking and sometimes difficult conversations. Which, don't get me wrong, it is, but it seems to be centrally focused on that girl I didn't get in high school. Right? And I don't really care about that girl I didn't get in high school. I got my queen now. You know, like y'all said, she spoils me. Hey, babe, what do you want for dinner?
Look and look and look. 9 times out of 10, that girl that you want in high school ain't even hot no more.
Oh, she ain't. Shit, she far from us. She got about 6 kids. Look, I literally saw her in Walmart, right? Recently, right? She literally waved me like I was about 2 aisles away from her. I see this chick waving like frantically, and you know how you do that, look around like, you talking to me? So she's like, yeah, you come here, come here. So I walk up, I'm like, oh, hey, I'm not gonna say her name. We'll just call her Jessica, since Jessica X is a familiar term, right? So, hey, Jessica, how you? Oh, I'm good. Yeah, I see you're here with your kids in the cart. There were 2 kids outside of the cart, 2 kids in the shopping cart, and 1 kid in the portion where you could sit. She had 5 kids with her. Oh, are you married? No. But you looking good. How you been? I haven't seen you since high school. Rub on my chest. Okay, chick, why you feeling on me? Like, when I was trying to feel on you in high school, you ain't want none of that. So don't feel on me now that you know that I sell insurance and real estate and probably make a decent income. You need some help with these 5 kids. But that's, like I said, that's why you got a lot of guys who follow Kevin Samuels, because unfortunately they're unable to get that particular situation. Right? They're not running into that girl and she has 5 kids and she waves them down. She might still be ignoring them.
Back then, didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me.
All upon me. Mike
Hey, man,
Jones.
my ex, she got 4 kids now. I think she got 4 kids now. And I seen her in the store, and she tried to give me a hug. I was like, I just said it. I just waved and said, "Hey, how you doing?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, you blew it. You blew it after, and then it's a whole. I gave her a second chance, and she still blew it. I'm like,
Damn.
it wasn't worth it. The first time, went with her, we went together for some years in high school, graduated. I was like, man, I'm about to, do my thing, go to college, and we just decided, well, she wanted to be with me, but I'm like, well, I ain't gonna never see you no more. I say, so
Mm.
if I cheat, it's gonna be, and I'm real. I'm gonna tell you the truth. So I was like, if we get back together, we should get back together. Then go to college, start working, making good money. After a while, start back talking with each other. And when it came down to it, it just was like it's not the same. Like
Mm.
you pretty much changed. No, then at the time I was trying to get back with her, she ended up having a kid. I was like, yeah, that's a
That's a
red
person.
flag. Then turn around.
Let me tell you something, she. That's a woman that's looking for promised comfort from a guy like yourself because she know that comfort is always going to be there, but she still want to go and fuck off with the wrong dudes, get pregnant
Hmm.
by, can't put the dirty dick, can't put the dirty but so-called good dick down for good dick, and good and everything else is good to come with it.
Yeah.
Shit, that's like my brother-in-law, man.
Yeah.
I call him. Unfortunately, I call him Captain Saver, right? And he feels like I was like, bro. And his baby mother told him this. She was like, "You wear it on your sleeve. That's why women take advantage of you, right?" He's a hardworking man. He don't. You know what I'm saying? He don't even care. Like all he want is look. If you're his woman, if you got a job, just your money is your money. Just you know what I'm saying. Give him peace, right? He pays all of the bills, like period, right? And but his baby mother was like, "Yeah, nigga, you a Captain Saberhole. Like that's what we see you as." So now he's single, right? And now he's almost tainted or jaded because he's dealt with so many women who he ended up being Captain Saber for, right? And so much so, like my nephew, do not deal with his mother at all, right?
Mm.
But when he was with his mother, my brother would be like, yo, you got to respect her, this, that, and that. I don't give a fuck. That's your mother. Now, once you're 18 and you're grown, you can do what you want. But 17, 16, 15, nah, nigga, that's your mother. You got to respect her.
Well, you know them kids in New York, or up there where you at, they don't be giving a fuck.
Oh, not at all.
I heard them firsthand when visiting my cousin's class in the Bronx at Taft.
Mm. Yeah, nah, them New Yorkers, yo, you get a different beast out this side. Shit, man. But like even it's crazy because I hope for the best for him. And unfortunately, he's probably going to be because he's a hopeless romantic. It's hard to find. You know what I'm saying? And now that he's in his 40s, right? But he had his kids young, so his youngest kid is 18 now. So now he's off child support for good. So he's like, yo, I don't want to mess with no woman with kids. And I'm like, well, he's like, with young kids. Either your kids got to be grown or you got to not have kids. And I'm like, bro, you're at a particular age where you can't request that yet,
But
right?
let's say this: if he do decide to get another woman, I don't think that he should go in too fast, man. Because if he does, he could easily get another baby at his age.
Exactly. Not just that, but see, he won't date a woman. Like I'm telling him, in order for him to get what he wants, he got to date a younger woman. And he's like, ew, that's nasty. And I'm like, all right, so if the youngest you'll go is 35, you're not going to find a woman who's got grown kids at 35. Maybe at 40, 45, her kids will be grown. Or maybe 41, her kids will be grown because maybe she was 20 when she had the kid. But at 35, the oldest the kid is going to be is 15. Right? So if you're unwilling to date a woman who's under 35, these are the things you're going to have to deal with. Number one, you're also going to be in a difficult position because a woman at 35 has different expectations than a woman at 25, right? Now, he's the kind of man who can fulfill those expectations of that 25-year-old woman, so I ain't mad at him. But, at the same time, or excuse me, of that 35-year-old woman. So, like I said, he works, he pays all his bills. You know what I'm saying? He's got a new car, like brand new Jeep Grand Cherokee. That's a $50,000 car, right? So the dude is doing his thing. He works.
What about having a house?
So he doesn't have a house yet.
Okay, yeah. So that's kind of crazy, man. I guess she got knocked off, huh?
I think so.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, he doesn't yet own a house. But living in New York, nobody owns a house. That's like crazy. Me and my wife got approved for $1 million mortgage, but we didn't buy a house because we wasn't trying to pay $5,000 a month for a mortgage.
No.
You know what I mean? So it's very important when you get pre-approved for a house that you buy as much house as you can afford. Just because they say they'll give you $1 million, don't mean you go shopping for $1 million house.
Now,
Unfortunately, a lot of people run into that.
this is what I think, Alonzo. And I know a lot of New Yorkers who go down south and buy homes and they still work up north.
Yeah,
They're more like what you call it?
snowbirds.
Yeah, that or yes, I guess you call it, but mainly, like bi-coastal, because
Mhm.
that's what I'm learning here. I pay a lot of money to live here, but I also make the money, and I life is really happening and moving for me here. Now I go to Atlanta, I think it will slow me down, but only if I associate with the same kind of life that I had there, meaning everybody when they saw me, they was needy and always taking up my time. I can't do that no more.
Mm,
I'm getting older and I just can't. So
right.
I'm not gonna be running back and forth to family members because if you live on one side of town, they think that you live too far. It ain't like you live out the state. You're 30
Right.
minutes away. But they think that you should live inland, like in the metropolis of Atlanta, like downtown or in Decatur or Conyers, not Conyers, but they think that places like Douglasville and further and Kennesaw, that's way out there. They think that that's way out, but way out
That's
there.
a 30-minute drive on I-20.
Let me tell you, I got family members that never left Decatur, and they ain't gonna leave Decatur, but they want you to come all the way from California, New York, to see them. And
Right.
when you get there, you're not really having a good time because you have to depend on them to take you places. Now you'll have a place to stay, but you'll just be sitting there.
Right.
You know that kind of family.
Yeah, you just stuck.
Yeah,
Like,
I ain't gonna do that shit. You know,
nah, I feel you.
so that's why me having my life here with my 3 cars and my nice place, and my business, and I also got business stuff out in Atlanta as well. I would be a fool to come there and not be equipped.
Right.
So when I do go, it'll be for one to look. I can afford a really nice house for what I pay out here.
Oh, yeah. Sure, you could get a super mansion out that piece.
Hey, yeah. If you're more if you're what you pay out here for rent already is nearly $3,000 a month.
Yeah.
You're good. And
Oh, you got a big ass house in Georgia for that much.
oh yeah, but because I wanted to live nice in a luxury type condo type living, I just rented because I didn't know if I want to continue staying here.
Hmm.
But what I see most artists are doing, they're buying them tiny homes or RVs or mobile homes. That's what they're doing now. And,
Mm.
and yeah, or either if they buy like an RV, you live in that bitch and you travel, but make Georgia your home.
Right.
You know, especially with me doing filming, that'll be best for me and make my money like that.
All right, well, I've been going for almost 6 hours. I'm actually about to lay down and watch some other folks from the clouds. I don't even do long streams, to be honest, but I like this. And Kwafi, you actually gave me, like I said, that idea. So in the next few weeks, I'm going to put together, probably for the beginning of the year, that Zoom call so I can actually answer very specific questions, right? Because generally what I tend to do is answer questions from a 30,000 foot view.
Yeah.
But to actually tell you if you should take hydroxychloroquine takes a little more drilling down. You know what I mean? And folks, I'm not a medical professional. I'm not prescribing drugs. Let me just put that disclaimer out. Say again?
I say, so you serious about the hydrochloroquine?
Yeah, man. People really, unfortunately, they'll hit you with a one size fits all, and it doesn't work like that, right? Everything is. So let me go there before I hop off, because you're looking at things like risk tolerance, right? Well, what is risk tolerance? Well, literally, I try to break it down funnily, but to easy to understand. And actually, I got a couple dudes from the streets who was like, "Yo, I love the way you break it down, so we can understand it." Because most people just talk jargon, and it sounds like want, 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 want. But risk tolerance is basically this, right? Kwafi, you come to me and say, "Yo, Alonzo, I got $10,000 I want to invest here," and I go, "Okay, that's the 10,000. Kwafi, you also got my commission? Yeah, cool. Okay, boom." And then I call you the next day. "Hey, Kwafi, you know that 10,000? Yeah, I lost it, but I still made my commission. You're gonna want to choke me, right? Or maybe not, right? If you're gonna want to choke me, then you have a very low risk tolerance and you shouldn't be investing, right? But the jargon terms of risk tolerance is this: if you can stand to lose it without it hurting you. So if you can lose that 10 bands and be like, "Nah, shit happens. All right, let's put another 10 grand in," right? Or is it gonna be like, "Shit, I gotta scramble to figure out how I'm gonna make my mortgage payment this month. I wasn't dependent on that 10 grand." You shouldn't be investing. You see what I'm saying? That's the easiest way to put together a risk tolerance, right?
Well, that's why
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why people are so skeptical about what they invest in, and you have a lot of people. I mean, even I look at how Shark Tank does things. They want to know that, what are the returns on things. They don't want to deal with things that are too risky.
Yeah. Well, it really depends on the return on investment. And theirs is a little bit different because they're venture capitalists. So when you're doing venture capital and you're investing in a business, it's a different formula that you're going to go by. But you still have the same risk tolerance in terms of, shit, do I want to lose this money or not? But when you're talking about a venture capitalist, they're not going at investing in a business with a risk tolerance. They're looking at what their return is going to be. And if they have to put, do I have to make a phone call or do I just put money in? If I had to make a phone call, I need more money from you because I have to do some work. If all I got to do is put in money, you're going to run the business and then I'm going to get my percentage back. All right, cool. Right. But then when you look at, again, just because somebody has a low risk tolerance does not mean that they should not be investing. So again, when I said that 10,000, again, I don't want to confuse people like hydroxychloroquine, which is why it's important to actually have a sit down with a professional because, again, finding out your risk tolerance. Look, I'm an aggressive risk taker. Well, why am I aggressive? Because I don't have kids. So I can stand to take a loss and turn around and be like, yeah, and my wife happens to have a decent salary. Right? Like I said, I'm in bed with the feds. My wife works for the fucking IRS.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
let me say this, man. Things don't have to be as complicated as many of the men in the spaces make them. Because I tell people, okay, you have 2,000 and some subscribers. You have 5,000 subscribers. Even if you have 40,000 subscribers, if each one of them tuned in every time you turned on your live and they donated $1.99
Right.
each one of them, now, how much money do you think that is?
Thousands, hundreds of thousands. Shit. Sometimes, depending on who it is, millions.
Yeah, and that's all they have to, So my thing is, it's easy, but you got brothers who don't want to see the other brothers make it or get anywhere. So what they do, they just don't support. Like you got, I think I looked at your subscriber count. Each time you turn on, motherfuckers should be here.
Yeah.
Pouring in with a little bit of change for good information and not a lot of small talk.
Right.
So what we'll do, man, we're gonna start revamping some things for 2022.
I got you.
Okay.
But yeah, man, I'm coming up on 6 hours. I'm about to go to well, I'm gonna cloud watch some folks and probably fall asleep. Plus, my wife done fell asleep on the couch because she didn't want to be in here while I was running my mouth.
I feel that.
So
Hey,
I'm
man,
gonna have to,
having me up, and we'll do this again.
no doubt. I appreciate it, brother.
And text me by phone to let me know when you're gonna do this next project.
Put your number in the back chat.
Oh, okay. You got it in your phone.
I do, don't I?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? I have a lot of numbers, brother, but I do.
I'll just text you.
Yeah, because what happens, ironically enough, like you said, even though folks may not show up in droves to my channel when I hit the live, folks show up in droves on my personal cell phone.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, then you blessed. Either way.
So I appreciate it. That's why I like to come out and give this knowledge, right? And a lot of folks be like, yo, man, you could like young investor. He's a young man who's trying to get into the field that I'm in. Now, a lot of people will be like, well, why are you giving this knowledge, man? He's going to learn and be, ahead of the game and get rich. Good. This business ain't easy.
And if he had any sense, he'd be like, okay, well, my bro blessed me. Let me bless him. Even with the education that I have. Let me bless him because I learned some things that I could not learn in school.
Yeah.
That's how you do that.
Facts.
Yep.
So
okay, I'm gonna get off, and good having me on and talking to you. We built all the way from past the $40 channels all the way over here. See, this is what we need to do. We need to pass the torch on.
Yeah, that's true.
Indeed. Yep. All right, take it easy.
No doubt, brother. Appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope y'all like the content. Make sure you hit that like, drop a comment, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you're made aware every time I release new content. And as always, share. Lastly, to contribute to channel growth, you can support by hitting the Cash App. You can schedule a one-on-one appointment with a licensed financial professional, or you can purchase life insurance directly up to $1 million with an instant decision and no medical exam. The links are in the description. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, wipe ass, work in progress every day and see success. Wipe ass, work in progress every day and see success. Wipe ass, work in progress every day and see success. And remember, when people challenge you, they don't challenge you to challenge you, but they challenge you to challenge you. Accept the challenge. Salute.